We actually got some pretty decent news overnight, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we were worried about a lot of these guys going on Sunday night that we weren't going to have clarity on before we had to submit our starting lineups today. Well, we did get a considerable amount of updates. And yeah, let me go ahead and let me pull up what we ended up coming away with. And main thing is, okay, we'll go through them all one by one. And we got one about 15 minutes ago. That was no bueno. The one about 15 minutes ago, Anthony Richardson, strongly considering season-ending shoulder surgery. Brutal. Could not be tougher to see. We have a lot of Anthony Richardson. He was an exciting young player. It is what it is. I mean, obviously, we were already putting him on our IR. Obviously, we were saying, oh, okay, well, they're telling us he's going to be out 4 to 8 weeks. Let's not plan on getting him back anytime soon. But still, I mean, to have just absolutely nothing from Richardson could not be sadder. The other news, Mac Jones is going to be on a short leash week 6, as he should be. Hollywood Brown will be playing this week. Good news. Tank Dell will not be playing. Dawson Knox expected to play. I don't believe Dalton Kincaid's playing, so I think you can actually play Dawson Knox if you need a low and tight end one. Darren Waller expected to play tonight. Now, the Giants are quote-unquote optimistic Saquon Barkley will play week 6. So you take that for what you will. Obviously, there is that outside chance that you say, oh, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, Saquon Barkley is I don't know, 100% good to go, where you have nothing to be concerned about, yada, yada, yada. On the other hand, maybe you say, oh, okay, well, it's still not clear that he's fully good to go. He may not be at 100%. And even if he does play, he's going to be behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL with Tyrod Taylor as his quarterback, going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL. So I would not fault you if you wanted to bench Saquon Barkley. David Njoku is expected to play. Would not fault you if you wanted to bench David Njoku with the backup quarterback going up against the 49ers. T. Higgins is expected to play. Would not blame you if you wanted to bench T. Higgins with the banged up Joe Burrow, with T. Higgins being hurt himself. And then last night we were told Justin Jefferson expected to only miss 4 to 6 weeks, which obviously is relatively good news. But yes, I 100% agree. Barkley playing in Sunday night football does not make it easier. It's nice that we at least get the quote-unquote news that he is optimistic. But unless he is fully good to go and fully cleared by noon, if you wanted to bench Saquon Barkley for someone like the Rachaad White, James Cook range, I guess obviously James Cook a little bit different plays on Sunday night as well. But just use Rachaad White as an example, right? You're like, okay, not excited about Rachaad White, but if I know he's going to be playing, if I know he's going to have a role, do we just want to go ahead? Do we just want to play him? So I don't know. It is interesting. It is tough. But Michael coming out with our first question. Thank you, my man. Says PBR Flex 1. Start Derrick Henry or Deonta Foreman. We will go Derrick Henry. I'm nervous Tajay Spears will take Henry's snaps. I'm 2-3 and need to win. Yeah, I mean, I 100% understand where you're coming from, right? Not only does Deonta Foreman have the better matchup, but at the same time, I mean, with Derrick Henry, if the game gets out of hand where Tennessee is trailing by a touchdown or more, you could very easily see Tajay Spears go out there and kind of turn into the guy. But I don't know. I mean, I want to just say Deonta Foreman, hook 'em horns. I didn't draft a lot of Derrick Henry this year. But at the end of the day, still is Derrick Henry. Still is Derrick Henry. Alex says, what's up, Mason? Congrats on all the success. Thank you, my man. Addison, Hopkins, Olave. We got to bench one. Honestly, tough call now that you have no Treylon Burks. But even with no Treylon Burks, I think we're probably going to go ahead. I think that we will bench DeAndre Hopkins. Addison, you have no Hopkins. I'm sorry, you have no Jefferson. Olave is Olave. And I think 1 week healthier for Derek Carr will do him well. Now, Mama Dow coming out saying, should we start Deonta Foreman over Dameon Pierce? They are literally neck and neck in my rankings. It is up to you. Pierce is in a similar boat to Foreman, where he is actually going out there and he is expanding his market share in Houston, where you really don't have to worry about too many other running backs getting involved. Robert says, bench one, Chuba, Flowers, Jacoby, or Foreman. I would bench Jacoby here with Adams being fully good to go, but honestly, it is up to you. It is up to you. Tawny says, PBR pick 3, Ridley, Collins, Myers, Lockett, Reynolds. Good luck, Flock. I'm 1-4. Good luck, my friend. You know, I appreciate you. We are going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Ridley, Myers, and then Nico Collins. With Josh Reynolds, want to be moving him down with Amon-Ra St. Brown coming back. With Nico Collins, want to be giving him the bump up with no Tank Dell in this game. Mitigated frames to start Boyd or Lockett. We will go Lockett, my friend. T. Higgins is good to go, and Lockett's had 27 targets this season. Zach says flex Hollywood or Chuba Hubbard. I think Hollywood gives the higher ceiling. Chuba Hubbard gives the higher floor. Typically, I'm just going to go with the running back that has the guaranteed role. Martinez says Jefferson and Ferguson for Devonta Smith and Cole Kmet were 3-2. I would rather have Justin Jefferson over Devonta Smith. The tight ends don't make a difference here. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's take Jefferson here. I mean, maybe if you're 1-4, we can make an argument the other way. But Colton says non-PBR 2 quarterback, 1 flex. Hall, Olave, or Ayuk in the flex spot. Hall does have a very tough matchup going up against Philly. I expect him to be much worse than he was last week. But ultimately, we're going to go with the running back that has the guaranteed role here, my friend. Isaac says sit to Debo, Hollywood, Nico, Garrett Wilson, and Jordan Addison. I think we're going to be benching Hollywood Brown. And then if the weather is very bad in Cleveland, Debo Samuel, if the weather looks to be fine in Cleveland, your call between Garrett Wilson, Jordan Addison. Like if you look at my flex rankings this week, I have Jordan Addison at 40. Can't even find out where I have Wilson. Where do I have Wilson? I have Wilson at 39. Okay, that's why we couldn't find him. They were literally neck and neck. Yeah, so we have Addison and Garrett Wilson back to back. Ultimately, I do think it's up to you, my friend. Ben says, hey man, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, my friend. 2 questions for both. Have BBR, Kirk or Jonathan Taylor? And then how do you rank Higgins if he suits up? Is he startable as a wide receiver 3? I would rather have Kirk and Jonathan Taylor over T. Higgins. If we're looking at Kirk versus JT, give me Kirk this week, JT long-term. And with T. Higgins, he definitely has the upside. However, the issue that you're going to find is this is a wide receiver that is injured himself, dealing with an injured quarterback. And what we saw last year in a few of these games where T. Higgins was a pseudo game time decision is he plays 1 snap and then he stands on the sideline and looks pretty for the rest of the game. So by no means do I want to come out here and say that Higgins is someone that we should or even want to be starting. But Josh says 4-1 PBR, trade Hockenson and Nico Collins for Kenneth Walker and Jake Ferguson. Downgrade tight end, but need running backs. We have Barkley, James Cook, Achane. A receiver, we have Diggs, Puka, Ridley, and Addison. So Nico to Ferguson, give me Nico. TJ to Walker, give me Walker. So I think it is a fair deal, ultimately, if you really wanted to go out and make this play. Keep in mind, with Kenneth Walker, he's already made it through his bye week as well, so you're going to get the extra week from him. And with the Achane injury, if you needed to go out there and needed to make a play for a running back, this would be it. I just don't love selling Hawkinson, especially with no Jefferson here. Jose says, 10-team full BBR. We have Allen, Kupp, Adams, Hollywood, Amari, Swift, White, Madison, Spears, Andrews. Moves for better running backs. I mean, it's tough because Amari's no longer viable for us here. But if you wanted to go through and take, say, Hollywood Brown and Alexander Madison, send them in a deal together and go get to like the DeAndre Swift range, you could try to go out there and you could try to make that play, my friend. It's just a little bit more difficult with the Deshaun Watson injury. If Watson is going to miss an extended period of time, which makes Amari Cooper just not startable for the foreseeable future. Now, Trey says, morning, Mason. Good morning, my friend. Flex Ramondre, Brian Robinson, or Deonta Foreman. So if you looked at my rankings this week, we had Brian Robinson, Ramondre Stevenson literally back-to-back. There it is, up to you. And I think this is about the same range that Deonta Foreman falls in himself. Maybe you don't expect the same type of efficiency, but at the same time, maybe you're more confident with the overall workload. So I hate to give you this answer. I don't know, my man. I think they're all about the same. Can everybody in the chat please spam? Who would you rather start? Help me out here. Honestly, I'm going to listen to y'all's answer for the rest of the live stream as well when someone asks me this question. Would you rather start Deonta Foreman with nobody healthy in Chicago? Would you rather start Brian Robinson going up against the Atlanta Falcons or Ramondre Stevenson going up against the Raiders? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. We got Robinson, Foreman, Robinson, Stevenson, Foreman, Robinson, Stevenson, Foreman, Stevenson, Robinson. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. All these guys are like back to back to back. It looks like the chat is in by no means in consensus here. So honestly, I think it's up to you, my friend. I frankly do not know. And we're going to have to go back and find out where we left off. So as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. This is day 170 of live streaming every single day in a row. We've done it since April. And of course, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK will get you a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be getting a Joe Burrow special pick'em for the games today, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, since it was our birthday, tomorrow you will also be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. I mean, super happy we were able to get you all of that. The only reason is it's because it was our birthday. Only going to get everything with promo code FLOCK. So please make sure you take advantage of that link in the live chat. But XDS says, start Debo or Olave in a standard touchdown premium. I'm going to go Olave, my friend. And then we're going to go Hurts or Fields. I'm going to go Jalen Hurts. And then start one out of Garrett Wilson, Addison, Zay Flowers. Any props bets stick out to you? So I think between the wide receivers, you can kind of go back and forth. Personally, I have Garrett Wilson and Jordan Addison ranked back to back. I think you have to go with these guys over Zay Flowers in London, Germany, tomato, wherever the hell they are. So I'm going to go with your call between Garrett and Addison. Right now, I have Garrett Wilson ranked one slot higher, but it really is up to you. And then one of the pick'ems that I really like on Underdog this week is not going to be like a normal pick'em where you have even odds. It's going to be a 2x pick'em. So it's going to multiply whatever natural odds you would have with your pick'em slip by 2. I like Nico Collins to score a touchdown with no tank tail. Like I said, I would not like it if it was even odds, but if we're going to get the additional 2x multiplier on our pick'em for including that, I actually do like throwing that out there when we've seen Nico have a considerable amount of volume this season. WB says James Cook or Walker. We're definitely going to go Kenneth Walker, my friend. Carson says new apartment W. Hell yes. Spam W's in the chat for Carson. Start Godwin, JT, or Hollywood Brown. I think we bump Godwin down just a bit with Evans coming back in. Honestly, I kind of want to go JT. I think most people would tell you to go Tyler Lockett. I kind of want to go JT, but that's just me. John says pick 2, 2, and 1. We have A.J. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Olave, Waddle, Addison. We're going to be going with A.J. Brown, and then between Waddle and Olave, I think you can kind of go back and forth here. I think we pivot off of Ayuk if the weather's bad in Cleveland. And we probably go ahead and play A.J. Brown and Olave. Running back, we are going to be going Kamara and Kyron. And then I will play I'll play Waddle over Saquon Barkley. With Saquon going on Sunday night, they're optimistic he'll play. It'll be a gross situation even if he does. And then we will start Mark Andrews over Sam Laporta now that Amon-Ra St. Brown's back. Now, Jaquil coming out says full BBR, 2 running backs and 2 flex. Mostert, Pacheco, Waddle, Myers, Keenan, Metcalf, Barkley. Do we bench Metcalf for Barkley? I probably don't roll the dice with Barkley here. I think we go ahead. I think we play Keenan in one of the flex spots. And then I actually probably go Jalen Waddle. I have Waddle at 33 in our rankings and Metcalf at 34 this week, my friend. So really, it's up to you. But I don't think you have to roll the dice on Barkley. They're optimistic he'll play, but we're not guaranteed. And like we said, even if he does, it'll be a gross situation. Now, Christian says, PBR, start a wide receiver 2 and 2 flex between Kyron, DJ Moore, Puka, Thielen, Ayuk, and Swift. Also, in a different league, would you go Addison over Debo or Ayuk? Have a great day. Appreciate you, my friend. I would go Addison over Debo if the weather's going to be bad in Cleveland. That will be something to look out for. And then we are going to go ahead and at wide receiver 2, we are going to play Puka. And then for our 2 flex spots, we're going to take the running backs with guaranteed volume. We are going to go Kyron Williams and DeAndre Swift. Joey says, advice on guys to target for Justin Jefferson. Market in the league's dry. My team's below average. Should we target Amari, Higgins, or Terry Nico Collins, 16-team league? If you are trading away Justin Jefferson on a team that needs production now, I understand it, but you need a higher price tag than this. Because the thing is, it's not like T. Higgins is really giving you production now, right? It's not like Terry McLaurin's moved the needle for you. I understand a 16-team league. It's going to be a little bit tougher to find that depth. But nonetheless, what I'm going to be looking for is if we can get to CeeDee Lamb, get to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I've seen a lot of people go out there and make that move. Maybe go to like the Puka range. I don't think we would dip down to like Amari, especially not with Watson injured. John says, happy Sunday. Appreciate all the hard work you do. 18 PBR traded Moss, Pickens, Lockett for Lamb and Watson. Great move. 8-team league, depth wide receivers like Pickens, Lockett, not really going to matter. We went out there and we made the trade for the best player in CeeDee Lamb. I really like it. Okay. Now, Christopher says, Herbert or Stafford, full PPR. So Stafford actually is intriguing if you look at the implied team total that you have for the Los Angeles Rams. I think you still got to go Herbert over Stafford, though. Now, Peace a ton you coming out says, good problem to have. Montgomery or Jacobs in the flex. Great problem to have. With no Jahmyr Gibbs, we will go David Montgomery there in the flex spot, my friend. Elliot says, what's up, Mason? Love your work. Thank you. Need some help out of Lockett, Ford, Rashad White, Osborne, Gabe Davis. Who gets wide receiver 2, running back 2, and a flex? Cheers, brother. Cheers, my friend. We are going to go Rashad White, RB2. We are going to go Lockett and Gabe Davis as the other wide receivers. I think a lot of people would try to sneak in KJ Osborne. I just think that Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson kind of dominate the target volume here. Dom says flex Terry, KJ Osborne, or Saquon Barkley. Ooh. Here we'll go Saquon Barkley. If it's this range, we'll go Saquon. Jamie says pick 3, Amari, Downs, Barkley, Brees, James Cook. We're going to go Barkley, Brees, and James Cook, my friend. Doug Fantasy says full BBR Puka or Ayuk. We will go Puka, especially with the weather not looking great in Cleveland. Jay Dollarstein says need a flex, Deonta Foreman, London, Curtis Samuel, and KJ Osborne. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take the guaranteed volume of Deonta Foreman, my friend. Jeffrey says 10-team double flex PBR. We have Dak, Hill, Puka, Bijan, Eckler, Komet, Smith, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Pierce, Sanders, Achane. Traded Holland, Addison, Freckler. Okay, great deal, 10-team league. going out there and getting a top 5 player, I think that does make a lot of sense. I was ready to tell you we don't like it, my man, but that's actually a great trade. Sebastian says, am I wrong for starting Zach Ertz over Dallas Goedert? I personally think so. I mean, I just think that Zach Ertz is in a worse offense. OC Fussell says, sit to Ridley, Thielen, Waddle, Wilson, and Lockett. I think we're going to be benching Tyler Lockett for sure. And the between Thielen, Wilson, it's going to be close. I currently have Thielen ranked 37 in our flex rankings and Garrett Wilson ranked 39. So I think the other bench option comes down between those two options, and it is going to be up to you on that. But Swisher says, how's it going, Mason and Flock, Pittman or Addison? Appreciate you, my friend. I think we do go Pittman over Addison, even if you make an argument for Addison over the long term. Brill says, start to Kyron, Kamara, Walker, and Mixon. We're going to go ahead. We will play Alvin. Oh, my gosh, brutal. I really want to play Kamara. Probably end up going, I mean, if you look at our rankings, we have Walker 17, Kyron 19, Kamara 21, Mixon 22. All these guys are great. If it's a full BBR format, we probably go Kyron and Kamara. Half BBR format or less, we probably go Kyron and Walker. Brandon says, PBR, we have Ingram and Spears. Should we drop either for Keaton Mitchell or Brees, Chris Brooks over the coming weeks? I would not, no. Broderman says, morning bro, flex Moss, London, or Palmer in a PPR format. Good morning, my friend. And we are going to go Zach Moss this week. I think this is probably the last week where Zach Moss is viable outside of an injury, though, to Jonathan Taylor. Sean says, trade Stroud, London, Stevenson for Purdy, Hopkins, and Ford. So Stroud to Purdy, lateral move. London to Hopkins. Probably give me Hopkins. Stevenson to Ford, give me Stevenson. You lost Anthony Richardson and you don't trust Stevenson. Well, my thing is, how the hell could you trust Jerome Ford. Tomato. It's a running back by committee in Cleveland, just like it is in New England. And with Jerome Ford, if you have no Deshaun Watson here, it's probably going to be a horrendous offense as well. So I agree. I don't necessarily trust Ramondre Stevenson either, my friend. But with that being said, I don't trust Jerome Ford at the same time. So you can do you. You can go in either direction. In reality, I think it's kind of a lose-lose. Now, let's pull this up. We're going to have to swing this to the other page. Okay, so now our next question coming out. Oh, crap. Let's just control F trust here. All right. So our last one was from Sean. This next one is from Devin. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. We could have just pulled this up on the other page the entire time. Okay, I'm sorry. Ignore me. Saquon and Amari for Brees and Christian Watson. Okay, Saquon, Brees, up to you. Amari, Christian Watson, honestly, it's up to you, my friend. Hate to give you this answer. I think it is a very fair deal, and it's up to your personal preference. If Saquon was to be traded, I definitely prefer the Saquon side. I'll say that. Joshua says, 12-team PBR. Traded Garrett Wilson, Zay Flowers, and Jahmyr Gibbs for Keenan Allen. Team is now Lamar, CMC, Pacheco, Keenan, Evans, Laporta, Pittman, with HN on the IR slot. 1 through 10, how are we looking? I think it was a solid trade and a great team. Obviously, now the ultimate goal is we just have to backfill some of these options off the waiver wire when we sell all of our depth to get that stud. Now, Ethan says, Hall, Barkley, or pick up Foreman or Ahmed. We will go Breece Hall here, my friend. We'll go Breece Hall. Harrison says, love you, Mason. Full BBR. Need a running back too between Stevenson, Brian Robinson. I want to believe one of these days Ramondre will come back. Okay, so, I mean, if you look at our rankings, I have Brian Robinson at 52. I have Ramondre Stevenson at 53. You can go either way, my man. I mean, I probably go Brian Robinson, but it's really, really close. And then flex Hopkins or Hollywood with no Burks again. 4-1, keep doing your thing. Appreciate you, my friend. And yeah, exactly because you have no Treylon Burks, I think we do ultimately want to go DeAndre Hopkins. Also, maybe Hollywood Brown's not 100%. Giannis says, non-BBR tough decisions this week. Sit 3 between Ramondre, Smith, DK, Osborne, Nico, Ford, Olave, White, Foreman. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we sit Ford with the backup quarterback against the toughest defense in the NFL. I think we sit Osborne. I don't think he's the talent of these other guys. And then between Ramondre, Smith, DK, Nico, Olave, White, and Foreman, it's tough there, but in a non-PBR format, we probably bench Ramondre Stevenson. A. Thomas says, thoughts on Keaton Mitchell rest of season? He's active today. I think he can be a part-time player in Baltimore. Will he make a difference in fantasy football? Probably not. Probably not. Todd says 2 questions. Mahomes, James Cook, Walker, Pittman, Thielen, London, and White. Any moves to improve? And when you play White or Foreman, full PBR, thanks. So thank you, my friend. We're going to go White over Foreman in a full BBR format. Honestly, not necessarily. If you could sit in Foreman and maybe one of those depth wide receivers like London and go get an upgrade there at wide receiver for the long term, that could be interesting. Ginger coming out says, pick 3 BBR. Kirk, Hollywood, Nico Collins, or Deebo Samuel. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Nico Collins, Christian Kirk. In between Hollywood, Deebo comes down to the weather in Cleveland, but probably Deebo. Let me go ahead and pull up, see if we have a weather report with Cleveland here. Cleveland weather. Looks like it's not raining right now, but you definitely can start by game time. And it is pretty windy as well. Yeah, weather as of now does not look great in Cleveland. Okay. Now our next switch coming out from Rich, who says 10 team, full BBR double flex. Foreman, Moss, Chuba. Also, Laporta got it. We're definitely going to go Laporta. And then there, I think we're going to go with Deonta Foreman and Chuba Hubbard. Very confident with their workloads, where I think you maybe end up having Jonathan Taylor expand his role. Also, if my guy Jacobs loses to go 0-6, I'm going to need another roast for you, my man. I mean, at one of these days, he will realize his wrongs and he'll join the flock. One of these days. But until then, he's destined to be 0-6. Robert says, would you start Justice Hill or Keaton Mitchell? I would go Justice Hill. BD says, standard scoring, 1. Need 2 starters in a flex, pick 3. Olave, Ayuk, Kirk, Zay Flowers, Addison. 2, Hunter Henry or Jake Ferguson. Okay. We're going to go Olave, Ayuk, and Kirk, unless the weather looks too bad in Cleveland, in which at that point you would pivot from Ayuk to Jordan Addison. And then between Hunter Henry and Jake Ferguson, I'm going to go Jake Ferguson for the simple reason I want nobody in New England. Let's move this around. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there and drop a like on this live stream. We just hit 300 likes on the stream. Looks like about 11% of y'all have actually dropped a like on the live stream, which is a little bit more than usual. But if you're ever going to do it for our Sunday morning streams. By far and away the most important live streams for us. And also, days 170 of live streaming in a row. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, because it was our birthday this week, Underdog is hooking y'all up a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for today's game. And on top of that, a Justin Herbert special pick'em only with promo code FLOCK because it was our birthday this week. So please make sure you take advantage of that. Super happy we were able to get you all of that. Now, Weston says 12-team PPR, 3 receivers and a flex. We have Lawrence, Barkley, Brian Robinson, Diggs, Waddle, Ridley, Ferguson, Higgins. And then on the bench, we have Geno, Jameson, Dell, Waller, DeMarcado, and Achane. I really like the team, my friend. I mean, I think that we're going out there and we are focusing in on long-term upside. So the only thing that I would say is potentially if you wanted to put Darren Waller over Jake Ferguson in the starting lineup, you could look to do that, but by no means do you have to. But looks like Waller will play. Giggity Goose says, should we stash Jason, Mingo, Downs, or Elijah Moore? I think Jackson Smith and Jigba has the most long-term upside. Jordan says, which two should I start? Hopkins, Pittman, Pierce, or Hollywood? With no Treylon Burks, if it's a full PPR format, I probably go Hopkins and Pittman. If it's a non-PPR league, we probably go Pittman and Pierce. The Real Yannick says, Brian Robinson or Chuba. We're probably going to go Chuba. And then Hopkins or Hollywood. Let's get a 5-1. Hell yes. Probably go Hopkins over Hollywood, with Hollywood dealing with the illness this week and Hopkins having no Burks. Richard says, happy VR, Flowers, Wilson, Collins, Hopkins, Myers, pick 3. We're going to be going with, oh my gosh, Hopkins, Collins, and then between Garrett Wilson, Flowers, Myers, it will be up to you. I mean, if you look at our rankings, I have Myers at 45, Flowers at 46, Garrett Wilson at 39. So I have Garrett Wilson as the guy, but it is up to you. And yeah, we did have Hopkins down there at 48 as well, but since then, Burks has been ruled out, so I do want to give a bump to Hopkins. David coming out with the donation. Thank you, my friend. And Jacob says, 12-team full PPR double flex, Deonta Foreman or Terry McLaurin in that flex spot. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Deonta Foreman. Weston says, didn't have enough room 1 and 4 in, okay, any trade moves. We already assumed that's what you were talking about, my friend. So I believe that's how we answered it. And no, because down there on the bench, I think we are focusing in on long-term upside with guys like Jameson and Devon Achane. I think you're already in a good spot. And the only thing that I would possibly do in terms of switching our starting lineup around would possibly be playing Darren Waller over Jake Ferguson. Josh says, PPR, start 1, sit 3. Addison, Nico, Ridley, Flowers. I'm going to go ahead. I will start Calvin Ridley for the upside, my friend. Not Lucid says, full PPR, double flex, start sits. We have Ramondre, Amari. We're going to go Ramondre. Why? I mean, I am not going to start any of the Arizona backs just because I don't know who it's going to be. I'd rather wait and see. And then Tyreek, Olave, Collins, Kirk, Hopkins, Gabe Davis. I'm losing faith in Olave and Gabe as an plus matchup. So we need 2 flexes. Wait, what? Tell me Tyreek potentially can be... We rank the wide receivers as Tyreek, Nico Collins with no Tank Dell, then Olave. Please play Olave. I understand. Been a little disappointing over the past 2 weeks. First 3 weeks before the Derek Carr shoulder injury, he was averaging over 100 total yards per game. Fred says flex DJ or Mostert. You have to play Mostert. Please, for the love of God. Luke says start Chuba or Brian Robinson. Full BBR will go we'll go Chuba. Young says start 2, Pittman, Smith, Godwin, Hollywood. We'll go with Pittman and Devonta Smith, especially as you have no Sauce Gardner in this game. Ryan says, taking the health concerns with the Jets into consideration, choose 3, Metcalf, Waddle, Smith, or Ridley. And how do you feel about JT versus James Cook? Okay, I'm going to go James Cook this week, Jonathan Taylor long-term. And then here, if you look at our rankings, we have Metcalf 34, Waddle 33, Smith 31, and Ridley 27. So I personally have Metcalf as the bench here, my friend. And I understand Metcalf has been the better wide receiver this season. Metcalf is the wide receiver 22 from a points per game perspective. But with that being said, he's only had 23 targets. You've had 20 from JSN. You've had 27 from Lockett. I don't know. I don't think we want to go through and say that you have to bench Metcalf, but out of those options, especially with no Sauce Gardner, you probably want to. Now, Machu coming out. Happy to see you, my friend. Says, good morning, man. Full BBR for the flex. We're going to go Hopkins, Kirk, JT Moss, or Godwin. We're going to go, oh my gosh. Kirk or Hopkins, it will be up to you. Full BBR, I definitely think we want to be going with the receiver. And then also Herbert or Tua. Thanks, brother. No, thank you, my man. I mean, here, if you're looking at my quarterback rankings this week, we have Justin Herbert at 47. I mean, we have Justin Herbert at 7. We have Tua at 4. Herbert is going up against a much tougher matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. I think we go Tua. Indy says, who do you value more rest of season, Waddle or Smith? I think that they're in that same tier, and honestly, it is up to you. I'm not going to fault you one way or another. Michael says, Brees or Stevenson? We will go Brees. Devin says, morning and happy belated, Mason. Thank you. 12-team full BBR. Purdy or Goff? We're going to take Goff. And pick 2, Taylor, Barkley, Dermicado. Horrible decisions I got to make. We're going to go Taylor and Barkley. The thing with these Arizona backs, it may end up being maybe Keontae Ingram. It may be Keontae Ingram, so I don't know. And we just actually got a report saying Devon Achane is expected to return when first eligible in week 11. So big news for people relying on Achane. Looks like he will be good to go week 11. Okay. The Carolina Nurses, full BBR, Hopkins or Jonathan Taylor. I'm 1-4. Full BBR format, not going to fault you at all if you wanted to go DeAndre Hopkins this week with no Treylon Burks. Long term, you definitely prefer JT. JD says, Dak or Dobbs. We're going to go Dak, my friend. And then flex Lockett or DeMarcado. We're going to go Tyler Lockett. Not starting any Arizona back. Francisco says, need 4 PBR, Saquon, Brian Robinson, Evans, Devonta Smith, Thielen, and Joshua Palmer. We are going to go with Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Adam Thielen, and we will play Saquon Barkley. They're saying Saquon Barkley is optimistic to play tonight. Obviously, it is a little bit of a scary spot because he does play tonight, right? Where we don't have that clarity by the time we make the decision. Jackson says, what's up, Mason? Any favorite pick'ems this week? I have a couple. We covered these in the video yesterday. So if you're looking at trying to go for any just even odds one, I actually like the Jalen Hurts to score a rushing touchdown this week. And then if you're looking at anything that's a little bit of a deeper odds, so if you wanted like a 2x multiplier on a pick'em, see if we can find, where is Nico Collins? We keep skipping over Nico here now. Here he is. There we go. I actually really like the Nico Collins at a 2x multiplier to score a touchdown as well. If that was even odds, hell to the no, but with a 2x multiplier with no Tank Dell, I actually do like Nico Collins at that point. Okay. And yeah, those are not quote unquote locks. If it's a 2x multiplier, it's like, okay, well, obviously you get the usual odds on Underdog, which do give you a little bit of juice. Then you double those set odds. So it's not a lock by any means. I want to make sure we understand that it is a long shot there with Nico Collins on the 2x multiplier to score a touchdown. But I still do like it nonetheless. Okay. Caesar says 10-team BBR, 1 bench. We have Kamara, Olave, Hall, and DJ Moore. Ooh, tough spot to be in. If we have to bench one, I'd probably end up benching Chris Olave, even though I don't like it. I definitely don't like it, my friend. I think we bench Olave there. Okay. Now we actually have to go through and find our next question. So that last one is coming out from Chris. I'm sorry, from Caesar. Chris is our next one, I believe. So let me refresh this so we can keep pulling these questions up. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, subscribe to the channel. We have live streamed every single day for, at this point, 170 days in a row. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, now is the best time to do so. It was our birthday this week, so Underdog's hooking y'all up. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Joe Burrow special pick'em for today, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night. So please make sure you take advantage of that. Promo code FLOCK. It's going to get you all hooked up. And I mean, super happy we were able to get you all of that. Really only able to because it was our birthday. So make sure you take advantage. Now, our next question coming out from Caesar says, bench one. No, we already answered that one. Christian says, start Foreman or Hubbard. Full BBR format, I will go Chuba Hubbard. Mir says, full BBR start 2. Stevenson, White, Hubbard. I'm going to go White and Chuba Hubbard in a full BBR format. DJ says, I have Puka and Moss. Got offered Taylor for Puka. Should we take it? We also have Ramondre Barkley, just in case Ramondre. Okay. Ramondre Barkley, up to you. I'm completely fine if you wanted to roll the dice with Barkley. And in the short term, like this week, I think Puka's a better option than JT. In the long term, I probably do prefer Jonathan Taylor, though, my friend. Derek says full BBR, Lamar or Cousins. We will go Lamar, and I think it's not necessarily close either with no Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, my man. Hunnit says PBR, Andrews, Ramondre, or Foreman in the flex. I think we are going to go ahead. We will play Deonta Foreman in the flex spot. Never wanting to flex a tight end if we can avoid it. Okay. Now, poster coming out saying, trade now if the bye week 10, half our team is out. Nope. The last thing we need to be thinking about is a bye week in the future. We're going to be just fine, my friend. We'll make waiver wire moves from now till then. Our team will look different. Yeah, that's like 20 on the list of things that are important in fantasy. Don't be making trades to cover a bye. Worst case scenario, we lose a week. And that's absolute worst case scenario. Okay. Dizzle says 10 TBBR 5-0. Need one wide receiver in flex between Hopkins, Nico, Ayuk, or James Cook. Rest of the lineup is Hurts, Etienne, Kyron, Chase, and Kelsey. We're going to go Nico Collins there at wide receiver with no Tank Dell. And then for the flex, I think it really is up to you. If the weather looks okay in Cleveland, you maybe go Brandon Ayuk. If not, we probably just go ahead and play James Cook. Matthew says, Cook, Wilson, Gabe Davis. We have Allen and Diggs already for the stag. God bless. God bless, my friend. And I think we are going to go ahead and we will take James Cook with the guaranteed workload, right? I mean, it is a little concerning that it's transitioning to a 3-man running back by committee, but nonetheless, we know we are going to be getting guaranteed touches with James Cook. Scully says start Zay, Godwin, JT, or Saquon Barkley. Oh my gosh. I think Barkley has the highest ceiling, but at the same time, we're not 100% with Barkley. Barkley for the ceiling, Flowers for the floor. I probably go Barkley though. James, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Henry says Foreman, Stevenson, Pierce, or Ford. Flex 1. It's going to be down between Pierce and Foreman. Can't play Stevenson with how bad the Patriots have looked. Can't play Ford in a horrible matchup against the 49ers with the backup quarterback. It's your call between Foreman and Pierce. Now, Vibe God coming out says flex. 12-team PBR, Drake, Stevenson, DeMercado. We will go Ramondre Stevenson. It's not the easiest call in the world. Like I said, with the Arizona backs, you have no idea who it's going to be. Could be Keontae Ingram. So I personally am just going through and looking to avoid the Arizona running backs for the time being. Okay. Now, Mitigated Frame coming out saying, Christian Kirk will go off today, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns, start him. Sounds like someone relying on Christian Kirk, my man. Good luck, good luck. Tsunami says, yo, Mason, are we starting JT if the only other option is Spears? Hell yes, my man. I think that Jonathan Taylor will be much better than someone like Spears. James says, going up against a 5-0 team today, should we play Ayuk, Addison, or Ridley for the flex? If we're shooting for the highest ceiling possible here, my friend, I know he's been a little bit volatile so far this season, but I think you do ultimately end up going with Calvin Ridley based off the ceiling that we have seen, particularly with touchdowns as well. Paul says PBR start 1. Palmer, Brian Robinson, Osborne, and Josh Reynolds. Can't play Reynolds with St. Brown coming back. I think you just go ahead and you play Brian Robinson. A guaranteed workload, guaranteed touches. Now, Tim says PBR being offered Fields for Puka. My other receivers are St. Brown, DJT, and Cortland Sutton. I'm 2 and 3 with Dak. What are your thoughts? I could see how this would possibly make sense. What I would probably rather look to do is see if we can package together Puka and Dak and see if we can get to Josh Allen, see if we can get to Jalen Hurts, see if we can get to Patrick Mahomes. That would be plan A for me if we could try to make that move, my friend. Justice says 5-0 where we have Hurts, Kyron, Walker, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, TJ Hawkinson, Madison, or Nico Collins for the flex. Just traded Nico and Madison for CeeDee Lamb. Won't get him till next week. Any moves? Great trade. Great trade. After that, I think we sit on our hands. And if we are going to be looking at someone for the flex between Nico and Alexander Madison in a full BBR format, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Nico Collins, especially with no Tank Dell in this offense. Fred says 16 BBR. We have Mahomes, Pollard, Kamara, Kupp, Puka, Andrews, Mostert, DJ Moore. I'm 3 and 2. I traded AJ Brown for Jefferson. Did I get robbed? Specifically in a 6-team league, I think it's okay. Because in a 6-team league, it will be the easiest thing in the world to ever go out there and find production. And really the only thing that matters is the absolute highest ceiling possible. So do I think you got a good price? Not at all. In a 6-team league, are we okay paying up for the studs? Yes, we are. Okay. Teresa, welcome to being a member of the flock. And Zahuk says Boyd over Amari. Not if Higgins plays. Not if Higgins plays. I mean, Boyd wasn't even the wide receiver 2 with no Higgins last week. Luke says full BVR with Laporta questionable and still iffy Sunday morning. I'm making the call to Zach Ertz. What are your thoughts? Ertz with the 5-star matchup this week. I am still going to go Sam Laporta because I think he is in a much better offense and I think he has more touchdown upside and expectations are Sam Laporta does play. I understand if you wanted to pivot off, but I'm going to go Laporta. Not Lucid says sit to full BBR. Kirk, Collins, Hopkins, Davis. Thanks. So thank you. We're going to bench Gabe Davis. And then between Kirk, Collins, and DeAndre Hopkins, it's closer now that you have no Treylon Burks, but we still probably end up benching DeAndre Hopkins. Matthew says Sam Howell, CJ Stroud, or Geno Smith at quarterback today. I probably end up going CJ Stroud. It's close between Stroud and Geno. Definitely not looking at Sam Howell. But I think we could see a bounce back spot for CJ Stroud. Don't love the matchup, but I mean, even if they fall behind, we've seen that they're willing to just let him air it out in garbage time. Now, Matt says, happy BR, Moss, White, or T. Higgins. I personally am going to be avoiding T. Higgins. And that if you are looking at Higgins, this is a wide receiver that's banged up himself with a banged up quarterback. We saw him last year in a few games not be 100%. He's active. He plays a snap, then stands on the sideline the rest of the game. Yeah, so I don't know. I just cannot start T. Higgins. Almost under no circumstance am I doing that. Sean says Foreman or Derrick Henry. We will go Derrick Henry. I'd love to tell you Deonta Foreman, but we can't. Edward says, should we flex Odell or Barkley? Definitely going to be going with Saquon Barkley. Looks like he should be good to go on Sunday. And we should have a decent flex option as well if he isn't. Now, Abjad says, gave up Myers, Davis, a future first, fourth for Waddle, Higgins, Pickens, Swift, 6th and 7th. Worst case, I try to get picks at the deadline. I mean, obviously it helps you win this year. Now the question is, okay, well, what's the situation? You know? Like if you're in a spot where it's a full-blown dynasty league where we're going to get to keep all these guys, then sure. But if it's like a 3-player keeper league where we just sold all of our ability to compete next season, probably not as good. So it definitely depends. Are we in that full-blown dynasty league? Are we in a hybrid, like a 10, 11-player keeper? Is this a 2-player keeper? Very hard to know without knowing that. The settings of the league. Cash says, who to start at the flex, Akers or Spears? I will go Spears over Akers, especially if it's a full PPR format. Henry says, start 2 running backs in a flex. We have Madison, Brian Robinson, Pierce, London, and Foreman. Thanks. So thank you, my friend. We are going to go with Brian Robinson and Deonta Foreman. And then for the flex, we'll go Pierce. Play Robinson, Pierce, and Foreman. Honestly, if you ask me who to go with between these guys, I would simply have no idea. I think that they are neck and neck and neck. Okay. Chris says, sit 1, Hall, Bijan, Hopkins, DK, Walker, and Pittman. I think all these guys are playable, but if we had to bench one, we go ahead and we bench DeAndre Hopkins. Even though Hopkins looks like he's in a better spot considering the injury that we have to Treylon Burks. Now, CR coming out with our next question. Are we going to have to swing this to the other page? Yes, we are. Give me 1 second. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog. Since it was our birthday this week, Underdog got y'all hooked up with a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for today's games, and a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for tomorrow's games as well. Just make sure you are using promo code FLOCK. Super happy we're able to get y'all hooked up with that. Now, CR says, pick 1, Brees, Ridley, Saquon, Addison, and Pittman. We will go with Brees Hall even in the tough matchup, like the guaranteed workload. Ginger says, defense, Miami at home or Eagles at Jets. We're going to go with Miami at home as 14-point favorites. Iconic Thug says, sit 1, full BBR. St. Brown, Ayuk, Calvin Ridley, Nico Collins. Ooh. Really tough. I think we sit either Nico Collins or Brandon Ayuk. Let's wait before kickoff, and then let's look up what the weather is in Cleveland. And then Lawrence, CJ Stroud at quarterback here. We are going to go Trevor Lawrence over Stroud. Now, Peter Ramirez says, sitting Barkley, should we start Ahmed or Chuba Hubbard? I'm going to go Chuba Hubbard for sure. over Ahmed. If you wanted to go Barkley over Hubbard, not going to fault you for it. Brad says 3 receivers have BBR 5-0, but a very competitive league, and I'm in a weak spot this week. Start 2, Justice Hill, Boyd, JSN, Odell, Keontae Ingram. Top waiver wire option is Mingo. Not going to go Mingo over these guys. I think we go Justice Hill and Keontae Ingram, even though in Baltimore, it looks like it may end up being a 3-man running back by committee with Keaton Mitchell, Justice Hill, and Gus Edwards, which obviously is not something we are too excited about. But Imram coming out saying, trade Kyron and Thielen for Devontae Adams. Running backs are Etienne, Walker, Montgomery, Kyron. Wide receivers are Chase, Thielen, Amari, Pickens. 1 and 4, wish me luck today. Wish you the best of luck, my friend. And if you wanted to go out there and get Devontae Adams because we are strong at running back like this and we just need the best options in the starting lineup possible, yeah, let's go ahead and let's make this play. Let's go get Devontae Adams. Now, Laker Niner says Osborne over Garrett today. Tough Jets matchup. I mean, yeah, but you have no sauce in this game. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Garrett Wilson. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Obviously, going up against the Eagles. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we're still going to go through and we're still going to be playing Wilson here. Now, BizOp Insider says Kyron or more in the flex. We're going to go Kyron. In League 2, James Cook or Breece Hall. We will go with Breece Hall. Shadow says Sup traded Swift, Sam Howell for Pacheco, Algier, Dak. Howell to Dak, give me Dak. Swift for Pacheco, Algier, probably give me Swift. Not the worst thing in the world. Trade for Eckler or Cup, but they're asking for a lot. We lost Chubb, HN, Connor so far. If you lost all those players, I'm going to assume we don't have enough depth to afford Cup or Eckler. If you had to tell me, ask who I rank higher between these two guys, who I'd rather have at this point, I would rather have Austin Eckler, especially with him already through his bye as well. Stay Beastin' Boy says 16 team, have BBR, need a flex. We have Michael Wilson, Alexander Madison, Dotson, and Jamison Williams. We will play Alexander Madison, even if Madison doesn't look as exciting with Cam Akers taking some of his work. But Ryan says full BBR, we have Hall, Garrett Wilson, Flowers. We need to start 2. We're going to go with Breece Hall and Zay Flowers. Actually, definitely play Breece Hall, Zay Flowers, Garrett Wilson. It is up to you. I think we can kind of go back and forth between these guys. Actually, maybe go Garrett Wilson. Let's go Garrett Wilson. Let's play both Jets, even if it's the risky approach. Ben says, rate my team. 12-team BBR. We have Tua, Jamar, Ridley, Myers, Jacobs, Etienne, Laporta. The flex is Thielen. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, JT, Roshan, Deontay, Quentin Johnson, KJ Osborne. Any suggestions or on moves I do, or do we hold as is? I think it's a very strong team. I think we look to hold as is for the time being. Once we get Deontay coming out of the bye, once we get JT breaking out a little bit more, once we get, hopefully, Quentin Johnston looking viable, then at that point, I think we can afford to go out there and maybe make a 2-for-1 deal with one of these depth wide receivers to go get a stud for the flex spot. But until that happens, we're probably sitting on our hands, my friend. Joey, always happy to see us. This trade off for Adrian Brown, Tank Dell for Jefferson and Deontay Johnson. It's a 16-team league where we currently are 3-2. Wideouts are Palmer, Thomas, Mooney, Mingo, Johnson. Should I push him to upgrade Dell to McLaurin, or do we take it? If we could get McLaurin over Dell, it would be an absolute no-brainer. In a 16-team format, I'm going to be much more willing to just get some production for Justin Jefferson now, because it will be much more difficult to go out there and overcome what we have with the Justin Jefferson absence in a 16-team league where it's not as simple as just go to the waiver wire and pick up a depth piece. Devin says 12-team PPR 1-4. Is it time to deal my top players? A.J. Brown, JT, Barkley, Purdy, Laporta, and rebuild? Or do we hold on until they are fully healthy? Okay. If you're telling me it's a dynasty format, yes, it is time to sell A.J. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley. But obviously, we're looking to hold on to Sam Laporta. If it is a dynasty league, burn down this team, sell these veterans, sell Brown, sell JT, sell Barkley. Try to lose out. That way, if it's a one quarterback format, we get Marvin Harrison Jr. with the 101 in next year's rookie draft. And if it's a super flex league, we get Caleb Williams 101. A1 the grade says start 2, Moss, Mingo, Dotson, Ingram, Ahmed, Gus in a double flex format. For sure, we're going to go Zach Moss. And then outside of that, we probably roll the dice that Keontae Ingram is the starting running back there. I mean, we know Mostert's the starting running back in Miami. With Gus, he may be in a 3-man running back by committee this week. See, I think you want to go ahead. I think we're going to play Moss and roll the dice on Keontae Ingram, understanding that Keontae has a very low floor. Now, Johnny says, good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy birthday week, by the way. Thank you. Which wide receiver do we start? Hopkins or Addison? Very close. I probably am going to go Addison, even with no Treylon Burks. And then which running back between Derrick Henry and James Cook? If you look at my rankings this week, we do have Derrick Henry as the guy. It's not super easy, obviously, with the Tajay Spears usage, but also with James Cook, you're having to deal with usage from both Damien Harris and Latavius Murray. Now, Alan says James Cook or Breece Hall. We will go Breece over James. MH says PBR 1 flex. Hopkins, Pierce, or Jacoby Myers appreciated. Appreciate you. I think in a full BBR format, we play Hopkins now that we have no Treylon Burks this week. Martinez says, should we start Hall, Foreman, or Zach Moss? We are going to go ahead. We are going to play Breece Hall. I understand that we should be concerned, and I don't think he repeats what he did last week with it being a much tougher matchup. But still, he can be fine with the guaranteed volume, even if he's not as good as he was last week against Denver. Okay. Now, Donu says 10-team BBR, RB2. Should we start Chuba or Jerome Ford? Thanks, Mason. Thank you. We are going to go Chuba Hubbard, considering the fact that you are dealing with, a backup quarterback in Cleveland and the worst matchup possible going up against the 49ers. Now, Hearsay says 12-team at BBR, flex, Amari, Dermicado, Robert Woods, Reynolds, or Tajay Spears. I'm 1-4 and worried about Amari this week. I 100% understand you being worried about Amari. It's a horrendous matchup, and he's going up against very tough competition. However, with that being said, out of these options, you probably still need to go through and play Amari Cooper. It pains me to say, I wish we could go elsewhere. You still probably go Amari. Now, Xenia says start Derrick Henry or James Cook. We'll go Derrick Henry. GK says, Mason, my man, I'm in a bad spot from injuries. It's a PBR 12-team league. Wide receiver 2, Tutu, Palmer, Wilson. On the waiver wire, Gallup, Brandon Cooks, Boyd, Chark, Woods. Now, if this is Garrett Wilson, it's Garrett Wilson easily. Now, I'm assuming because you're asking this question that there's an outside chance that it may be Michael Wilson. And if it's Michael Wilson, then in that instance, we will go ahead and we will play Joshua Palmer. We will go Palmer in that instance. Now, Scott says, very bad week, full BBR. We have Bijan, Ahmed, Dermicado. Lost Roshan and Connor. What would you suggest? We go Bijan and Dermicado and set up a prayer that he's the starting guy in Arizona. Obviously, if we could have gone out there and picked up Deonta Foreman, if you can pick up Chuba Hubbard, those would be the priority guys here, though. Edward says trade Kittle for Garrett Wilson in a 16-team redraft league. If you have another viable tight end, I'm fine with it, knowing that wide receivers will be harder to come by in a 16-team league. WC Finn says start 3, Waddle, Pittman, Puka, Ridley, and Hollywood in a PPR format. we're going to be going with Puka for sure, Ridley for sure, and then Waddle as well. I think Pittman's right there. Don't play Hollywood. If you wanted to slide Pittman in over one of these guys, I'm not going to fault you for it. But as it stands now, I think we go Pittman, Puka. We go Puka, Ridley, and Waddle. Big Route says Chuba or McLaurin in a 10-team league. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Chuba Hubbard. You know, my man, I'm just always going to go with the running back that gets the guaranteed volume. And this week, the guaranteed volume running back will be Chuba Hubbard. Steve says start 3, sit 1. Ayuk, Debo, Myers, Waddle. If we have to sit one of these guys, we probably end up benching Debo Samuel if the weather's very bad in Cleveland. If the weather's okay, then we bench Jacoby Myers. Riggy says full BBR, Dermicado or Spears? Thanks. So thank you. We'll go with the running back in Arizona because he at least has a shot to be the guy, right? Cash says, would he play Zach Ertz as a flex in a full BBR instead of Spears? Rule of thumb is we're never playing a flex tight ends. In this range, it's acceptable if you really wanted to. I'd probably go Ertz in a full PBR format. HE says Moss or Chuba. I'm going to go Chuba Hubbard at this point. Anthony says Puka or Waddle. We'll sadly have to say it's Puka. Airphonics says 6-point passing touchdown. Herbert or Fields. We're going to go Fields with Herbert having a tough matchup against the Cowboys. And then Ridley, DJ Moore, or Puka. It will be down between Ridley and Puka. I think you probably end up going Puka. In our flex rankings, we have Puka wide receiver 24, and I have Ridley at wide receiver 27. Matthew says, pick 3. We have Olave, Addison, Flowers, Amari, Higgins, Palmer. And then pick 1, Deonta Foreman, Brian Robinson, and Tajee Spears. We're going to play Olave, Addison, and Flowers. Bench Amari with the backup quarterback. Bench Higgins being banged up. Bench Palmer with Johnson possibly expanding his role. And then between Foreman, Brian Robinson, and Spears, it's 100% between Foreman and Brian Robinson. And honestly, I could go back and forth between these two guys. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I do think that it's up to you there. Namar says Addison or James Cook in a half-point PPR format. I'm going to go James Cook this week. I have Cook at 36. I have Addison at 40 in our flex rankings. Once we get confirmation that Addison's the guy over KJ Osborne, then at that point, I think we can pivot. Now, Bobby says, I need 2 out of 3, T, Kirk, or KJ Osborne in a PPR format. We're going to go Christian Kirk for damn sure. Then between T. Higgins and KJ Osborne, it's going to be up to you. I am typically avoiding T. Higgins where I can, just given the risk that we have of him possibly not playing a full role. That's what we saw last year in a few of these similar situations. But Osborne's not like he is guaranteed to be a stud either. So play Kirk, and then between Higgins and Osborne, it is up to you. Now, Akima coming out says 8-team full BBR. I've already lost 6 players due to injury. I'm 1-9 due to the league median. Need 2 running backs and 2 flex. We have Madison, Robinson, Barkley, Ahmed, Hubbard, Ford, and Spears. Really tough spot to be in. We're going to go with Chuba Hubbard, Brian Robinson at running back. And then for our flex spots, we are going to be going with Alexander Madison and Saquon Barkley. Specifically, make sure that Barkley's in your flex, however, just in case if anything does happen on Sunday night, where right now the Giants are saying they're quote-unquote optimistic that Saquon will be playing. Just in case something does end up happening, we want to have him in our flex so we have more options to pivot to. Okay. Now let me find our next one. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 3 likes away from hitting 700 likes on this live stream. It looks like only about 10% of y'all have gone down there and dropped a like on the stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I've live streamed every single day since April, 170 days in a row, not stopping until 2024. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it for us now. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match. plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And now is the best time as well to get on Underdog Fantasy because it was our birthday this week. So Underdog's hooking y'all up with a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the game today. And on top of that, since it was our birthday, you'll get a Justin Herbert special pick'em only with promo code FLOCK for tomorrow as well. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. Underdog never does it, but it's our birthday, so they decided to hook y'all up. So please make sure you are taking advantage. Or it was our birthday this week. Eric says, Fields, Jacobs, Kyron, Cup, St. Brown, Evans, Henry. Do I plug in one of these three over our starters? Zach Moss, Stevenson, Kirk, half PPR, Mason. Thank you. Very important week. Okay. If we were going to play a wide receiver, it would be Christian Kirk. Do I play Christian Kirk over Mike Evans? Do I play him over Amon-Ra St. Brown? Probably not. Definitely not over Cup. Do I play Moss over Jacobs or Kyron? No. Do I swap out the flex? Honestly, no. Honestly, my friend, I think you have a great team now that Cup is back. Obviously, we have a lot riding on that Rams offense with Cup and Kyron, but I am wishing you the best of luck here, my friend. Kieran says, morning flock, start Justice Hill or risk it with Saquon. Good morning. I think that we risk it with Saquon. The Giants are saying that they're optimistic that he plays. And on top of that, my friend, I mean, you are looking at Keaton Mitchell being good to go. So it may end up being a 3-man running back by committee in Baltimore. Something that we have to slightly be concerned about. Now, two gingers coming out saying full BBR start Waller or Cade Otton. Waller off a groin against the Bills, who are great against tight ends. And Bucks will be in a shootout with Detroit. Still go Waller. Yeah, we're definitely going to go Waller. I understand the thought process. Very tough matchup against the Bills. But with Evans good to go, I don't necessarily think Otton is guaranteed for some massive target share. So let's go Darren Waller. Psycho says, do we trade away Brian Robinson, Nico Collins for Montgomery and Terry McLaurin? Yes, I think you go out there. I think you get the best player in David Montgomery, especially with the Gibbs injury. Teresa says, happy BR, start Addison, Allen, Puka, Lamb. Thanks. So thank you. We are going to go with Allen, Puka, and CeeDee Lamb. We will bench Jordan Addison here, even if he does look very appealing, of course, with the injury that you have to Justin Jefferson. James says, Logan Thomas or Darren Waller. We'll go Darren Waller. He will play tonight. Foreman or Chuba Hubbard. Full BBR format, we go Chuba Hubbard. Non-BBR, if you wanted to go Foreman, would not fault you for it. I think both guys are viable plays. Doctor says, pick two in a non-BBR format. We have Godwin, Osborne, Edwards, and Palmer. We're to go Godwin and Palmer. Non-BBR, Edwards does get a bump up. But at the same time, we can say, oh, okay, well, if you have Keaton Mitchell good to go, I don't think Keaton Mitchell is going to take over starting running back and crush by any means. But I do think it may be a 3-man running back by committee. Kieran says, it's midnight in Australia. Hope y'all get the W today. Oh my gosh. Midnight in Australia. Tough spot to go through and have to submit starting lineups. That's brutal, my friend. Now, Guacho says, how BBR need my second flex? Do we start Osborne or Ahmed? We're probably going to go with KG Osborne there. B. Jordan Mix says, need an RB2 and a flex. We have James Cook, Hubbard for running backs. Addison and Amari for the flex. I'm going to go James Cook out running back, and we will go Jordan Addison for that flex spot. Mobbin says, start one in the flex, Metcalf, Myers, or Hollywood. We will go Metcalf, even if I don't necessarily think Metcalf's like locked and loaded as the wide receiver one, as it seems like a lot of people make him out to be. But still, we'll go Metcalf. Victoria says, do I start Evans or Pittman as the flex in an 8-team league where we're already starting Diggs, Lamb, Mostert, Montgomery? Great team. And then we have Evans, Pittman, Madison. Yeah, I think we are going to go ahead. We probably end up playing Michael Pittman over Evans. I mean, especially if you have Evans banged up in any capacity. There should be a considerable amount of passing volume in Indy trailing against Jacksonville this week, where Jacksonville is favored by 4.5. Tyler says, PBR in a rough spot, start one. Spears, Ahmed, Charbonnet, or Miller. I think we're going to go with the running back that we've seen have the volume this season. I think we will go with Tajee Spears. And it's going to set the tone for us, right? Going to set the tone for us this week. Okay. Now, Kurt Work coming out. Thank you, my man. Says, good morning to the GOAT, 1-4. We have Etienne, Barkley, Lamb, Pittman, Hollywood in the flex, HN on the IR, Hopkins, Gus, Keontae on the bench. 1-0 to put Barkley if he does play. I think we do leave Barkley in the starting lineup here. I mean, obviously, very tough matchup, very bad offense. So by no means am I like super pumped about Saquon Barkley, but still, nonetheless, we can say, okay, this is someone that can be used as a receiver. This is someone that can be used on all 3 downs. They're saying he's optimistic that they're going to go. The only other swap that I'd potentially have is I would consider playing Hopkins over Hollywood when you have no Treylon Burks in this Tennessee game. But ultimately, I think that they are very close, and you could go either way there, my friend. John says, 10-team full BBR 2 and 3. Offers I got for Jefferson, Garrett Wilson straight up. Jefferson in London for Amon-Ra, JT. Which one would you take? I would much prefer Amon-Ra, JT. That deal versus trading Jefferson for Garrett Wilson. Like, I think going from Jefferson to Amon-Ra St. Brown, probably St. Brown. London to Jonathan Taylor, for sure Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, Jefferson to Garrett Wilson, ain't doing that. The hell no. Hersey says, would you go Chuba or Amari in the flex? We're definitely going to go Chuba Hubbard when you have no Miles Sanders here. I don't think we can possibly make an argument for Amari with no Deshaun Watson in a horrendous matchup. Now, Killing Joke says 12-team non-BBR, start Tua or Fields and start Moss or Addison in the flex. Thanks. So thank you. I think the Tua versus Fields question's very interesting. Non-BBR format, so it's very important. I think I'm going to go Tua. You have an applied team total of 31 points for the Miami Dolphins here. And then between Moss and Addison, non-BBR, it really is up to you. Full BBR format, I'd probably go Addison. Non-BBR, if you wanted to go Moss, I'm not going to fault you. And it comes down to, what do you expect the role for JT to be this week? Henry says, Herbert, Mixon, Bijan, Ramondre Montgomery, AJ Wilson, Jacoby Laporta, Judy Warren, JSN Stafford, Mixon, JSN for Brian Robinson Godwin, 2 and 3, 10-team full BBR double flex. Mixon to Brian Robinson, significant downgrade. JSN to Godwin, long-term maybe about the same, short-term upgrade. Right now, wide receiver, we're starting A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Jacoby. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter if we add in Chris Godwin. So, I'm going to go with Mixon and Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think they have more long-term upside, my man. Now, John DeFull says, start 1 in the flex, full PBR. Barkley, Waddle, Smith, Madison, Myers, or Zach Moss. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Waddle. If you wanted to go Devonta Smith, considering the fact that there's no Sauce Gardner in this game, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to do that. But definitely not Barkley over those receivers. Drew says 12-team full BBR, need to start 2. Palmer, KJ Osborne, or Chuba Hubbard. I'm going to go Chuba Hubbard for damn sure. Between Joshua Palmer and KJ Osborne, it will be tough. I probably end up going with KJ Osborne in the better matchup. And at the same time, I mean, he has the chance to be the wide receiver 1 in his own offense, where Palmer doesn't really have that shot. Cannon says starting A.J. Brown, Ridley, but we have Higgins, Pittman, Flowers, Kirk. Who should we flex? We are going to go ahead. We will flex Michael Pittman here. And yeah, please don't consider T. Higgins. With Higgins, this is a wide receiver that I think is a very interesting buy low candidate for the long term. But in terms of what we have this week, we saw it happen twice last year where Higgins was a game time decision. Then he was good to go. Then he goes out there and he plays 1 snap and sits on the sideline the rest of the year. Rest of the week. So yeah, I'm not playing Higgins with a banged up Higgins and a banged up Burrow. Noah says full BBR bench 1, Kamara, Montgomery, and Williams. I'm assuming this is Kyron. If this is Kyron, I may end up having to bench Kamara, as crazy as it sounds. I think Kyron Williams just has a slightly better matchup going up against Arizona. Where right now, if you look at the implied team total, I mean, you have the Rams the very top. Like, they're a top 5 team with their implied team total this week. Victoria says, full follow-up, it's full BBR. Yeah, Victoria, I assumed it. Honestly, if someone doesn't say if it's PPR or not, I assume it's PPR. So, yeah. MH says, got another for you. Full BBR, KJ or London. Thank you. No, thank you. I think we will go Drake London in a very good matchup against Washington. We just saw what DJ Moore did against them last week. Now, with that being said, I don't necessarily think Drake London's going to fully replicate that. I think DJ Moore and Drake London are very different wide receivers if you look at their overall playing type. But yeah, you can go either way. Now, Vic says Deonta Foreman or Gus Edwards in a non-PPR. We're definitely going to go Foreman. Edwards maybe in a 3-man running back by committee with Keaton Mitchell. Lonely Mars says 10 teams, 6-point touchdown. 4-1 with Allen, Etienne, Walker, Diggs, Olave, Kelsey, Higgins, Jay Williams, Jaleel, Moss, Achane, Jefferson on the IR. Any trades? I don't necessarily think so. 4-1, we're set up with Jefferson for the law. Yeah, no, honestly, I think we're chilling on our hands. 10-team league, 4-1, we're looking long-term. We don't really have we need our depth now that we lost Jefferson and Achane. Sounds like Achane will be back in week 11. Sounds like Jefferson will possibly be back in week 11 as well. So then we just sit on our hands and hope that these guys actually manage to make it back. Kyle says 5-0, double flex, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs. We have Mixon, Swift, JT. We're going to be going Mixon and Swift. Receivers are St. Brown, Lockett, Davis, Dotson, JSN, Moore, Mingo. We're going to be going with St. Brown and then your call between Gabe Davis, Tyler Lockett. And then tight end, we have Kelsey Ertz. We're definitely going to go Kelsey. Just traded Nico Collins, Zach Moss, and McLaurin for JT. Oh, great deal, my friend. Go get that long-term upside, especially 5-0 roster. Love to see it. And then for that flex spot, I think we're probably going to end up going JT and then whatever wide receiver we didn't play between Lockett and Davis. So both those guys will play. Obviously, it doesn't really matter who goes in at the flex or goes in at wide receiver 2. But Bob says, happy BR 12 team, 1 flex. Pick 2. Puka, DJ Moore, Montgomery. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you. I think we go ahead. I think we play David Montgomery and Puka. As crazy as it sounds, I think we may have to bench DJ Moore here. What's funny is you actually had DJ Moore with a pick'em of like 55 receiving yards earlier this week on Underdog. Jared says, do I start Osborne, Palmer, or Foreman in the flex? We will go with Deonta Foreman. Sambo says, Dermacado or Ramondre in a triple flex. We are going to go Ramondre. I mean, I could be Keontae Ingram as the starter in Arizona. We don't know. Mike says Ford or Gus Edwards in our flex spot in a half PPR format. I think we're going to go Jerome Ford. I mean, I just don't know if any of the Baltimore Ravens running backs are startable, given we don't know what the split's going to be between the 3 of them. And at the same time, I don't know. I mean, Gus Edwards doesn't really have any receiving usage at all. It's not like Edwards is a super talented player. Tyler says, for my flex, happy BR, Chuba, Lockett, or Brian Robinson. It's going to be your call between the running backs. I'm pretty much going to have Chuba and Brian Robinson back-to-back right now. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 900 likes on this live stream. And we could easily hit 1,000 likes if you go down there and drop a like. We've live streamed every single day for 170 days in a row. Not going to stop until 2024. And of course, Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important streams for us. So if you're ever going to drop a like, if you're ever going to subscribe, highly recommend you do it right now. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, now would be the best time to do so, ladies and gentlemen, because promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, if you're new to Underdog, promo code FLOCK will get you a Joe Burrow special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard for the games today. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, because it was our birthday this week, Underdog's going to also queue up if you use promo code FLOCK with a Justin Herbert special pick'em on Monday night. Underdog's never given away 2 special pick'ems like this because it was our birthday this week. Make sure you are taking advantage. It's super happy we were able to get that for y'all. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Corey says, start Kyron or Brian Robinson. Also start Lamb or Thielen. If this is Bijan, go Bijan. If this is Brian Robinson, go Kyron. And then Lamb or Thielen, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take CeeDee Lamb. I'm not panicking about the Dallas Cowboys offense. Obviously, they're very bad this past week, but it is what it is. Austin says, hey, Mason, appreciate you. 12-team full PPR. Who am I starting this week? At tight end, we have Laporta or Goddard. We're going to go Laporta. And then at the flex, we have Downs, London, Palmer, or Tajay Spears. Thanks for the insight, man. No, thank you. I think we probably go with Drake London in a very good matchup against Washington. Kite says, full PPR, who do we start? Boyd, Spears, or Akers? I think we go ahead. We play Tajay Spears here, my friend. Boyd's not playable. Higgins looks like he'll be good to go. Kevin says, double flex, full PPR, pick 2. We have Hollywood, Ahmed, Lockett, Thomas, and Gabe Davis. We're going to be going with Hollywood and then your call between Tyler Lockett and Gabe Davis. Would not fault you at all between either one of those guys. Oliver says, JT, Saquon, Zay, happy BR for the flex. Please pick 2. Thank you so much. I think we, oh my gosh, are going to go JT and Saquon. Obviously, super risky call. If you wanted to pivot and you wanted to go Flowers over JT, you can do it. It is nice to have Saquon in the flex, though, just in case he doesn't play tonight, to have more options that we could possibly pivot to. But with that being said, I mean, the reports right now are saying the Giants are optimistic they will play. Knight says, Hubbard or JT? I'm going to go Chuba Hubbard this week. Obviously, JT long term. And then stash Ahmed or Keontae. We're going to go Keontae Ingram. Andrew says, hey, Mason, 12-team PPR, 2 receivers, 1 flex, 1 and 4. Who do we start? Hurts, Pierce, Moss, Higgins, Ayuk, Kelsey, London. Dermacado, Samuel, Boyd, Gibson, Powell. Team's in rough shape. At running back, we're going to be going with Pierce and Moss. Receiver, we're going to be going with Ayuk and London. For the flex, it sucks. We probably have to go T. Higgins and send up a prayer that he actually plays the entire week, right? Is what I am just so damn worried about, my man. And keep in mind, I mean, I was the idiot that multiple times last year told people, oh, okay, T. Higgins is a good enough wide receiver. If T. Higgins plays, you put T. Higgins in your starting lineup. And then he goes out there and he plays 1 snap and stands on the sideline the rest of the game. That's what I'm ultimately worried about here. But still, if these are options for the flex, I think we can go in that direction. Now, Mike says 10-team BBR. We have Goff, Stroud, Tyreek, Ridley, Puka, Amari, Jacoby, Etienne, Brees, Madison, Javonte, Jeff Wilson Jr., Waller, Ferguson. Any trade ideas? I don't have much. I mean, I like having Goff, Stroud playing the matchups between the two guys. If you could send like Jacoby Myers and Alexander Madison, go get a stud running back that we're a little bit more excited about, I think that would be interesting. But ultimately, obviously, it's going to be very tough to do something within the next like 3 hours before kickoff happens. Now, real quick, we're 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on the stream. Go down there and hit that like button if you have not done so already. Zach says, double flex, full BBR. Who should we start in our 2 flex spots? Michael Thomas, Terry McLaurin, Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Moss, maybe a wild card it with Chase Claypool. Hell no, you would be losing your mind if you go play Chase Claypool here. We're going to play the combination of Zach Moss and Ramondre Stevenson. It sucks to say, I don't want to play Ramondre. Obviously, Ramondre's not super excited. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Now, Oso Fazo says, pick a wide receiver 3 and RB2. And a flex. We have London, Nico, Downs, Stevenson, Moss, Tajay, full PPR. Okay. We're going to go ahead. Wide receiver 3, we're going to play Nico Collins with no Tank Dell. Running back 2, we're going to be going Zach Moss. And then for the flex in a full BBR format, my friend, we actually probably want to go Drake London even over. Honestly, I think we probably want to go London over. Oh my gosh. Can everybody spam the chat? London or Stevenson? What are you doing? Stevenson has the volume. London has the matchup. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. David says, morning again, Gabe Davis or Josh Downs. Good morning, my friend. And we are going to go Gabe Davis, even if Josh Downs is a sneaky start. And then Devin says, 12-team PBR, still 1-4, not dynasty. Rate the team anyway. Purdy, Goff, Brown, Pittman, Hopkins, Bobby Trees, JSN, Barkley, JT, Connor. I mean, obviously, it's a team that's been decimated by injuries and really struggling. I think that it will be better going forward as we get these guys back. But, I mean, if it's a non-dynasty format, if you're saying that we can trade for future picks, like, that's just a horrible league setting, my friend. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it's not dynasty, you're not going to be shutting the league down, right? It's not like we're going like, oh, okay, I'm throwing in the towel. You don't get the added on bonus by having a higher pick next year. Josh says Stafford or Fields in a 6-point passing touchdown format. 6-point passing touchdown league gets a lot closer. We still probably go Justin Fields, though. E. Willie says 10-team BBR, 2-2-1. Kelsey and Godwin for Hawkinson and Diggs. Ooh, very interesting deal. I was going to tell you Kelsey's side, but yeah, we're going to go Hawkinson and Diggs. I think Kelsey to Diggs, up to you. Godwin to Hawkinson, give me Hawkinson. Nick says pick 2, Hollywood, Nico, JT in a half PPR format. We're going to go ahead. We will play Nico Collins and Hollywood Brown, and then JT for the long term. Zach says start 1, Pittman, Godwin, London. Thanks, man. Thank you. We will go ahead. I think we will take Michael Pittman here. Connor says, hey, Mason, how are you doing today? At BBR, we have Justice Hill, Elijah Moore, Michael Wilson. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy week 6. Thank you, my man. Brutal spot. I think you probably end up going Michael Wilson. I don't know. I obviously, the game just started, so I don't know if we can still go Justice Hill. Even if we could, I mean, he's going to be in a 3-man RB by committee with Keaton Mitchell. I don't know how excited we are about that. Can't play Elijah Moore with the backup quarterback against the 49ers. Christopher says full BBR pick 2, Barkley, Taylor, or Spears. We're going to go Barkley and Taylor, my friend. Daniel says start 2 and at BBR, Olave, James Cook, Nico Collins, and Christian Kirk. We're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Chris Olave. And then your call between Nico, James Cook, Christian Kirk. They're all very comparable. I think that James Cook has the highest floor. Nico Collins has the highest ceiling with no Tank Dell. So honestly, it probably depends on what you need there. Okay. Kelly coming out saying 12-team 4-1, need help at running back. We have JT, Foreman, Stevenson, DeMarcado, Spears. Start 2, plus should we flex one of them or Curtis Samuel? You're going to go JT, Foreman, and Stevenson. Play all 3. And yes, flex one of. So play JT, Foreman at running back and throw Stevenson in there at the flex over Curtis Samuel. I mean, obviously, you're not excited about Stevenson with how bad his offense is, but I can't say, oh, Stevenson's an inefficient player in a bad offense. Play Curtis Samuel over him, right? Curtis Samuel's in a bad offense as well. Now, CJ says 18 BBR trade Barkley, Amari for Olave and Jonathan Taylor. Barkley to JT, kind of up to you there. Going from Amari to Olave, I'd rather have Olave. So I think you can make that deal if you would like. Carr says, would you start Ayuk, Godwin, Lamar, or Joshua Palmer? I'm looking for the safest play with potential upside. Thanks, man. No, thank you. Safest plays Godwin if the weather is nasty in Cleveland. If the weather looks to be okay in Cleveland, then we'll go Ayuk. Clint, always happy to see you, my man. How are you not a moderator? Let me go ahead and make you a mod. That's crazy. Assuming maybe you're a mod on the Dynasty channel, but saying 12-team PPR. Just in case y'all don't know, Clint has been a long time member of the vlog. Clint's like an OG 2019. Amari, Chuba, or Curtis Samuel on the flex. We will go Chuba Hubbard. I'm with Amari going up against San Fran. You have PJ Walker as your starting quarterback. Possibly with bad weather. With Chuba Hubbard, I mean, you have the guaranteed workload, right? As someone that you can confidently say you're going to get a baseline level of production from. Freddie says, PBR, take the risk on Chuba Hubbard or start Brian Robinson this week instead. Full PBR if you wanted to go Chuba Hubbard with the receiving usage. We can do that. Joe says, Logan Thomas over Darren Waller and then drop Jameson for Miles Sanders. I would go Waller over Logan Thomas and then if we could wait wait 5 hours and see what Jameson does, that'd be really nice. Because I don't want to tell you to drop Jameson for Sanders. And then all of a sudden, Jameson has 8 targets and 2 receiving touchdowns. Phil says, full BBR, pick 2 running backs. Hall, Walker, JT. We're going to go Hall and Walker. Pick 2 receivers in a flex. Chase, Puka, Lamb, Devonta Smith, Evans, Waddle, Thielen. We're going to be going with Chase, Puka, Lamb. We're going to keep it simple. I know a lot of people are very much worried about what you have with CeeDee Lamb. Completely understand why. But with that being said, I think it's really an overreaction from the toughest matchup you could possibly ask for against the 49ers in a primetime game that everybody watched. Now, Christian coming out says 12-team BBR double flex. Need a deep sleeper that could go off. I don't really care about the floor. Ford, Reynolds, Salvador Ahmed, someone off waivers. If you needed to play someone, you play Jerome Ford and send up a prayer that he has the long touchdown. I don't think Josh Reynolds is going to be viable when you have Jamison Williams expanding his role and Amon-Ra St. Brown good to go. When you have that double whammy there, it's going to be tough. Isaiah says, do we start Josh Downs or KJ Osborne in the flex this week? We're going to go KJ Osborne. We'll go Osborne. Obi-Wan says, which one, Olave, Ridley, or Gabe Davis? We're going to go Ridley. I think it's a very high matchup game there against Indy. I think you could see it turn into a pseudo shootout. Okay. I'm a Flogger says, full BBR need a flex. Thomas, Thielen, Pierce, Downs, Palmer, Foreman. Full BBR format, we go Adam Thielen. Non-PBR league, you could pivot to Pierce or Foreman if you wanted. And then Osborne or Palmer. We're going to go Osborne. The reason being is you have a better matchup, and at the same time, you at least have the shot to be the wide receiver 1 in your offense. We're obviously have no chance with Joshua Palmer to be the wide receiver 1 over Keenan. The Michael says, have BBR, should I flex Pittman, Flowers, or Rashad White? It's either Pittman or White, and I honestly probably go White. When in doubt, I just go with the running back that's going to get the guaranteed work. Mark says, hey, Mason, look forward to your videos every day. Thank you. I have JT and Moss. Do we play both of them or play Evans for one of them instead? I would go JT and Mike Evans. I do expect that JT has a slightly larger role over Zach Moss this week, even though Zach Moss, in my mind, should probably be involved. Now, Devil Dog says, full BBR, Smith or Zach Moss both scare me. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Devonta Smith. Especially in a spot where you have no Sauce Gardner. Tim says, RB2 in a flex, Taylor, Hall, Ridley, and Ayuk. And then we're going to go Breece Hall at RB2, and then we're going to go Calvin Ridley at the flex. Long term, we'll be starting both JT and Breece Hall. Just don't know if we do that right now. Now, Jack says, would you start Foreman over Stevenson? Yes, we would. I mean, it is tough. I think Foreman's at a better offense. He's probably a more efficient running back at this point. And Zeke's going to split the backfield with Stevenson, where Foreman may not be in any committee whatsoever. Torres says, hey, Mason, looking to set up my running backs and flex, but my running backs are Henry, Montgomery, Chuba. Should I keep Godwin in the flex? Give me your opinion. It's PPR. Thanks. Thank you. I think we, oh my gosh. Obviously, we're starting Henry and Montgomery. Between Chuba and Godwin, can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather start, Chuba Hubbard or Chris Godwin? Chuba Hubbard or Godwin, please spam the chat and let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Chuba, Godwin, 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 Godwin. Chuba. Looks like most people have Godwin. What is this profile pic? What is, why do you have a picture of Drake like that, my man? Godwin, Chuba. Godwin, Godwin, Godwin. Yeah, it looks like most people do have Godwin here. Daniel says start Olave or Nico. I'm going to go Olave over Nico. Olave or Gabe Davis. I'll go Olave in both instances. Sydney says Goddard or Kittle. I will go Kittle. Obviously, Kittle going to be a little bit more volatile from week to week perspective. But you have the insane ceiling like we saw last week. I will say it's a pretty tough matchup here. LJ says Goddard or Logan Thomas. There we will go Dallas Goddard in the much better offense. Big Rich says, which two do we start? Smith, Waddle, and Ayuk. We're going to go Smith and Waddle here. I think it's easy to just say avoid the Cleveland game. In that instance, it is. Now, Cody says full PPR start Gabe Davis or Chuba Hubbard. We are going to go Chuba Hubbard with a guaranteed workload. Username says sit one, Kyron, Etienne, Montgomery, Bijan. Oh my gosh. As much as it pains me to say, you can't bench Montgomery with no Gibbs. You have to bench Kyron Williams here. It hurts to say bench Kyron Williams. Kyron is straight up crushing, but we're not benching Etienne. We're not benching Bijan. I think you have to bench Kyron Williams. Ryan says start 2 out of 3. Foreman, Taylor, Pittman. Thank you. No, thank you. We're going to be going with Foreman and Pittman. I think Taylor obviously has more long-term upside, but I think Taylor does split the backfield with Moss this week. I think Foreman, you don't have to worry about any running back by committee. Eric says full BBR for the flex. Higgins, Osborne, White, or Chuba. I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Rashad White. I know he has been a little disappointing, but he still has the red zone role and a role as a receiver as well. Search is either Olave or Foreman in a PPR. Non-PPR, I think you can make the argument for Foreman. Full PPR league, I think we want to go ahead and just say you got to play Olave. I mean, with Olave, maybe I'm a little bit too high on him, but I think he's going to continue to improve. Yeah, Ayuk definitely has the easier Waddle has the easier matchup, William. And I think for that reason, and plus because he's in the Miami Dolphins offense, we want to go ahead. We probably want to be taking Jalen Waddle here. Matt says, Richardson out rest of season, so do we pick up Kyler? If you have to put Kyler on your active roster, no, because Kyler may very well be out rest of season as well. We have no idea with Kyler Murray. If you could pick up Kyler and put him on your IR, then sure, you could go ahead and do that. Alex Snodgrass says, hey, my friend, standard league, Goddard/Laporta. We'll go Laporta. And then start 3 running backs, Pollard, Montgomery, Mostert. Oh my gosh, this is tough. So we have the bench one option between Pollard, Montgomery, Mostert, Kenneth Walker. I'm right there with you. I think you have to play Pollard, Montgomery, Mostert. I think you have to bench Kenneth Walker, as painful as it sounds. But Mostert, you have in a phenomenal matchup, and at the same time, you have no Achane. Tough. I think you do have to bench Walker, though. I think you have to. Reagan says, pick 2, Jacobs, Addison, Waddle, St. Brown. We have Hill. We're going to go with Jacobs and St. Brown. Zach says, hey, Mason, 12-team PBR. Start 1 flex. We have Eckler, Kyron, Madison, Diggs, Waddle, and Ayuk. 2 running backs. We're going to be going Eckler, Kyron. 2 wide receivers. We're going to be going with Diggs and Waddle. And for our flex, we'll go Ayuk over Madison, assuming the weather's okay in Cleveland. And let me let the dog in here. There's people working in the yard, so she's spazzing. Come in here. Come here. I know. It's okay. It's okay. Are you scared? Come on. I know. You're a good girl. You can hide under the desk. Hide under the desk. Okay. Next question coming from Saquon. I'm sorry. Armada says Saquon, Brees, Ramadre, Moss. Choose 2. Thanks. I think here we probably got to go Brees and Saquon, even if we are taking a considerable amount of risk with Saquon, of course. NM says we have Amon-Ra, Kelsey, Hurts, Walker, Brees, Addison, Cook. Would you trade Cook and Palmer for Waddle, Ridley, or Devonta Smith? If we have these running backs at the top end, I think you can afford it if you really wanted to. Yeah, if you wanted to go get like Ridley here, but yeah, you can send it, especially with how the usage has been trending for James Cook as of late. But Nick says Swift, Ridley, or Myers in the flex. We will go with DeAndre Swift in the flex, my friend. Timeout Sports says, Mason, fantasy's hardest working dude. Thanks. Non-BBR start 2, please. Gabe Davis, Palmer, Hollywood, Pittman. And am I crazy to start Stafford over Allen? You are insane to start Stafford over Allen, my man. Non-BBR format, we're chasing touchdown upside. Full BBR league, I go Pittman and Hollywood. Non-BBR format, I would not fault you at all for going Pittman and Gabe Davis if we're chasing touchdown upside in a non-BBR format. Gabriel says, my man Mason, hope you're doing good, my guy. Who should we start, Osborne or Michael Thomas in a full BBR format? Doing great, my man. And honestly, I think we can go ahead. I think we can take Osborne with the Saints passing offense. Frustrating having to deal with the Derek Carr shoulder, but it is what it is. I think maybe we say Olave overcomes it. I don't know if Michael Thomas does yet. Papa says Waller or Jonnu. Definitely Waller. Waller should play tonight. The way Jonnu's been playing and Waller's growing is tempted. Keep slaying, dude. You're the man. Appreciate you. I understand why we are worried, right? Horrendous offense, horrendous quarterback play. Waller is banged up. Bad matchup. But we're still going to go Waller over, the tight end 2 in Atlanta. Like, let's be real. Volgan says Walker or Olave. We're definitely going to go Walker here, even though I love Olave. Joe says, hey, Mason, Chuba or Deonta Foreman in a happy BR format? Thanks. I literally have no idea. I think both running backs are in very similar boats. Full BBR, what I've been saying is Chuba Hubbard because I'm a little bit more confident he gets the target volume. Non-PBR, if you wanted to go Foreman, I'm not going to fault you for it. Now, I'm a Texas Longhorn, so I'll say I'm a little bit biased in answering this. I possibly want to just go through and tell you to go with Deonta Foreman. But again, everybody spam the chat. Who would you play between Chuba Hubbard and Deonta Foreman this week? Chuba Hubbard or Foreman, who are you going with? We got 1 vote for Chuba. Foreman, Chuba. So it looks like Foreman. Okay, so it looks like we're able to say our guy. It looks like we're allowed to say Deonta Foreman. Hook'em horns, my man. Now, Dawson Schitt's Creek coming out saying, hey, Mason, happy belated, my man. Thank you. Happy BR pick 2. Pierce, Chuba, Rashad, or Foreman. Thanks, and have a great Sunday. You have a great Sunday as well. We're going to go Rashad White for sure with one of these calls. In the between Dameon Pierce and Deonta Foreman, I think you can kind of go back and forth. I probably end up just taking Dameon Pierce, but it is damn close. It is damn close between the two. Benjamin says full BBR Foreman or a Hollywood. Full BBR format, we probably go Hollywood. Non-BBR, we probably go Foreman. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like, oh my gosh, about 12% of y'all have hit that like button, which is way more than usual. So thank you so much. And if you are part of the 88% that have not pressed that like button, go down there, drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And we have live streamed every single day since April. We're not missing a single day until 2024. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And now is the best time to be getting on Underdog because they're also going to hook you up with a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against. God, how am I blanking here? How am I blanking? Who are the Bengals playing? Oh yeah, going up against the Seattle Seahawks this week. And on top of that, since it was our birthday this week, Underdog's also hooking you up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard on Monday night going up against the Dallas Cowboys. Underdog's usually never giving away two special pick'ems like that. They're only doing it because it's our birthday this week, so please make sure you take advantage. Shady says trade Alvin for Pollard straight up. Yes, I would go Tony Pollard. I mean, especially if Jamal comes back later in the year, especially if Kondre Miller expands his role. I mean, it is a tough spot when you're looking at Pollard in that I didn't draft him a ton this year. But to be fair, I think that he is, I probably should have. He probably is a borderline top 5 running back rest of season. And I think a lot of people are panicking just because of a very bad game against the toughest defense in the NFL on prime time. People will panic. I mean, people overreact for Sunday night games, for Monday night games, for Thursday night games. If it's a game that the entire country is watching, especially like that Cowboys 49ers game, which I thought was going to be one of the best games of the season. I mean, every single person and their mom is watching that. Now, Chubbs is farming, coming out saying 10-team BBR, 2-2-1. We have Barkley, Taylor, CMC, Madison, Kupp, Ridley, Debo, Waddle, Flowers. Great team. We got Taylor and Waddle for Puka. Feels bad now. No, I would 100% trade Puka for Taylor and Waddle. A great deal. Love to see it. Looking at this, you have to play CMC at running back. Between Barkley and Taylor, it is going to be up to you. Right now, the Giants are optimistic that Barkley plays, but still. I think you could go Taylor if you really wanted to. And then wide receiver, we're going to go Kupp, we're going to go Ridley, and we're going to go Jalen Waddle in that flex spot. I mean, I think you can risk it with one of Jonathan Taylor or Saquon Barkley for the ceiling. I don't necessarily think we can plan on playing both of these guys, though. Is that Nick Westbrook-Akeen? Nick Westbrook-Akeen just is getting flooded with targets. John says, flex PPR, Debo, Gabe Davis, Drew Hubbard. Happy birthday. Mine was yesterday. Happy birthday, my man. We are going to go ahead and we are going to play Debo Samuel if the weather is okay in Cleveland. However, if the weather is not so much, then at that point, we probably want to pivot over to Chuba Hubbard. I definitely go Chuba Hubbard over Gabe Davis. Let me pull up and see if we can get y'all an update with this Cleveland weather and see if it is something we need to be worried about. Okay. Here's the updated weather prediction. Peter says he lives in Chicago and the weather's great today. Okay, thank you. If anybody's living in Cleveland, specifically near the stadium, and wants to hook me up with what the weather looks like on the ground, I would love to know. Love to know. Okay, it's still expected to rain. What I'm more concerned about than rain is honestly having a ton of winds. If you have a ton of winds, then at that point, it's going to be much more difficult to throw the ball. I don't know. And Jerksey says, looking at package Saquon plus Amari Kirker Addison, what can we get? We have Swift, Jacobs, Diggs, A.J. Brown, Herbert, and Kittle. Not going to lie to you, my friend, you're not going to get much. Like, you can try to go out there and you can try to get something that would be intriguing. In reality, you're going to be stuck in a nasty situation where nobody wants Saquon. Everybody knows how bad this offense is. Everybody knows there's no Daniel Jones. Everybody knows how bad the offensive line is. Everybody knows Saquon's coming off an injury. We haven't seen Saquon be productive really at any point this season. So I don't necessarily know if you are going to be in a spot where we can expect to get something that we like for Saquon Barkley. If you're going to, and same thing I would say with Amari, right? I mean, if you're going to package him with someone, you have to give at least someone that someone's excited about. Like if you would go Saquon and Christian Kirk, if you could get to Pollard, we could go ahead and do that. If maybe the Pollard team is worried about what they saw against the 49ers, maybe that's viable. If we can get to ETN, maybe we could look for that as well. Just in reality, I don't expect anybody to be excited to go through and trade you Saquon, right? Okay. Trade for Saquon. Only Fantasy Card says, Andrews at tight end. We need 2 flexes. JT, Lockett, or Laporta. I'm going to go JT and Lockett with Laporta banged up. Like, it's crazy. Like, Laporta is my tight end 4. Like, I think Laporta is a top 5 tight end rest of season. But in my mind, Laporta is a clear sell high candidate in the instance in which, I mean, you have Mark Andrews. Because why we like Laporta is not for his raw points per game. I know last week it was good, but also you're going to get Amari and Jameson and Amon-Ra St. Brown coming back in. I think he will go down a bit. But nonetheless, why you like Laporta is his value over replacement that you're going to be getting at that position. So I don't know. I don't think we get. Like it's if you look at like the tight end 5 versus like the wide receiver 30, you want the wide receiver 30, you know. Laporta is a clear sell high candidate in my mind. If you have Andrews and we can go out and send him to a team that doesn't have a tight end and get a stud wide receiver for our flex, or if we can sell Laporta for either Andrews or Hawkinson on a team where maybe we don't have that top end tight end. And this is why Laporta is a sell high. Y'all know I don't say to sell high on players that nobody wants. Similar to when someone asks, like, oh, do we sell Saquon Barkley? I would love to come out here and be the guy, oh, sell Saquon Barkley, guy. The offensive line's bad. When it's priced in, when everybody knows it, when nobody wants the guy, that's not really when you can sell him. When Laporta's coming off a game with 4 targets but 2 receiving touchdowns, no Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams not fully established. When people are coming out here and saying Laporta's in the new tier 1 of tight ends next to Kelsey. Yeah, I don't buy at that price. No, I don't buy it. I'd rather have someone with a larger sample. So yes, I know people hate us for saying it. That typically we say sell exciting players that people want to trade for so we can get good things in return. But yeah, if I could sell Laporta and if I could go out there and get TJ Hawkinson, I would. Can everybody spam the chat? I'm interested to know this. Who is the least valuable tight end in your mind out of these 3 names? The least valuable tight end in your mind out of these 3 names. Sam Laporta, Mark Andrews, TJ Hawkinson. Who would you want the least? As we wait, we'll answer a question. Nico says 12-team Happy BR, Osborne or London. We'll go London in a good matchup. Amon-Ra's our other wide receiver. Okay, good to have Amon-Ra back here. Who is that? Does Odell have a big play? Is that Odell? Yes, sir. Okay, so Laporta. Hawkinson. Laporta. Andrews, Laporta, Hawkinson, Andrews, Hawkinson, Laporta. So that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is if you can sell Laporta for one of those other two guys, we do it. Or if you have one of those other guys, or if you have someone say like, I don't know, maybe Travis Kelce, we see what we can get. Now, Jacob says 12-team PPR, 2-2-1. We have Allen, James Cook, Hall, Aaron Jones, Metcalf, Chase, Waddle, Pickens, terrible at tight end. Should we package 2 players for a stud? Since it's a single flex format, yes, I think we can actually afford to go out there and do this. I mean, we probably want to see if we can send Breece Hall and George Pickens and go get to the Travis Kelce range. And then, of course, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make that play. But specifically, when we have the embarrassment of riches, that's when we're looking to go through and make a trade like that. Neurologic says, would you trade away James Cook, CJ Stroud, and Javonte? Receive Breece and Musgrave. Starting Lamar, my running back 1 is whoever is in Miami. Okay, so James Cook to Breece, give me Breece. Javonte has no value. He's in a 3-man running back by committee and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I mean, CJ Stroud doesn't really matter for us when we have Lamar. So yeah, let's go get the best player. Let's go get Breece. D-Bro says, good morning. What level receiver can we get back for Abadre and Lockett? I am sorry. Nobody is really going to give you anything for Ramondre Stevenson right now. Going back to what we're talking about, like, you shouldn't expect that you're going to get a ton. If you were going to get something, you'd have to go get a distressed asset. You'd have to go get Smith, Olave, Waddle, Ridley. That's about the range of wide receiver. You can go get a CeeDee Lamb, would be an absolute no-brainer. But I'm going to operate under the assumption that you're not really going to be able to get much there. Now, Toxic Mix says, been rolling with Stroud and Daniel Jones. Can only make 3 more waiver wire moves for this season. Literally the worst rule in existence. If you have a cap on the amount of waiver wire moves that you can make, it does the exact opposite of what you would want in your fantasy football league. In your fantasy football league, you would want to encourage people to go out there and be active and make moves. It's the exact opposite of that. You're encouraging people to check out of the league and not care anymore. Would it be worth adding Gardner Minshew? Been trying to trade Hall to upgrade for quarterback. Nobody's biting. You don't need to make that ad right now. I think if you only have 3 more waiver wire ads, let's not make an ad just in case. I mean, just in case we need to, right? Let's save it and we'll see what happens later on. Yeah, I mean, it's only week 7, my man. It's only week 7. But more useless takes coming out. Says Schultz or Ferguson this week and going forward. I mean, it's an interesting spot. I'd probably go with Ferguson. I know Schultz was good this past week, and I actually drafted more Dalton Schultz than Jake Ferguson this year, so I'm hoping I'm wrong. But we have seen Ferguson have the larger role over a larger sample. I think we go Ferguson. Now, JD coming out says Kirk or Joe Burrow. We are going to go, honestly, now that we have Higgins, quote unquote, good to go, and you have no Jefferson, I'm going to go Joe Burrow over Kirk Cousins. Receiver 1, we have A.J. Brown. Running back 1, we have CMC, and we play Pacheco at RB2. We need a wide receiver 2 and a flex. Kyron Montgomery, my man, we played Pacheco over these, I guess maybe with the matchup. We're going to go Montgomery in the flex spot, and then wide receiver 2, we will go ahead and we will play Devonta Smith, especially as we have no Sauce Gardner, but phenomenal running backs. It's crazy that we're having to bench someone like Kyron Williams. Naho says, got Foreman, Chuba, and Saquon. Who are we going to flex? Full BBR format, I think we can go Chuba Hubbard. Saquon Barkley, you have offensive line concerns, quarterback concerns, and injury workload concerns. Now, Rayner says start 2 running backs, White, Ramondre, JT, Chuba. I think we're going to go with White and Chuba Hubbard. Obviously, give me JT in the long term. Clearly, give me JT in the long term. But this week, I think we can go with Chuba. Tatered Sandwich says, what trade value does Laporta have? Mostly need a running back. I mean, Laporta has a ton of value, my friend. There's going to be someone in your league that views Sam Laporta as that new quote-unquote tier 1 of tight ends. We can package him with Gabe Davis, Godwin, or Flowers. Was offered Stevenson for Laporta. You can get way more for Laporta. Here are the running backs I would trade Laporta for if we don't need the production. And obviously, the vast majority of these, they're going to tell you no. But this is what we're going to try for. We're going to try for Etienne, Pollard, Jacobs, Walker, Montgomery, Breece Hall, Kyron Williams, maybe DeAndre Swift. Then maybe mix in Kamara. That would be the running back range that we're looking at. Selling Laporta for Stevenson, that's a no-go. I mean, Stevenson, more about us not wanting Stevenson than us wanting to hold on to Laporta. But, so I mean, I know everybody loves Laporta, which is why if you have like Andrews and Laporta, you should sell Andrews. I'm sorry, you should sell Laporta, keep Andrews, and go get a stud running back where we can. Now, Dipset says Myers, Lockett, Rashad White, bench 1. We're to bench Tyler Lockett. Yes, yeah, and you're leaning Lockett as well. I will say I wouldn't be surprised if Lockett does give you a bounce back. Lockett's had 27 targets this season. But real quick, thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us today. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you are not. I mean, hell, we've live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a day until 2024. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy. Because if you're new to Underdog, you're also going to get a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for today against the Seahawks. And since it was our birthday this week, Underdog's also going to hook you up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard on Monday night. Underdog never gives away 2 special pick'ems like that the same week, but it was our birthday, so they hooked us up. So please make sure you are taking advantage, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm going to have to move this dog so I can scoot in. Come on, baby. I know, come on. It's a good girl. Go over there. Go over there. Okay. And yeah, one of my favorite pick'ems is going to be Godwin with the 2x multiplier on his touchdowns this week. I wouldn't want Godwin straight up at even odds, but if we're going to get the 2x multiplier on our pick'em slip, I think that it does make some sense. And I will show y'all the prettiest girl in the world because she is begging to get under this desk, and I just cannot have her under here anymore. Come here. You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi to everybody? Say, hey, guys, what y'all doing? I know. Tell them over here. They're over there. Say, guys, what y'all doing? What y'all doing? You all having a good day? Say, if you have Mark Andrews, instead of playing Sam Laporta in your flex, sell Sam Laporta. You don't get to go under the desk. No. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Tommy says, Kamara, Pollard, Mostert, pick 2. I'm going to go with Mostert and Pollard. It is very close, though. Kamara does look like he is going to crush. MVS says, 2 running backs, 2 flex. Saquon, Ramondre, Deonta, Amari, Dotson, and Hollywood. I really appreciate you. We're going to go with Deonta Foreman and Saquon Barkley at running back. For flex spots, we're going to be going, actually, Hollywood and probably Ramondre as well. I don't know if we want to be playing Amari. But keep in mind, since Saquon plays Sunday night, probably want to be putting Saquon in the flex just in case, even if they're quote-unquote optimistic that he does play. In case he doesn't, we'll have more pivoting options if we add him in there at the flex spot. Okay. BH says, need to start 2, Addison, Evans, and Breece. We're going to be going with Breece, and then between Evans and Addison, it is really up to you. I mean, I'd probably go Addison with maybe a little bit of a concern that Evans isn't fully healthy, but honestly, it's close. Username says 10-team, 2-quarterback league. We have Tua, Jones, Kyron, Bijan, Etienne, Montgomery. Hell yes, this is exactly what we should do. Go send one of these viable running backs. Like Kyron Williams isn't even in our starting lineup here. And go get another quarterback that we could feel comfortable starting from week to week perspective. Obviously, we're happy with Tua, but beyond that, I mean, we need someone else here, my man. Now, Dre Chabo says, do we start Foreman over Brees down to the flex? I would go Foreman and Brees over Downs. I would rank it Brees, Foreman, then Josh Downs. And let me go ahead and make you a moderator on the channel, my man. More useless take says, going forward, is Najee Harris or a bag of romaine lettuce? It depends how crisp the lettuce is. I mean, if it like expired yesterday, then we probably need to think about it, right? If you're seeing that it's getting a little gross, it's getting a little brown, then it's close. If it expires today, if you're hungry, you probably go with the lettuce. And if you have like a 2 to 3 day like run where you can throw it in the fridge and maybe it'll be good in 3 days from now, you would for sure go with the lettuce over Najee Harris. Okay. Now, Ben's Mafia says 14-team full PPR, where we have Tua, Pierce, Algier, Diggs, Adams, Amon-Ra, Ingram. We have Aaron Jones on the bye, and then bench running backs are Ahmed, Craig Reynolds. Do we start Tyler Algier? Okay. So it's essentially Craig Reynolds, Ahmed, or Tyler Algier. We will go Algier here. Obviously, when we start really any of these running backs, we're just sending up a prayer that he scores a touchdown. It is a tough spot where it's very difficult to imagine that Algier ever has a larger role than Bijan Robinson outside of an injury, but still, it's nice to know that the Atlanta Falcons are favored in this game. They're going up against a bad defense as well. Yes, I think we will go Algier. Matthew says PBR League, Evans and Debo for Smith. If it is like a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, then sure, go get the best player. If it's like a 12-team league with multiple flex spots, then no, you'd rather have the 2 startable options. Mr. Blackbeard, longtime member of the flock, says 14-team triple flex. So this is the league where you would way rather have the combo of Debo and Evans. We have Jason, Powell, Berrios, Gibson, Knox, Waller. Also more doggo, please. We'll get her up here a little bit more. I mean, she always does bust into the room. It is tough, but. Okay, start 3 into tight ends. This is a brutal situation. We're going to start JSN, Gibson, and then probably the Dawson Knox and Darren Waller in the flex spot. Berrios probably is not startable, especially if Chase Claypool is active today, you know? Nelson Aguilar punt return touchdown, is it? No, the punter got him. The punter knocked him out, but great return. Yeah, but we may end up having to play a tight end in the flex spot there. Never wanting to play a tight end in the flex, but with that being said, in a 14-team league, triple flex, you may have to do it. Chef Curry says, PBR start Foreman or Downs, leaning for the ceiling play. I think Foreman has a higher floor. I'm still going to go. I think he has a comparable ceiling. We're going to go Foreman. Salt Miner says start London, Davis, or Terry McLaurin. Probably going to go London if you're looking at a full PBR format where you're chasing a floor. Gabe Davis, if you're looking at a non-PBR format, we're more interested in touchdown upside, and probably Gabe Davis regardless if we're looking for touchdown upside. I think we'd probably go Gabe Davis. Scratch what I said earlier. Nico says 10-team PBR, play Amari or Michael Wilson. We'll go Amari and cry about it. We have Moore and Nico. Yeah, go Amari Cooper here. Obviously, we're not excited, though. Jersey 6 flex, Saquon, Addison, or Christian Kirk, full PPR. We are going to go ahead. We are going to have to take Saquon Barkley. I mean, maybe if you're a heavy favorite and we're just looking for a safe play, you can go Christian Kirk. It's just so tough, right? I mean, Saquon Barkley, they're saying they're optimistic he's going to play. It is what it is. Cal says, Anthony Richardson considering season-ending surgery. Thoughts on Kyler? I think Kyler's an intriguing pickup if you can throw him on the IR, but I think by no means is it a guarantee that we get Kyler at any point this season. This team looks like they are tanking. They want 2 top 5 picks if they can get them. So I'm not really going to be relying on Kyler, to be honest with you. If you can throw him on your IR, I would. I just don't necessarily know if we want to be putting him like on our bench spot and limiting the waiver wire moves we can make. Gucci Broomstick, always happy to see us, says 12-team PPR start 4 receivers. We have Goff, Saquon, Walker, Ramondre, Chase, Diggs, Judy, Amari, Andrews. We lost Anthony Richardson. Looks like he's out for the season. Should we trade Mark Andrews for a better player at a different position or keep the team as is? So, I mean, here we're fine at running back. We're fine at wide receiver. Obviously, the team's going to struggle in the short term. So, the team's going to struggle in the short term based off the Saquon injury, based off the Deshaun Watson injury for Amari. I understand the thought process here, especially in a league where we have to start 4 receivers. I do think that we have enough long-term upside that we don't need to make this trade if we really don't want to. And then, yeah, having Goff at quarterback as well. It sucks losing Anthony Richardson, but Goff is at least viable. And that if you are looking at Jared Goff here, this is a quarterback that now has Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jamison Williams all healthy for the first time ever. You know. So I am excited to see what this offense looks like. Now, Garrett says, Madison or Brian Robinson today as an RB2? I think it is up to you. I mean, I have Brian Robinson at 52, Alexander Madison at 54 in our flex rankings. I'd probably go Brian Robinson based off the Cam Akers usage. Hernan says, start Stafford or Burrow. We're going to go Burrow. Actually, no. We'll go Stafford this week with the implied team total that they have against the Cardinals. Burrow definitely long-term. And then Godwin or Osborne for the flex. We'll go Chris Godwin even with Evans being good to go. Now, Moment coming out says 10-team full PPR single flex. Who to start and any moves? We have Jalen Hurts, Kupp, Amari, Michael Thomas, London, Jameson, Pickens, Madison, Ford, Foreman, Najee, Kelsey, and Laporta. I mean, if we were making a trade here, this is another one of those instances. I think it would be interesting to see what we could get for Sam Laporta when we have Travis Kelsey. And we're going to be starting Kupp, London at wide receiver. Running back, we're going to be going with Foreman and Madison. And then for the flex, if you wanted to start Laporta over Michael Thomas, not going to fault you for it at all. But like we said, long term, I think the play is to send like Laporta and Pickens and go get the best wide receiver we can. Now, D4L World says, first year playing 18 PPR, 4-1. We got Joe Shiesty, Stafford, Swift, Walker, Chase, Hopkins, Andrews, Lockett, Deontay, Myers, Alexander Madison, Godwin, Waller, Jefferson. Any tips? 8-team league, especially where we're 4-1. We are just thinking about the long-term studs we can get our hands on at a discount. So, I mean, going through and having someone like Justin Jefferson here does make a lot of sense. I'm trying to think if there are any other trades that we can make. If we ever get an opportunity to sell like Darren Waller and Deontay Johnson for another stud receiver like Amon-Ra St. Brown, that is something that we're going to look to do. But honestly, I think you have your team set up very well in an 8-team league, especially where we are 4-1. I mean, we're 4-1 for a reason. Ryan says, pick 2 gross running backs, Chuba, Deonta, or Ramondre. We're going to go with Chuba and Deonta Foreman over Ramondre Stevenson. I think both those running backs see almost every touch in their backfield, or Ramondre simply doesn't. Mo says, Logan Thomas, Darren Waller, Zach Ertz, Ferguson, who would you play? I would go Darren Waller. They're telling us that Darren Waller will be good to go this Sunday night, my friend. Okay. Now, Riley says, Kelsey, Gabe Davis for Saquon, Ayuk, Pacheco, and Goddard. Gabe Davis to Ayuk, give me Ayuk. Kelsey to Saquon, give me Kelsey. Does Pacheco and Goddard make up the gap? It's a 10-team league where we have Kyron, Eckler, Olave, Ridley on the team. I'm the person to get Kelsey. If we can keep Pacheco, I go ahead and I look to do the deal. I understand we can afford it because we are so damn strong at running back as is. We can afford the deal. I think you're probably giving up a little bit too much value. If we can keep like Pacheco, then let's send it. Ernest says, I have to start London over Higgins, right? Yes, you do. I mean, I think Higgins is too much of a liability to go through and start Higgins. Chubbs is farming coming out and says, Lawrence versus Indy or Herbert versus Dallas. I think that we are going to go ahead, probably end up playing Trevor Lawrence in a better matchup, right? No, we can't. I mean, Herbert coming out of a bye week, we can go back and forth. We have these guys back and back in our rankings in the same tier. It is ultimately up to you. It is up to you. Zach says, 8-team full BBR stuck between Gabe Davis, Waddle, Olave, Addison, Kirk. We have Ayuk at wide receiver 1. Okay. I think if the weather's bad in Cleveland, you could pivot off Ayuk even because these options are great. I think that we go ahead and we look at either Chris Olave or Jalen Waddle. And honestly, I may start both those guys over Ayuk as well, depending on that weather in Cleveland, as we were just mentioning. Jay says, PBR start 3, Breece, Walker, DK, Olave, and Pittman. We're going to go Breece, Walker, and then between DK, Olave, Pittman. I know most people are going to disagree with me, but I will go Olave. Joshua says, full BBR single flex, Higgins, Pierce, Foreman, Ertz, and Algier. I'm going to go with either Pierce or Foreman. Probably Pierce. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to be starting T. Higgins. With Higgins, started him multiple weeks last year where he was a game time decision. He ended up playing. So I was like, okay, I guess we put him in our starting lineup. And then he ended up going out there and giving you literally 1 snap and nothing. Now, Ian says starting receivers are Smith, Evans, Collins. Should we start Jacoby over anybody? Revenge game looks enticing. Thanks. It is an interesting revenge game for him. I probably wouldn't, to be honest with you. I understand that it looks exciting, but also with Nico Collins, right? You have like no Tank Dell. Jacoby Myers, you should have a healthier Devontae Adams this week. So I think it's a little bit tougher to pull that off. Now, Ben coming out says Olave or Waddle in a full BBR 10-team league. Thank you so much, my man, for the support. If you look at my rankings this week, I have Olave at 32. I have Waddle at 33. I have these guys legitimately back-to-back. I think it would be very hard for you to go wrong one way or another. I probably go Olave. This is a wide receiver that averaged 100 receiving yards per game through the first 3 weeks of the season. Obviously, he's taking that step back with the shoulder injury that you add to Derek Carr. And on top of that, obviously, you're dealing with Chris Olave's ankle injury over the past 2 weeks. I think as he gets healthier, he will become more and more appealing. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,300 likes on this stream. If you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, get you a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you'll be getting a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today. And it's the best time to get on Underdog as well because it was our birthday this week. So Underdog's also going to help people use promo code FLOCK with a Justin Herbert special pick'em tomorrow night, more than less than half a total yard. Underdog's never given away multiple special pick'ems like that. It's only with promo code FLOCK, and it's because they're going to sub for our birthday this week. So make sure you take advantage. But Mr. Philly Webb says Samuel or Demercado. We will go with Demercado. I'm not as excited about it. Obviously, Keontae Ingram may end up being the guy in Arizona. So it is what it is. Now, Louis says, Amari or Chuba Hubbard or Demercado for the flex spot, and should we start Barkley? We're definitely going to go Chuba Hubbard. And then if you wanted to start Barkley over Chuba Hubbard, not going to fault you at all for going through and doing that. Okay, yeah. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Chuba Hubbard. Chuck says, 10 TBBR, records 5-0. What lineup for week 6? And should I trade or stay put? Starting Hurts, AJ, Waddle, Thielen, James Cook, Eckler, Goddard, Flex, Evans. And then on the bench, we have Ramondre, JT, Ayuk, Laporta, Sutton, and Jaleel. Okay. Very strong team. I mean, if we were going to change anything, we would get Ayuk into the starting lineup. I think we consider the weather in Cleveland and then either look at Ayuk or Mike Evans. And then I do think that we probably end up starting Sam Laporta over Dallas Goedert. Looks like Laporta will be good to go. Kevin says 2 questions, full PBR, Ford or Jonathan Taylor, and Jonathan Taylor or Brian Robinson. We're going to go JT over Ford, and then honestly, JT, Brian Robinson will be a little bit tough. Probably still go JT in both instances, though. Probably go JT in both instances. More useless takes is crab situation, Ramondre or Ahmed. We're going to go with Ramondre Stevenson there. I mean, it is what it is. Obviously, Ramondre is super inefficient, very bad offense. Splitting with Zeke. You're not excited about it, but I think in that range, we have to go with him. Tom says Logan or Laporta is questionable. We will go with Sam Laporta. I mean, I'll pull it up again to see if we have any more reports. But what I got, I mean, I'm looking at a report from 9:06 a.m., so about 25-ish minutes ago. Sam Laporta remains expected to play in week 6. Sam Laporta should be good to go, my friend. Chris says, pick 2 running backs, Moss, Ramondre, Pierce, Chuba, Tajee, Madison. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Chuba Hubbard. And then probably Zach Moss. I'm not excited about playing Zach Moss. I mean, I do expect that you have an expansion. In this offense from JT, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I think we go with Zach Moss. Okay. Chris says, no, I'm sorry. Josh says, which 2 to start at running back? Kamara, Etienne, or Walker? We're going to go Etienne, Walker. I have one of my big 3, Hill, Adams, St. Brown in the flex. Kamara matchups looks too good. Completely understand. I mean, if you look at the underdog pick him on Kamara this week too, he's at literally like 100 total yards. Something freaking nuts. So this is the pain whenever you're sitting here with one of the more loaded rosters you were going to find in fantasy football. But I think you still ultimately probably have to go through and I don't know. I think you take Kenneth Walker and Travis Etienne. If it's a full BBR format and you really wanted to pivot from Walker to Kamara, you can. I agree with you. I think it looks like a very good matchup. I think Kamara is going to do very well. Just I really like these other RBs at the same time. Now, Mr. Filthy Webb says Foreman or Osborne. I'm definitely going to go Deonta Foreman here. Spencer says, hey, start Olave or Nico. Thanks. Thank you. I mean, I think that they're close. I probably go Nico Collins now that you have no Tank Dell, though. Now, Elite Henry, always happy to see it, my man. Let me go ahead and make you a moderator on this channel. I don't know how you're not already. But saying, hey, Mason, just sent Saquon Pittman, Wandale. Wandale, literally zero value coming from a guy that drafted him everywhere in best ball this year. I hope he does well. No value, though. Send Saquon Pittman for Kamara, Ayuk, Rashad, Deonta. So now going from Saquon to Kamara, slight downgrade. Honestly, some people would make an argument it's a lateral move. Going from Pittman to Ayuk, definitely a lateral move. And then we're picking up Deonta for free. I mean, I think it's completely fine. If you were worried about Saquon, seems like a fair price to get out. The team is now Stafford, Watson at quarterback, Kupp, Ayuk, T, Evans, Deontay Johnson at wide receiver. And then running backs are Saquon, Rashad, Gibbs, any moves. I'm trying to think here, my man. Wide receiver, we do have a considerable amount of depth. I would say we're not going to be looking to do anything right now. And I'm assuming you meant we have Kamara instead of Saquon. So we have Kamara, Rashad, and Gibbs. I don't think we look to do anything right now. I think in the long term, once we get Deontay Johnson out of the bye, then at that point, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to send... like Rashad White and one of these depth wide receivers like Brandon Ayuk to go get a stud RB, we can do it. But we probably just want to wait until we have this wide receiver depth back for now. So I think we... sit on our hands for now. We can possibly make a move in the long term, but not right now. Adam says 12-team at BBR, one at the flex, down to Reynolds or Palmer. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Joshua Palmer with no Mike Williams, my friend. The speed attack says one running back, one flex, Osborne, Ramondre, Ford, Chuba. I'm going to be going with both Ramondre Stevenson and Chuba Hubbard. You go Ramondre and Chuba Hubbard. JJ says Chuba Hubbard or Garrett Wilson. Here it's a little bit tougher. Full BBR format, if you wanted to go Wilson, I'd be fine with it. Obviously, it is a tougher matchup going up against Philly. Jerma, always happy to see us, says 10-team full BBR. We have Cousins, Evans, Thielen, Kittle. Am I crazy to sit Bijan? Starting Mostert, Swift, Kamara at the flex. Also, bench also has JT and Devonta Smith. Completely understand. You are absolutely loaded here, my man. Loaded. Now, with that being said, you have a couple different options. One, long-term, probably not going to be able to make a deal in the next 2.5 hours. But if we could go through, we could send one of these depth running backs like DeAndre Swift for us, who would be an RB1 for someone else, and Adam Thielen, and go get a star wide receiver like Adams. Let's do it. That way we don't have to find ourselves in this situation again. I also think I'd start Smith, Devonta Smith, that is, especially with no Sauce Gardner, over Adam Thielen or Mike Evans. Your call. And I think I'm going to be starting Bijan Robinson over Alvin Kamara, or Bijan Robinson over Swift. I think you bench Swift for Bijan if you really wanted to. I mean, I have to get Bijan in. Zay Flowers touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. First touchdown of the game. Finally, something exciting happens, right? Finally. But Yuan coming out said PBR, Robert Woods, Jamison Tutu, or Elijah Moore as wide receiver 2. Probably Robert Woods with no Tank Dell and send up a prayer. King Knob says, pick 2 full BBR, Olave, Godwin, or Brees. 2-point conversion with Zay Flowers again. Zay's out here cooking. Amir, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Brees Hall and Chris Olave now that Mike Evans is good to go. Maximilian says we have Deshaun and Richardson. Are we going to start Young, Ritter, or Derek Carr? Brutal spot to be in. We are going to go Derek Carr and hope that the shoulder injury is not as serious now as it was. Thomas says PBR Flex 1, Osborne, Mercado, and thoughts on Curtis Samuel. Not really excited about either guy here. I think that if we can go through and if we can just take, I mean, I'm not going to be excited about Samuel. I think it's a low ceiling offense. You have target competition everywhere. I think we will go KJ Osborne with no Jefferson. I mean, with the Arizona backs, I think these are definitely guys that we want to roster and we want to look at what the workload looks like for them this week. But we have no idea. It could be Keontae Ingram as the starting running back. So I don't want to go through and tell you to start someone. Jeff says, thanks for the help this year. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. Thank you. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Andrew says, 8-team league where we have Tua, Eckler, Pollard, Diggs, Lamb, Goddard, Kyron, Fields, Waddle, Ridley, Amari, Ford. Got offered Amon-Ra for Tua and Ridley. I think we actually do want to go ahead and make this move, my friend. I mean, you have Justin Fields that we can start, right? So Fields, Tua, kind of in a similar tier. So if we can go out there and make that 2-for-1 deal and get the best player in an 8-team league, probably something that we want to go ahead and pull the trigger on. Kevin says, full BBR, we need 1 flex, 2 receivers. We have Kamara, Kyron, Adams, Keenan, Mixon, Puka, Thielen. Our flex, I think we're going to go Kyron. In our 2 wide receivers, we're going to be going Adams and Keenan. Unbelievable team. I'm assuming maybe this is like a 16 league with how great this team is. Patrick says 2 quarterback, PPR 2 and 3. We have Hurts, Minshew, Hall, Stevenson, Wilson, Waddle, Kelsey, Thielen. And then on the bench, we have Charbonnet, JSN, Watson, Spears. Got offered Aaron Jones for Adam Thielen. Probably need to go ahead and make this play. I mean, I think that if you're looking at a points per game mark for these players going forward, they're going to be comparable. And honestly, I'm sorry, we just had a massive update of flockfantasy.com. Yeah, I think that if you're looking at Aaron Jones, Adam Thielen, you are getting a bump in the positional value of Aaron Jones, while at the same time, a similar points per game for the flex going forward. So we will go Aaron Jones. Obviously frustrating when he's on the bye this week, but it's not like you're not going to have to deal with the bye week from Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen still hasn't gone through his own bye. Now, if you're on flockfantasy.com, let me see if this is actually live right now. Okay, not live on mobile. Let me see if it's live on desktop. Just got a big time update that I'm excited about. I want to see this ASAP. But AD says they need to fill 2 flex spots. Options are Osborne, Foreman, Hubbard, Downs. And then we're going to go Tua or Burrow. We'll go Tua over Burrow. And then for our flex spots, we're going to go Foreman and Chuba Hubbard. I always like just playing the running backs that get the guaranteed volume, right? The running backs have guaranteed volume. I think we want to go through and jam them in. Joshua says, happy BR. We have Foreman, KJ, Dotson, who to flex. We are going to go ahead, similar to what we just said. You want to take the running back with the guaranteed volume. You want to go ahead and you want to take Deonta Foreman here. Let's go Foreman. Brian says 2 and 3, 12-team at PBR, where we have Fields, Keenan, St. Brown, Bijan, Ramondre, Ingram, Watson, Dobbs, Wilson, Elijah Moore, Jaleel. Should we flex Michael Wilson or Elijah Moore and then any moves? Flex Michael Wilson, given the matchup and quarterback play for Elijah Moore. And then in terms of moves, obviously depth would be nice to have. In reality, I don't necessarily think that we need to go through and make a trade for it. We just need to have Christian Watson back from the bye week, right? I think this will sort itself out. And then definitely be working the waiver wire there. Disc down says 10-team at BBR need a flex between Madison, Kyron. I'm assuming this is Nico. Now we're going to go Kyron Williams. I mean, if you're going to get a 3-down running back with receiving usage, a red zone role in an offense that's going to score a lot of points, that's someone that we want in our starting lineup. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like about 12% of y'all have gone down there and hit that like button. So thank you so much for all the support. Really, really do appreciate it. And if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, now is the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because they have a Joe Burrow special pick'em. If you are new to Underdog, you're going to get more than less than half a total yard for Joe Burrow in the Seattle Seahawks game today. And since it was our birthday this week, Underdog's also hooking y'all up. They never do this, but with 2 special pick'ems this week, Justin Herbert more than less than half a total yard as well. Please make sure you take advantage of that. Super happy we're able to get it for you. Like I said, you can find that link in the live chat or the description. Now, Myth says running back purgatory, Dermicado, Ahmed, or Chuba, RB2. Oh, we're definitely going to go Chuba, Hubbard. I don't know who's the starting running back's going to be in Arizona. I have a pretty damn good idea it's going to be Raheem Mostert in Miami. And yeah, I think that we can confidently rely on Chuba Hubbard being that guy. Bones says pick 2, Deonta Foreman, Josh Downs, Robert Woods, Elijah Moore. I want to go ahead. I want to take Deonta Foreman with a guaranteed workload. And I think we will go Josh Downs here as well. Downs has been better with Gardner Minshew than he has been with Anthony Richardson so far this season. And Ryan Tannehill, I don't know. Sorry. Just give me 1 second here. Bones says pick 2 for, oh no, we already answered this. Apologize. We're going to go Foreman and Downs. Victor says 12-team at BBR. Do we start Hall or Metcalf in the flex? We're definitely going to go Hall, even with it being a tougher matchup. I just like the running backs that are 3-down workhorses that get the guaranteed volume no matter what. Bobby Ben says, who should I bench on a team PBR, Higgins, Kirk, or Osborne? Oh my gosh. We definitely play Christian Kirk. That's a no-brainer. Higgins, Osborne will be close. I think it is going to be up to you. 9 times out of 10, I'm saying to go through and bench T. Higgins just because I am a little bit concerned about what we may end up looking at with him not seeing high snap rate. I don't know. Osborne's close. It's either T. Higgins or Osborne. It's up to you, but please make sure you play Christian Kirk. Ryan says Saquon or Madison. We will be going Saquon over Madison. Richie says PBR need a wide receiver 2 and a flex between Addison, Hollywood, London, and Rachaad White. I think we're probably going to end up going with Rachaad White in the flex spot. Give me the running back with a guaranteed workload, especially if he has a red zone role and a receiving down role. And then between Addison, Hollywood, and London, I personally probably go Addison. I know a lot of other people would rather go Hollywood. I just want the player in the better offense. Okay. Sam says PBR start 2. We have Nico, Olave, James Cook, Addison. On paper, I'd go Olave and Nico, but the matchups in my gut favors Cook and Addison. I'm 1-4 in a must win. What do you think? Okay. Must win. Oh my gosh. I think we're going to go ahead. Honestly, go Nico. I want to say Nico Olave. Let me pull up my flex rankings and just let you know. These guys are incredibly close. I have Olave at 32. I have Nico at 30. Cook 36. Addison 40. So I have them as Nico and Olave, especially in a full PPR format. If you wanted to go James Cook, I'm not going to fault you for doing it. Jackson says start Addison or Garrett Wilson this week. I'm going to go Garrett Wilson over Jordan Addison this week. It is obviously a tough matchup, though. Brian says sit 1, Addison, Ayuk, Wilson, and Waddle. If the weather is tough in Cleveland, we'll go ahead and we will be benching Brandon Ayuk. If the weather looks okay, we're going to be benching Addison. LeBronosaurus says Stafford over Stroud and Lawrence. Definitely over Stroud. Lawrence is tough. I have Lawrence ranked as QB 8. Stafford ranked as QB 9 this week. Stafford is in a very good spot going up against the Arizona Cardinals with an implied team total of almost 28 points. Mike says full BBR start Hollywood or Madison. I will go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Hollywood in a full BBR format over Madison when Madison is out there splitting a backfield with Cam Akers. Okay. Jimmy says start Chuba Hubbard or Deonta Foreman. And let me know, man, thanks for giving us that free Justin Herbert pick, brother. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And I'm actually going to hook y'all up with a couple more free picks. I talked to Underdog about that, and we were able to do it. But I will keep y'all posted. You know, whenever we have a free pick that I can get you, I will not shut up about it. So don't worry, you will hear me. And nonetheless, Chuba Hubbard, Deonta Foreman. I think if it's a non-PBR format, you could go Foreman. If it's a full BBR league, you could go Hubbard. I personally go Deonta Foreman, but also I am very biased in this as well. Now, I am a Texas X. I am a Texas alumni, so it's tough for me to get away from our Longhorns. Now, David says Kamara, Montgomery, Eckler, Kyron. We can only start 3. I swear to God, we've answered this question 10 times now. You got to play Eckler. You got to play David Montgomery. It really comes down to Alvin Kamara and Kyron Williams. I ranked Kyron over Kamara this week, but looking at my rankings, I maybe was too low on Kamara. Can y'all please go out in the live chat and let me know right now, who would you rather start? Would you rather start Kyron Williams or Alvin Kamara? Please let me know. Both running backs, great matchups. Both running backs, great workloads. The Rams offense is supposed to be much better this week than the Saints. But with that being said, I mean, you also have to compete with Stafford and Puka if you're Kyron. Kamara, Kyron, Kyron. Oh, no, sitting Kyron, so Kamara. Yeah, so it looks like most people are telling you to go ahead and start Kamara over Kyron Williams, and not going to fault you at all for doing so. Bones out again says, trade Diggs for Breece, Collins, and Smith. We have Eckler, Connor, Jefferson, injury bug at the moment. I think it really does depend on the depth of your league and the viability of players off the waiver wire. If you're telling me that you're going to be looking at a league where you have to go through and say start 2 flex spots, it's a 14-team league, then honestly, you probably want to go ahead and take the package. If it's that 12-team league, we're only going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, or that 10-team league, you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, depth isn't going to matter as much. I think it is a very fair deal, and I'd completely understand if you wanted to pull the trigger here. Now, Easy Eddie says, hey, Mason, 2 and 3, double flex. We have Evans, James Cook, Ramondre, Connor, Hill, Roshan, Charbonnet, Ahmed. Wide receiver, we have Keenan, Evans, Addison, Deontay, Mims. Tight ends, Hawkinson. Should we trade Cook, Ramondre, Connor, Deontay for Taylor, Madison, and Joshua Palmer? Cook to Taylor. Give me Taylor. Ramondre to Madison. Up to you. Deontay to Palmer. Give me Deontay. We're paying Connor to get it done. It's a double flex league where depth matters a little bit more. We're 2 and 3, so Connor really doesn't have any value for us at this point. I think that we can go ahead and do this. I think it's a fine price point to go out there and trade for Jonathan Taylor. I personally think JT is a stud. I think that JT is going to continue to get better. Trying to think. It is a very fair deal. I think go ahead and you can make the play for Taylor. I think it's a fair price point. Mr. Filthy Wubbs coming out and says drop Samuel Reynolds or Jameson for Deonta Foreman. I'd probably drop your call between Josh Reynolds or Curtis Samuel. Josh Reynolds or Curtis Samuel. Isaiah says, would you start Fields or Stafford in a 10-team PPR format? I'm going to go Justin Fields here, my friend, given the rushing upside. And the Titans just muffed a punt and essentially gave the Baltimore Ravens a free field goal here. That's hilarious with 1 second left in the half. Eric says pick 2, Pittman, Kirk, Addison, Barkley, non-PPR. We're going to go ahead. We will be playing both Pittman and Kirk in a non-PPR format. No real reason to roll the dice and try to start Saquon here, right? No real reason to roll the dice on Saquon with that range. Now, Anthony says 4-1, 10-team PPR. We have an injured Jefferson. Who to start? 2-2-1-1. We have Hall, Ford, Brian Robinson, Lamb, Thielen, Pittman, Downs, Ridley, Laporta, and Ferguson. Tight end go Laporta over Ferguson. Running back, we're going to be going with Breece Hall and Brian Robinson over Ford. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Lamb and we're going to go Lamb and Calvin Ridley. And then for the flex spot, we will take Michael Pittman. And the next best guy, just in case we were to have a surprise injury or something, would be Adam Thielen there. Okay. Easy Eddie says 1.5 PBR flex, Charbonnet or Ahmed. Ooh. Probably go Ahmed there if you really wanted to. Elite Henry says start 3, Ayuk, Rashad, T, or Deonta Foreman. We're going to go Ayuk, Rashad White, and Deonta Foreman all over T. Higgins. And Judy 2 Tap says 10-team full BBR. We have Hurts, Kyron, Kamara, St. Brown, Ertz, Tyreek, Pierce, Henry, Warren, Nico Collins. I'm 0-5. Any suggestions? If we're 0-5, we need to take any long-term value that we have and try to convert it to short-term production right this second. Honestly, I don't necessarily think that we have more long-term value with any of these individual players here. I mean, the only thing I'd say is if we could take one of those depth pieces like Nico Collins and send him with Zach Ertz to go get a stud tight end right now, then let's do it. In reality, much easier said than done, though. You're probably sitting on your hands with this team. Much better than that. We have Kamara back. Fig says, Ayuk or Brian Robinson, full PBR for the flex. Worried about the weather in Cleveland. So right now, as of what I'm looking at, looks like it's going to be rainy and windy in Cleveland, but we're going to have a much better idea in an hour and a half. So what I'll say is if the weather were to be okay in Cleveland, we're going to play Brandon Ayuk. But if not, Brian Robinson is a completely fine pivot. Completely fine pivot. I'm going to look up Cleveland weather here. Let's look at Browns weather. See if anybody's talking about it from a football perspective. Browns weather. Yeah, it looks like the weather is still projected to be bad. Please let me know in the live chat if we got anybody close to Cleveland. Walk outside, touch some grass, and let me know how the weather's feeling. Let me know. Let me know. And also, real quick, go down there, drop a like on this live stream if you have not done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day without missing a single day since April. Not going to miss a single day until 2024. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, today would be the day to do it. And also, if you were ever going to go hop on Underdog Fantasy, today would be the day to do it as well. You can check out all those pick'ems. And with promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And the reason why you want to get on today ASAP is because this week it was our birthday. So Joe Burrow, special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. If you're new to Underdog, we'll get you hooked up with promo code FLOCK. And they also got you hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yard as well against the Dallas Cowboys on Monday night. They never have two special pick'ems the same week. They're doing it since it was our birthday this week. So please make sure you're taking advantage. Only getting that with promo code FLOCK. Okay. Now, Aaron says Cowboys or Texans defense this week. We're going to go ahead and we are going to be taking... Oh my gosh. We'll go with the Cowboys defense. They're both favored in their respective games by... Actually, the Texans are dogs. Obviously, Cowboys have a tougher matchup going up against the Chargers. We'll still take the Cowboys, though. Duran says 12-team PBR double flex league. Getting offered Aaron Jones and McLaurin for Nico Collins. We have Javonte, Najee, Spears, Keaton Mitchell right now. Collins is my second flex. Getting offered Aaron Jones and McLaurin for Nico Collins. I think we would rather have Aaron Jones and McLaurin in a double flex format where it's a 12-team league. Depth's going to matter a little bit more. So yeah, I think we go with the Aaron Jones side over Nico Collins. Even though I will say, quick side note, Nico Collins actually is one of my favorite pick'ems on Underdog this week. With Nico Collins to score a touchdown, 2x multiplier. If it was even odds, I wouldn't like it, but with the 2x multiplier, I do like it. Justin says, Brian Robinson, Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, Kendrick Bourne, pick one. We're going to go ahead and we'll take Brian Robinson. I mean, fine matchup against Atlanta, right? And with Brian Robinson, you at least have the guaranteed workload. Now, Tremansky says, what do we do about Saquon? We have Chuba, Michael Thomas, KJ Osborne, and Boyd as other options. I think that if you wanted to bench Saquon Barkley, I'm not going to fault you for it. If you were to bench him, you'd be benching Saquon in favor of Chuba Hubbard. But it really is going to be up to you between those two backs, my friend. Aiden says flex DK or T. Higgins. I'm going to go DK not playing Higgins. Higgins dealing with his own injury. Plus, you have the injury to Burrow. Don't want to risk it where all of a sudden maybe Higgins goes out there and then plays one snap, right? And then running back 2, we're going to go Ramadre or JT. I'm going to go JT over Ramadre Stevenson. I think both running backs are in committees this week. I think Jonathan Taylor is the much better running back in the better offense at the same time. Okay. Ethan says trade Najee and Deontay for T. Higgins and Alexander Madison. Deontay versus Higgins, give me Higgins. Najee versus Madison, probably give me Madison. So yeah, I probably would. Chase says Kirk Cousins or Joey B. I'm going to go with Joey B when Kirk Cousins has no Justin Jefferson, and Joey B at least has T. Higgins out there active. Keegan says, full BBR, who should we start at the flex between DJ, Brees, Saquon, or Amari? I think most people would go ahead and tell you to take DJ Moore based off the monstrous game he had last Thursday against the Commanders. I do think that you probably have a fallback down to earth for DJ Moore. Still looks pretty good, but not as exciting as he was. And the between Brees, Saquon, Amari, we are going to want to go ahead. Probably want to just take Brees. I mean, with Brees Hall, yes, he had a massive game as well. He probably comes back down to earth as well. But ultimately, I do want to just take the running back that has the 3-down workload, that has the red zone role, that has the usage as a receiver. And I think he's probably a better player, even if we don't want to say that out loud. Blake says, weather is nice. I live in Texas. Weather is beautiful out here in Austin, Texas, my friend. I'll tell you that much. I'm ready to go out there and walk the dog. But Ryan says, PBR, Ford, Amari, or DeMarcado. I would go none of the above if we can. If we have to go with one, we'll go Ford. Nasty weather, backup quarterback, horrible matchup. I mean, maybe this team goes through and runs the ball a little bit more. And the thing with the Arizona backs is really don't know if either guy will be viable, right? Like, it may end up being Keontae Ingram. You have no idea. Twinny says, pick one to start at the flex. James Cook, Gabe Davis, Terry McLaurin, KJ Osborne. We're going to go ahead. We will take James Cook here. We're going to take James Cook. Pepper says, why didn't you push pick'ems but don't play them yourself? My man, I do play on Underdog literally all the time. I play pick'ems, and at the same time, I mean, I draft on Underdog pretty much every single day. The reason Underdog is the sponsor of this channel is I am more active on Underdog than anywhere else ever. I am assuming you may be new here, my friend. I mean, we went through and won $150,000 in Underdog drafts last year. So no idea what the hell that question is about, my friend, but I am on Underdog constantly. Anybody who's been in here in this live stream for a while does know that. And of course, if you want to get on Underdog, I'll tell you, you're not going to win multiple tournaments and win 150,000 like I did last year. Do not expect that. I got extremely lucky, extremely lucky. You can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. If you want to check out any of those pick'ems, they have David Montgomery right now at 75.5 total yards. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match plus a rest of season, our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. A Justin Herbert special pick'em since it was our birthday Underdog. So again, y'all up with both. Underdog never does this, so please make sure you take advantage. Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard on Monday night on top of that Burrow one. So yeah, please make sure you take advantage. And contrary to Pepper here, who I guess is the worst detective of all time, I am on Underdog all the time. There's very few people that have drafted nearly as many teams as I have on Underdog. Now, Nathan says 0-5, 18 BBR, recently traded Jonathan Taylor for Mike Evans and Pierce, then traded Evans and Aaron Jones for Amon-Ra St. Brown. How did I do? We already had Eckler and Jacobs. If you're 0-5, I understand the thought process saying, Mason, I can't wait for the long-term Jonathan Taylor ceiling. Mason, I need points in this lineup right this second. And if that's the case, sure, go ahead and make that play. But at the same time, if you are looking at JT, so running back, I do think this is going to expand his role. In an 8-team league, I think he has an incredibly high ceiling for the long term. So I don't love it, if I'm going to be honest with you, but it is what it is, of course. Now, Aviator says currently 5-0 and needs some help with you to flex in the full PBR format. We have Christian Kirk in, but we also have Myers, Brees, Higgins on the bench. I appreciate the work you've been doing, my man. No, I appreciate you. I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Brees Hall over Christian Kirk. 100% I agree with you. It is a very tough matchup going up against the Philadelphia Eagles. But still, I mean, if you look at reasonable expectations here, just with Pick'ems, for instance, you have Christian Kirk at 11 fantasy points, 62.5 receiving yards on Underdog. Whereas if you go through and look at what we're going to be getting from the Jets and Brees Hall, let me go ahead and find this. Well, it's a tough matchup against Philly. I mean, I promise you, I don't even remember what it is off the top of my head, but he will project out to have more than 62.5 total yards. It's just a function of being an elite level, I don't want to say that. Being a 3-down running back, where he's at 72.5 total yards. Being a 3-down back where you're going to have a red zone role as well. So it's close. Maybe you can make an argument, well, Mason, in a full BBR league, give me the receptions from Christian Kirk. And if you wanted to make that argument, sure, you do you can. I just think that I possibly want to go through and instead focus in on Jonathan Taylor. Jack says, DJ Moore for Lamb. What are your thoughts? Oh, definitely give me CeeDee Lamb here rest of season. Bryce says, PBR start 1. Chuba, Brian Robinson, Foreman, or Demercado. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take you cannot start the running back in Arizona. It could be Keontae Ingram. We don't know. It's either going to be what you have between Chuba Hubbard, Brian Robinson, or Deonta Foreman. I have no idea between these three guys. I've been saying Foreman over Chuba, but if it's Foreman versus Brian Robinson, I think it is a coin flip. We literally asked the live chat this question way earlier this morning because I didn't know, and it was split like 33, 33, 33. So honestly, it is up to you. I probably do go Foreman over Chuba, but if you wanted to go Brian Robinson, not going to fault you. Just don't play any Arizona back. I mean, Arizona, you definitely hold them to see what the workload looks like this week. We just don't know what it will be. Anthony says, start 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Walker, Pollard, Kamara, Adams, St. Brown, Waddle, DK. Thanks, you the man, Flock PBR. Thank you, my friend. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Adams and St. Brown. Running back, we're going to be going with Pollard, Kenneth Walker. And then for the flex spot, we're going to go Alvin Kamara. And that is a phenomenal team. I mean, that is a great team. Kobe coming out says, flex full BBR format. Mixon, Godwin, or Jordan Addison. We'll definitely flex Joe Mixon with the 3-down workload. And it looks like this offense will be a little bit better in Cincinnati. It looks like Burrow's a little healthier. I don't want to say he's 100%, but he's back. Gunmay says, PBR 1 and 4. Should we trade Hollywood for Joe Mixon? Hell yes. We have plenty of receivers and we have no RB2. Yes, let's go ahead and let's go get Joe Mixon. Griffin says just traded Kittle and Ford for Hawkinson. Great deal. Great deal. I mean, Ford was a sell-high guy for us a few weeks back. Back then, you were able to get a significantly higher price tag. But now, I mean, looking at Ford's value, I think it does make a lot of sense. Kevin says, flex pick 2, Laporta, London, or Amari. I'm going to go London, and then very, very rarely will I ever say to flex the tight ends. But given the fact that Amari is operating with a backup quarterback, that Amari is in a game with bad weather, that Amari also at the same time is going up against the toughest defense in the NFL, I think you could start Laporta over Amari. Ryan says 12-team BBR Dynasty. Trade Kamara and a low first-round pick. I'm assuming you mean late first-round pick. For Mixon, Devonta Smith, and a third. The third doesn't move the needle at all. Kamara, Mixon, kind of up to you. The first versus Devonta Smith, if you are a contending team, I think we go with Mixon and Smith. When you say a low first-round pick, the typical terminology that I use is early or late. If you mean an early first-round pick, then I'd say no, keep the first. If it is a late first-round pick, we will go ahead and make the deal. Mike says, James Conner worth the number 1 waiver wire claim. IR spot is taken. If you would have to go through and put him on your bench, I don't really know, because the thing is, are you going to be able to go out there and are you going to be able to make any waiver wire moves if you pick up James Conner and then burn a roster spot on him, you know? It's not something that we really are sure with. Sam says full BBR have to start 2 between Mixon, James Cook, Olave, Nico. One a running back, one of the flex. Where are we going? Or for sure starting Joe Mixon. And then between James Cook, Olave, Nico Collins, I think you can make an argument a couple different ways. I honestly kind of just want to go out there and play Nico Collins with no Tank Dell and expect a Stroud bounce back. And obviously Collins was seeing a considerable amount of volume earlier on in the year. Okay. Sam says, you haven't shared a pick'em slip in forever. Yes, I do not want to share an exact pick'em slip and then have people at my neck. Do you understand what it's like every single day to have 1,000 people coming out and calling you an idiot? Do you have any idea, my man? So yes. If I'd instead like to tell you what pick'ems I prefer, probably would rather do that. Anthony says Tua or Jalen Hurts. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Hurts, my friend. MCM says start 2. We have Higgins, London, Debo, and Osborne, half PPR format. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking the combo of T. Higgins. Actually, no, we can't do. No. Never mind. Ignore me. I had a brain fart there. We're not doing it. Bench T. Higgins. We're going to play Drake London and Debo Samuel. Christopher says, would he play Saquon over Foreman or Chuba? Yes, I think we would if it's a full BBR format. Torrid says DK for Foreman or Pittman for the flex. I think I'd rather have Pittman and Foreman, to be honest. If you're talking trade long-term, give me Pittman and Foreman. If you're talking about just submitting a starting lineup right now, we probably go ahead and we probably say, okay, well, yeah, it makes sense for you to go through and take DK over Foreman for the flex spot this week. In says Lions, Dolphins, Super Bowl. Who do you have? I'm going to be much more boring than this, my friend. I'm going to be going. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. I think I may end up going with the Eagles Chiefs again. I think I know we never get repeat Super Bowls. If I had to go with one, I'd go Eagles, Chiefs. Let me pull up Super Bowl odds real quick. Okay. Niners are the betting favorite. Obviously, it helps when you're in the NFC. Plus 400. Chiefs plus, we're going to go best odds you can get. Niners plus 450. Chiefs plus 550. Then Eagles plus 800. Dolphins plus 1,100. Bills plus 1,000, Cowboys plus 1,500, Ravens plus, 20 to 1, Lions 19 to 1, Chargers 30 to 1, Jags 28 to 1, Bengals 29 to 1. If I was looking for a deep shot, deep value, if I was going deep value, maybe Chargers 30 to 1. But I don't know. Everybody spam the chat. Who do you have in the Super Bowl this year? Okay, Red says traded Tua and Moss for Lamar and Gibbs. Is this a W? Yeah, I think it's a W. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, full PPR, where we're thinking long-term, I think long-term it is. Short-term, probably not. 420 says Hollywood or Addison this week, full PPR. I'm going to go Addison. I think a lot of other people go Hollywood. To the Max says, are we going to start JT Ford or Achman? We will go Jonathan Taylor. Mofa says start Michael Thomas or Deonta Foreman. Please go ahead and play Deonta Foreman. We got Niners, Bills, Dolphins, Bills, Niners, Dolphins, Niners, Niners, Chiefs, Lions, Dolphins, Niners, Lions, Bills, Niners, Bills, Jets, Niners. Oh my God. We got Sauce Gardner out here in the chat coming out saying Jets, Niners. My man. A little too late for that one. Now, Ayuk or Addison today. If the weather looks okay in Cleveland at kickoff, we're going to go Ayuk. If not, you can go Addison. Michael coming out. Thank you. Says full BBR starters are Lamar, Jacobs, Mostert, Puka, Kupp, Kelsey, Montgomery. And then on the bench, we have Metcalf, Ridley, Jamison, Logan Thomas, Stevenson, Smith. I don't know about keeping both Rams in the starting lineup. Any advice? Okay. I think you do keep both Rams in the starting lineup. If you wanted to make a swap, you put Ridley in there over Puka, but in reality, I think you keep as is. And phenomenal team. I mean, this team is so damn loaded that if you wanted to trade, like, say, DK Metcalf and Ramadre to go get a running back we're more excited about, and we still have Ridley and Smith on the bench, 100% that's something we could look to do. Tilted Hippo, always happy to see us, says, happy BR, flex Addison, London, or Foreman. Thank you. No, thank you. I think we probably will go Jordan Addison there. It's close. It's close. Kendrick says, PBR start a quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Walker, Kyron, Brees, Ramondre, Tyreek, Ridley, Puka, Kelsey locked in, and then Stafford or Geno. We're going to go Stafford over Geno. Our 2 running backs, we're going to be going with Kenneth Walker and Kyron Williams. Our 2 wide receivers, we're going to be going with Tyreek and Puka. And for our flex spot, really does come down for you between Brees and Calvin Ridley. Full BBR format, wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go Ridley. I'm keeping it simple. I'm starting the running back that's seeing work on all 3 downs. I'm going Brees. C. Von Bond says, Brees or Brandon Ayuk. I'm going to keep it simple. We're going to go with the running back that sees work on all 3 downs. I'm going to go Brees. Joel says, start to Waddle, Godwin, or Kirk. I think we're going to go Waddle and Kirk. I think Godwin would be a player that we would need to have in if we had no Mike Evans in this game. But with Evans playing, and then we go Waddle, Kirk. Steven says Foreman or JT. Really up to you. I kind of want to go JT. And then Foreman or Josh Reynolds. There it's easy. We're going to go Foreman over Reynolds. I don't think Reynolds is viable considering the fact that you have... I mean, Jameson expanding his role and Josh Reynolds. I'm sorry, and Abonro St. Brown back in. Nathan says Higgins or Gallup down bad with injuries. 100%. I think we will have to go Higgins over Gallup, even if it sucks that he is banged up and Burrow's banged up as well. I don't think you love it, but I think we do it. To the Max says, first team, full BBR, need a running back and a flex. We have White, Chuba, Osborne, Nico. Second team, full BBR. Pick 2 for the flex. We have Brees, Kyron, Ramadre, James Cook, Wilson. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you. I think we're going to go with Rashad White. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? Rashad White, Nico Collins with no Tank Dell. And then for the other league, we're going to be going with Kyron Williams and Brees Hall. Go Kyron, Brees Hall in the other league. That's relatively easily. The other one, we're going to go Rashad White and Nico Collins over Osborne and Chuba. And always happy to see you. Johnny says, non-BBR, who are we going to go with? Mixon or Cook? We will go Mixon over Cook. Luigi says, play Higgins hurt or put in Jameson. I mean, I definitely can't play Jameson. I mean, I'm trying to tell as many people as possible to bench Higgins this week, but this is the range where you honestly have no option. You have to play him. Matt Fry says, at BBR, we need a flex between Osborne, Lockett, or Drake London. We will go with Drake London in a pretty good matchup here. I think maybe we're a little bit too low on him in our rankings. Now, Christopher says, anyone else scared of starting Saquon? My 3 other running backs are also injured, so it's either him, Foreman, or Chuba. 5-0. Okay, well, my man, we're in a very comfortable position. We are 5-0. Worst case scenario, we lose this week. I think you should be terrified to start Saquon Barkley. Tough matchup. Not only is it a tough matchup, but at the same time, horrible offense. Saquon's not fully healthy. He's not fully clear to go. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Saquon over Foreman and Chuba. And you're 5-0. Live a little. Let's roll the dice here, my man. Let's roll the dice. Now, real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed literally every single day since April, 170 days in a row, not missing a day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog, because if you sign up with promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Underdog's usually never given away 2 special pick'ems the same week. However, it was our birthday this week, so Underdog's hooking y'all up. Super happy we're able to get y'all that, so please make sure you take advantage. Now, Anthony says, full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Who are we starting between Ramondre, Kyren, Moss, Keontae, Amari, Downs, Osborne? And should I target the waiver wire before week 1? Injuries have me stressed. We're going to be going Kyren and Moss at running back. Wide receiver is just brutal. Wide receiver, we go Downs, Osborne. Then we're going to go Ramondre in the flex. And then obviously, if we have someone we can be excited about off waivers, let's send it. I mean, it's not like we're super committed to any of these options in the lineup. Okay. Now, Joel says start 1, Goddard or Kmet. I will go Goddard over Cole Kmet, my friend. Maybe I'm a little bit biased in that I drafted way too much Dallas Goedert this season. I'm happy that we saw something last week. But yeah, we're going to go Goddard. Sam says 10-team full BBR start 3. We have Ayuk, Waddle, Addison, Mostert, Ridley. We're going to go Mostert for sure. We're going to go Jalen Waddle and Calvin Ridley as well. That way we don't need to be worried about what we have. When it comes to the weather in Cleveland for Brandon Ayuk. I think that we are in a range there where we don't even have to think about it. I mean, you have great options. Now, Z-Plan coming out saying, PBR, pick a running back, wide receiver, and a flex. We have Higgins, Gabe Davis, Joshua Palmer, Chuba Hubbard, Rashad White, and Deonta Foreman. Okay. Running back, we're going to be going with Rashad White. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Gabe Davis. And then for the flex spot, I'm probably going to go with another one of these running backs that have the guaranteed workload. So yeah, I think we're going to go ahead. I think we'll take Foreman, White, and Gabe Davis. Like I said, if you can avoid it, please bench Higgins. Obviously, we've had some of these questions like, oh, do I play T. Higgins or Michael Gallup? And there, it's a tough call. But here, if you have viable names, guys that we know are going to get touches, T. Higgins may very well go out there and may play 1 snap this week and then stand on the sideline the rest of the game. I don't think you can be excited about Higgins here. Kendrick says Stafford or Lawrence. We're going to go ahead. We will play Lawrence, but it is damn close. Completely understand why you would want to go Stafford. I mean, we have him back-to-back in our rankings this week. Ben Bout Dallas says Gibbs, JSN, or Roshan and Rasheed. It's a 12-team happy BR. I mean, half point per rush. Oh, okay. So running backs really do matter here. JSN over Rasheed Rice, Gibbs over Roshan. Yeah, so I'm going to go Gibbs and JSN here. Obviously, not getting anything for him right now, but long-term, I think that these guys do have some upside. And real quick, we've been live for about 3.5 hours. Do I go pee now or do I try to wait? We're going to try to go pee now. Give me 1 second. I know, you got to stay in here. You got to stay in here. You're not allowed out there right now. good girl, aren't you? We'll get a dog cam going again. Come over here. Come over here. Say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. Go, what are y'all doing? Why are y'all making Mason live stream instead of walk me, huh? Come on. Tell him. I know, you're a good girl. No, you can't go under the desk, though. No under the desk. Okay. Kendrick says, great job peeing, King. Oh, thank you, my man. I mean, I will say there's one thing that I'm talented at. Like peeing is that. Like I can go pee like that. Like no hesitation. Like my acceleration, get up to top speed almost immediately. Okay. And yes, we got a beautiful, beautiful dog. And Ryan Tannehill has just been so damn bad in this game. Let me look this up. What's the stat line with Tannehill? Tannehill 7 for 14, 67 passing yards. The only play that the Titans have been able to move the ball down the field with is with Derrick Henry and the Wildcat. Literally the only one. The only one. Right That Wrong says not like Scott Hansen. I mean, obviously, I would love in 5 to 10 years to be like Scott Hansen, to have something similar. But that is the one thing. Like, I would have to find a way to stop my peeing issue. I've gotten better about it this year. I realized why last year, and sometimes every once in a while, you'll see me in a live stream where I just can't stop peeing. Like, I have to go pee every 30 minutes. It's because if I don't eat anything before, then the water just goes right through me. I need some salt in my system. So if I get some salt in, I'm good. I'm good. But Gregory says, need to. We have Brian Robinson Myers, also start Adams, Gabe Davis, Lockett, and then one more between Mingo and Cook. So we're going to Jonathan Mingo, even if it's gross. And then here, I think we're probably going to go with, if it's a full BBR format, you can go Myers, Gabe Davis. If it's a non-BBR format, we'd probably go Gabe Davis, Brian Robinson. Okay. Now, Richard says, full BBR, we have Watson out. Who should we start at quarterback? Between Howell, Dobbs, Mayfield, or Jimmy G this week? Thanks in advance. I think we're going to go Baker, my man. I think that Baker could be in the highest scoring game of the week going up against the, not of the week, but out of these guys, definitely going up against the Detroit Lions. Baker looked good before the bye as well. You have Mike Evans healthy. So I think we'd probably go Baker Mayfield. Okay. Can I ask a question in the live chat real quick? If there's anybody that's in Europe, please let me know. Do you like the London games? Do you like the European games? And have you noticed more people getting into the NFL because of them? Please let me know. I would be very, very interested. Now, Warwick says we have Adams, Myers, Jalen Waddle, Pittman, full BBR league. Need to start 3. What are your thoughts? Definitely Adams. I think we're going to go Adams, Waddle, Pittman. You got to start. You got to bench Myers. I know Myers has crushed. I get it. I mean, if we were just ranking these guys from what they've done so far, Myers would be at the very top. But it's not the easiest matchup in the world for Myers. And Adams is fully healthy, so I think possibly you have a small step backwards. Top says, I like the games due to them being early in football all day. Yeah, it seems like I don't see too many people from Europe out here saying anything. But it seems like the NFL is going to make this a regular thing. No. Because this year, this is the most games we've ever had over there. And I remember last year and in years past, like people complaining about it more. I feel like a lot of people now are kind of like, I don't want to say excited, but they like the games over there because yeah, you can wake up and you can turn on the game immediately, you know. I think from a fantasy football perspective, it makes it a little bit worse, but it is what it is. David says it's good this week because no Premier League. Yeah, Europe's also. London games are great. First game start afternoon. Yeah, see, this is a big difference that I've seen with people. I've seen a lot of people come out, and not even in Europe, but also in the regular person in the United States. Just say, oh, okay, well, I get football from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, which it seems like in years past, more people would complain about it, where now it seems like people are in on it. I'm fine with, I'm coming around and I'm kind of fine with the Europe games. The one thing that I really don't like is the double Monday night games. Like, for the love of God, don't do that. We don't need that. Okay. So now Tom is coming out. Thank you. Says, need a flex. Amari, Robinson, Laporta, Pierce, full BBR. Also, would you play the Cowboys defense if you have Eckler and Allen? The Saints, Falcons, Vegas, and Miami are available. I actually may play the Miami defense just because they are 14.5 point favorites. Typically, you want to play defenses that are heavy favorites because you want the opposing offense having to go out there and throw the ball. Very often, you want the opposing offense to be forced to go through and drop back so we can generate sacks, we can generate turnovers. So if you wanted to go with Miami, would not fault you at all for that. And then here for this flex spot, it's going to be down between Brian Robinson and Dameon Pierce for us. Probably go ahead and take Dameon Pierce with him expanding his role in Houston. But it is very close. I have Pierce at 50 and Brian Robinson at 52 in our flex rankings this week. Shamar coming out says, bench one, we have Olave, Cook, Waddle, or Pollard in a full PPR format. Really tough spot. Love all these players. I do think we probably bench Christian Kirk. It's not the easiest thing in the world, though. Rob says, Jonathan Taylor or Breece Hall. I'm going to go Breece Hall this week. Long term, I think it's going to be up to you, though. It's going to be up to you. Crow says 12-team BBR single flex. We have to bench one of Montgomery, Kyron, Kamara, Lamb, or Puka. Which four do you start? Other receiver is Diggs. Brutal spot to be in. I think as much as it pains me to say, we may be forced to bench Puka here. Yeah, I think you bench Puka, but this is an awesome team. And Crows, I think this is Euros. No? If this is Euros, please let me know in the live chat. What is your perspective of the Europe NFL games? Do you feel like it's making a difference? Do you think it's making the NFL more popular here? Please let me know. And oh my God, just a brutal head-to-head hit here from Chris Moore. God, that's bad. And then our next question coming out from, I believe, Clifford says, drop one, Dell, Quentin Johnson, or Roshan. I'll drop Tank Dell. Tank Dell going into the bye week next week. Like, I don't think it's the same ceiling as those other players. You're going to have to hold on to him 2 weeks without getting anything. Drop Dell. Max says, start two at BBR. Pittman, Lockett, Collins, and Taylor or Chuba. I'm going to go Taylor over Chuba, and then we're going to go Pittman and Nico Collins there as well. Okay. So, Crow, like I said, in the live chat, if you can, please give me your perception on what the Europe games are doing. Let me know. Alan says, have BBR, one tight end, one flex. We have Ertz, Ferguson, Stevenson, and Deonta Foreman. Flex, we're going to go Foreman. Tight end wheel goes Zach Ertz in a plus matchup. Did this player get booted? Did the defensive back get booted? Did he get ejected? So it looks like he has his helmet off. Yeah, it looks like it. Now, Kimberly says, full BBR, we need to start three of Breece, Laporta, Pittman, Ridley, and Logan Thomas. We're going to go with Breece, Pittman, and Calvin Ridley, my friend. Breece, Pittman, Ridley. Obviously, Laporte is a great tight end. He's the top 5 tight end, but ultimately, we're not looking at him in the flex out of those guys, right? Nate says, what running back should we trade Pierce for? You're not going to get much. Honestly, I think you hold on to Pierce. If you could trade him for Rachaad White, go do it, but it is what it is. Yeah, that hit was crazy. It's like Henry, I believe Derrick Henry touchdown there. So Derrick Henry saves his fantasy day despite, I repeat, despite Ryan Tannehill being bombs. Mystery says, I'm from Europe and it's impossible to get a ticket for the games. I tried for both games. In one, I was in the queue as like 150,000th place for the first time and I got 2 millionth in the second. What the heck, my man? What is the resell on the ticket then? What's the resell on the ticket? Now, Ruth Dog says 10-team BBR double flex, bench 1. Kyren, DJ Moore, Walker, Waddle, and Puka. Pains me to say, obviously, crushed last week, but this is the situation where you have a phenomenal team. I think you may end up having to bench DJ Moore here. I think you may have to bench DJ Moore. Cheech Chong says 12-team Happy BR pick 2. We have Evans, Breece, Kyren Williams. We're going to go with Breece and Kyren Williams. Play both running backs with the guaranteed workloads. SSG Yeti coming out says 10-team double flex. Who do we sit between James Cook, Garrett Wilson, and Chris Godwin? Probably going to be benching Godwin now that Evans is good to go. Tim says James Cook for Jalen Waddle. Give me Waddle, especially if we have this great running back room. B says Tua or Fields. I'm going to be going Tua. He has the highest implied team total of any team this week at 14 points. And then Higgins or Barkley in our flex. I'm going to go Barkley in the flex. Obviously, both players are concerning coming back from respective injuries. Steven says 12-team PBR. 8 teams make it to the playoffs. We're 4-1 and in first place. So if 8 teams make it to the playoffs, this tells me a couple different things. 1, we are locked in for the playoffs if we're 4-1, 100%. 2, I'm assuming that we do not have buys for the top 2 teams. 16 playoff, you get buys for the first 2 teams. 18 playoffs, typically you don't. So what I would say here is I would say that we are not really incentivized at all to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, as long as we're top 8, we're chilling. Traded Nico, Brian Robinson for Jefferson. This is the exact kind of move we're looking to make with this situation. We have Hurts, Hall, Stevenson, Algier, Kelly, Zeke, Mitchell, Jamar, AJ Brown, Amari, Addison, Laporta. What are your thoughts? Great trade, great team. I wouldn't even mind taking it one step further. And if you could sell like Stevenson and get Achane back in return, specifically in this scenario, I'd be fine with it. Okay. Nate says, all right, I'll hold Pierce. What wide receiver should we trade for, Lamb? I mean, then we have Lamb, Ridley, Allen, Flowers. Can we get an RB1? So if you were looking to trade, I mean, you can try to trade Pierce. My thing is, I'm just telling you, I would say I probably answer more fantasy football questions every single week than any other person on this planet. Is that safe to say, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think I answer more fantasy football questions than anybody else on the planet? I'm not saying, not even close to being the best fantasy football player at the planet. I would rank myself outside of the top 100 million there. And 100 million people don't even play fantasy football. But in terms of getting a sense of what players people want to be trading for, what players people don't want to be trading for, I'm the number 1 person on this planet in answering questions and kind of knowing the market. Nobody wants Dameon Pierce. You're not going to get anything. You're not really going to get anything for Lamb. I'd way rather hold Lamb. If you wanted to sell someone, you would get a lot for Zay Flowers because Flowers has been absolutely crushing it. So if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to send, say, Zay Flowers in a package with another running back, if you could send like Zay Flowers and Dameon Pierce and maybe go get the long-term upside of JT, maybe that could make sense. Chungy Monkey says Kirk, Collins, or Swift for the flex. I'm going to go with the running back with the guaranteed volume. We'll go Swift. Okay. Now, Philly's Finest says, happy BR. We have JT Stevenson or Higgins. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my man. I think we are going to go ahead. I think that we will take Jonathan Taylor. Obviously, we have a considerable amount of risk when we do this. But at the same time, I think we have risk for all these guys. Anthony says T or London for the flex. I will go Drake London in a good matchup. Looking to avoid T. Higgins where we can until we... I mean, honestly, I'll be ranking T. Higgins as a must-start guy coming out of the bye week 2 weeks from now, but just not right now. Ron, longtime member of the flock, says, Mason, my friend, non-BBR, flex Higgins, Hollywood, Myers, or Kirk. Probably going to go Kirk. Also, pick the best DST between the Colts, who are 4.5-point dogs, the Falcons, who are 2.5-point favorites, and the Vikings, who are about 2.5-point favorites. I think we'll probably go with the Falcons defense to stream because I'm just really not worried about Sam Howell. And also, Washington has pretty much allowed the most sacks so far this season. Dex says Debo or London. Assuming the weather's not horrendous, we're going to go Debo. Monitor the weather in Cleveland. Barkley or Chuba Hubbard. I probably will go Saquon Barkley here. E. Calton says Zach Moss or Josh Downs. 14-team PBR single flex, please. We are going to go ahead. We will take Zach Moss over Josh Downs. Obviously, full BBR format, you tend to go with a little bit heavier of a wide receiver approach. But still, nonetheless, I think we can do it. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we just hit 1,600 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel. And also, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because since it was our birthday this week, they're hooking you up with a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard if you are new to Underdog Fantasy. And on top of that, a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard on Monday night, only with promo code FLOCK to get both of them. And yeah, Underdog never gives away 2 special pick'ems. Make sure you take advantage. Super happy that we were able to get y'all that. And let me get all the most recent updates that we have with injuries, just let you know who's active, who's inactive. So Elijah Mitchell is officially active week 6. Robert Woods active week 6. Tank Dell inactive week 6. David Njoku active. T. Higgins active. Sam Laporta still expects to play. Devon Achane expects to return when first eligible in week 11. Mac Jones can have a short leash. Anthony Richardson strongly considering season-ending surgery. Hollywood Brown expected to play. Dawson Knox expected to play. Darren Waller expected to play. And the Giants are optimistic that Saquon Barkley will play. But of course, being optimistic and us getting guaranteed, it's 2 different things, and it's hard to say that we're 100% locked in. Hector says Cousins or Brock Purdy. We will go Kirk Cousins over Brock Purdy. I mean, tough weather in Cleveland. Not only do you have tough weather, but at the same time, hell, you're just not going to have to, it's a tough matchup. You're not going to have to throw the ball at all, right? You're going up against PJ Walker, and you have the best defense in the NFL. Do we expect them to go out there and start slinging it? Nick says Saquon or Jerome Ford in a full PBR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Saquon. Obviously, there's an inherent amount of risk with Saquon, but at the same time, Ford has an incredibly low floor as well, given the fact this is a running back that's going up against the the best defense in the NFL, while at the same time, I mean, has possibly one of the worst offensive situations. Now, GoPro Dude says PBR start 1, Mixon, Addison, Kirk. We'll go Mixon. And then start 1 between Olave, Waddle. I have Olave and Waddle ranked legitimately back-to-back. I could go back and forth between these guys. Honestly, I do think that it's up to you here. I have Olave ranked 1 slot higher, but I'm not going to fault you at all if you wanted to go Waddle instead. I think both are super similar. Jason says, is Higgins a risk? Love the channel, by the way. Thank you. And T. Higgins definitely is a risk. I stand by the fact that T. Higgins is a buy low candidate for the rest of the season. But with that being said, you can't go through and play T. Higgins knowing that he is dealing with his rib injury. Burrow is dealing with his calf injury. And we saw twice last year the Cincinnati Bengals have T. Higgins active, and then he plays one snap and stands on the sideline and looks pretty for the rest of the game. So I don't know if I can play T. Higgins. I honestly probably can't. Okay. UI Sloth says Tua or Burrow. We will go Tua over Burrow as the highest implied team total of any team this week. Ricardo says start Hollywood or Jonathan Taylor. I think Hollywood gives you the higher floor. JT gives you the higher ceiling. If you looked at my flex rankings this week, I had JT at 47 and Hollywood at 49. So really, it is going to be up to you. That is close. El Chabo says full BBR, pick 2 out of 3. We have Eckler, Etienne, Montgomery. Also, Moore or Lamb. Thanks. So thank you. We're going to go Lamb over over DJ Moore for damn sure. And then between Eckler, Etienne, Montgomery, I think we're going to be going with Eckler and Montgomery. It's tough to say. Y'all know I love Travis Etienne. Everybody in the flock pretty much has Travis Etienne on their teams. We've been talking about him as a must draft player when he was going around 4. We were talking about him as a buy low candidate earlier on in the season. I know a lot of us have Travis Etienne, but ultimately, if you have no David Montgomery here, if you have no Jahmyr Gibbs, you probably got to play David Montgomery. Jack says, happy BR, we got to start 3. We have Foreman, Ramondre, Palmer. I keep hearing so many different things, and we just lost Jefferson. I need a win. Love the content, Mason. Thank you. And I'm going to go Foreman with a guaranteed workload. I don't know how many we're supposed to start. You only gave us 3 options, and you said start 3. So I'm going to rank them as is. Foreman 1, Ramondre 2, Palmer 3. Foreman 1, Ramondre 2, Palmer 3. I don't know if we were supposed to start 1, start 2, or maybe you left the player out, but that's how we'd rank it. Palm Tree Tune says London or T. Higgins. Love the channel, man. Thank you. I will go London this week in a good matchup against Washington. I will clearly rather have T. Higgins rest of season, and I hope that I am wrong. I hope that T. Higgins has a better game. Tannehill picked off. Oh my gosh, get Tannehill out of here. Joel says full BBR Chuba or Zach Moss. We will, oh my gosh. Up to you. I think we honestly probably end up going Chuba. I mean, Chuba has the guaranteed workload, full BBR format as well. We'll have the receiving role. Or I think JT and Moss split this backfield. Nate says Pierce and Flowers for Kamara. Is this an overpay? He's open to it. I think it's a very fair price point, and I'm honestly surprised you were getting that for Dameon Pierce. Go do it. Gregory says, need the win. Rondale versus Elijah versus Mingo. Thinking that Mingo has the most upside, but also the most downside. It's kind of where I'd be at as well. I honestly probably end up going with Rondale Moore, especially if you have no James Cook. There's an outside chance that they actually get Rondale Moore a little bit more involved with gadgety type plays as well. Havel the Rock says non-PBR, we starting Moss or JT this week. Keep in mind, I'm the same idiot who said this last week. I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor over Zach Moss. They paid him $40 million. I don't think they pay him $40 million, so they don't use him. So I would go JT here. We Little Man coming out saying full BBR flex, Garrett Wilson or Deonta Foreman. Full BBR format, I think we go Garrett Wilson. Non-BBR league, I think we can go Foreman. Sebastian says full BBR start Ramondre Osborne or Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds not going to be startable. Jameson will expand his role, and Amon-Ra St. Brown is back fully healthy. So I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Ramondre Stevenson. Clay says flex 1, Barkley, Ayuk, KJ, or Amari. If the weather looks fine in Cleveland, you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Brandon Ayuk. If the weather is not, we're going to be going and rolling the dice with Saquon Barkley. Depends on that Cleveland weather. We don't know as of now. Okay. Now, Richard says, do I bench Amari for Gallup and flex Gainwell? Nope. You got to play Amari here. Sucks. Obviously, Amari, horrendous matchup, bad weather, bad quarterback play, but ultimately, Gallup's giving us nothing, right? Like, it's hard to go through and say to go Gallup. Evan says, play it safe with Nico or risk Barkley not play. I think you play it safe with Nico Collins in that range. Hector says, for the flex, would you go Etienne or Addison? I'm definitely going to go Travis Etienne. Give me the 3-down bell cow running back, my friend. Now, Jobo coming out saying, have BBR format, London, Palmer, or Ahmed in the flex. We will go ahead. We will take Drake London. With London, obviously, this is a very tough spot in terms of his offense not really having much passing volume. But with that being said, at least it's a great matchup against Washington. At least he is the guy, right? And Brett says Myers and Godwin for Addison. We have Jefferson. We're down 4-1. I think all these guys are about in a similar range. I think Addison has the highest ceiling. So what I would say is if it's like a 12-team league, 2 flex spots, we probably want to keep the depth. If it's a 10-team league, we're only going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, then sure, you can go out there and make the play for the ceiling. Isaiah says full BBR Josh Downs or Josh Reynolds in the flex. We are going to go Downs over Reynolds with St. Brown, Laporta, and Jameson being good to go. Devin says, thank you. Happy BR. Start one of Madison, KJ Osborne, or Dameon Pierce. Very close call. I think that we probably do go ahead and take Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce has been expanding his role, whereas Alexander Madison has been losing his role a bit. And hopefully we have the Houston Texans offensive line just performing better as they are healthier. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Percy White, always happy to see us, says, pick one. We have Downs, Chuba, or Higgins. Disclaimer, we're starting Pittman as well. I think here we're just going to go ahead. We're going to take the running back with the guaranteed workload, especially when he has usage as a receiver. I think we are going to take Chuba Hubbard. Long term, we're going to go through and we're going to take T. Higgins. Short term, I just don't necessarily think that's something we can look to do. Rick says, Ford or Zach Moss. We are going to go Zach Moss. Jerome Ford, I don't know if it's viable. You just have the worst spot imaginable against the San Francisco 49ers with no Deshaun Watson. Let me pull up implied team totals week 6. I'd imagine that you'd probably have Cleveland near the very bottom of that list. So let me pull this up. And as I do, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, obviously it's too late to check out the Tennessee ones, but you can find that link in the live chat and in the description. Promo code FLOCK will get you a 100% deposit match. And now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because it was our birthday this week. Underdog's hooking y'all up. Joe Burrow special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. If you're new to Underdog, a Justin Herbert special pick'em on top of that. More than less than half a total yard against the Dallas Cowboys on Monday. Underdog never gives away multiple special pick'ems like this. They're just doing it because it was our birthday. Really happy that we're able to get it for y'all, so make sure you take advantage. And one of my favorite pick'ems this week would actually be Brandon Ayuk for more than 48.5 receiving yards, dependent on how the weather looks in Cleveland. And I will say real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we knew it was going to be bad. It's even worse than I was expecting with Cleveland for their implied team total. The Cleveland Browns have an implied team total of 13 points. I believe this is the lowest I have ever seen. I don't say ever seen. The lowest I've seen this season. And it goes to say you cannot start a single Cleveland Brown. You cannot start a single Brown. You have Jerome Ford at 53.5 total yards for his underdog pick'em. You have Amari at 42.5 yards. You have Elijah Moore at 30.5. Do not start any of these guys. Devian says Ford or Moss. Don't know if we answered this. We're going to go Zach Moss because of what we just talked about, my friend. Okay. B says Barkley or Rachaad White. Happy BR. We need to win badly. I think with White, when he has the guaranteed roll, there's no reason to go out there and roll the dice on Barkley. is even if Barkley plays right, which is not necessarily a guarantee, he still may not necessarily be at 100%. So I think we do go ahead. I think we just say, play Rachaad White. Ty says, rank them Olave, Smith, Eckler, Jacobs. We're going to go Eckler, Jacobs, then your call between Smith, Olave. Now that we have no Sauce Gardner, we probably end up going Smith. James says, start 3. I'm 0-5. Debo, Olave, Thielen, Lamb, or Nico Collins. We're going to go Lamb, even though he's one of the reasons why we're 0-5. Olave and Nico Collins with no Tank Dell. If you wanted to sneak in Thielen, you could do it. If you wanted to sneak in Debo, you can do it. But what I personally would do is Lamb, Olave, and Nico Collins with no Dell. NT Ramsey says, what's good, Mason? Do you like Moss or Downs PBR? Happy to see it. We are going to go Moss this week. I think long-term Downs would probably be the call. If you're asking us next week, I think that JT will be expanding his role here. But yeah, probably go Moss for the time being. Joe says, 10-team standard. Are we going to go Burrow or Goff? I mean, close. I think we are probably ended up going with Joe Burrow, especially now that we have Higgins good to go. But I mean, at the same time, Goff is very intriguing in that you have St. Brown healthy. You have Laporta healthy. You have Jameson expanding his role. It's going to be the first time that we've seen this all year. So I'm excited to see Goff, but I still think that we probably go Burrow. Let's see, where are their underdog pick'ems at? You have Burrow currently at 17.65 fantasy points and 277.5 total yards. And then let's see where you have Goff. So they don't have a pick 'em up of Goff, at least not when I screen recorded this. Let me go ahead and see what the Goff one was at. I pulled up the Underdog app and they just gave me a prompt that the WNBA Finals was right now. Did y'all know the WNBA Finals was right now? Yeah, they have Goff at 15.9 fantasy points, whereas they have Burrow at 17.65. And did y'all know it was the WNBA Finals? I didn't know that. I assumed that they played the same time as the NBA. But 2AD says, you're the best, bro. Stevenson or Foreman? I am going to go ahead. I will take Foreman. And, I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you. I mean, Stevenson, horrendous offense, worse offense, and he's in a committee. I think Foreman sees every touch. CJ Max says, have BBR, Chuba or risk Barkley? Here every day. Always appreciate you, my man. I'm going to risk Barkley if it's Chuba. Maybe if it's in our running back slot, we can make an argument to not take the risk and just go Chuba Hubbard. If it's in our flex, we can say, let's go Saquon because we'll have more options to pivot to. But it's tough. It is tough. Timothy says, 12-team BBR. Who should I trade Barkley for? We need another running back. Kamara, DeMercado, Warren, Spears, Foreman. If you could sell Barkley for ETN, go out there and do it. But the harsh reality of the situation is you are most likely not going to be able to sell Barkley for anything. If you could send a wide receiver with Barkley and go get Eckler. If you could go get Bijan, if you could go get ETN, if you could go get Pollard, that'd be a no-brainer. Jacobs, Walker, no-brainers. I don't think anybody's trading for Saquon Barkley right now. I hate to tell you that, but it is what it is. So it looks like Malik Willis may be going in. Very interesting. Very interesting. Andy says, is there any news for Saquon? Let me go up and pull up everything that we have. The expectation is Barkley is expected to play. Let me pull up what we have here, though. Singh says, is it safe to start Waller if I have David Njoku? I mean, yeah, Njoku, worst offense in the NFL this week. Cannot do it. Cannot do it. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Let's go to Rappaport first. Ian Rappaport. Let's see what he's saying. Okay, Kyle Hamilton was ejected. Anthony Richardson may be out for the season. Mac Jones starting on a short leash. So everything we already know, right? Everything we already know. Let's see if we have anything from Shefty. Jalen Ramsey is ahead of schedule in his comeback and is pushing to play sometime next month. Ooh, that's exciting. Sam Laporta expected to play. Chase Claypool will not be playing today. Claypool will not be playing, which is interesting. We told someone that Barrios may not be interesting earlier today because Claypool, but now we know. Now we know. Okay, Randy Gregory is going to be making his Niners debut today. HN most likely coming back week 11. Deshaun Watson is dealing with a deep rotator cuff contusion that has made it difficult for him to drive the football when he throws, but there's a belief that the Browns quarterback could be ready to play as soon as next Sunday against the Colts. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. And let me jump to the Underdog Twitter. We'll jump to Underdog's Twitter. Typically, they are pretty damn good. Malik Willis in a game for the quarterback, Ryan Tannehill. Yep, we're watching that right now. Tannehill go into the locker room. Elijah Mitchell active. Yeah, so we have nothing new with Saquon Barkley. The last report that we have with Barkley is saying that they're optimistic he plays. Optimistic. It's not expected, but optimistic. Now, Logan says, have BBR start 2 at the flex. We have Barkley, Amari, Godwin, Tutu. We also have Quentin Johnston on Monday if Barkley ends up not playing. We're going to go Godwin and then Barkley. Yeah, we're going to go Godwin, Barkley, and then I guess we will have the pivot if we really needed to Quentin Johnston on Monday. So, yeah, put Barkley there in the flex. Okay. Now, Ben says, quarterback, we have Watson, Howell. Running back, we have Bijan, Henry, HN, Herbert, Hill. Receiver, we have Olave, Amari, Ayuk, Brown, Myers, Dell. Tight end, we have Logan Thomas. Full BBR, I'm 2 and 3. We have Brown or Myers as the flex. And do you have any trade suggestions? I don't know. I'm assuming this is Hollywood. If it's Hollywood, it would probably go Hollywood. And I think it's a very strong team. Obviously, the thing is, if we could get a quarterback upgrade, we would. But with the HN injury, it's probably going to be a little bit easier said than done. So we're probably going to be sitting on our hands waiting until we get HN back in. Hopefully, the Deshaun Watson comes back as well. I would just say we need to continuously be churning quarterback too. And it's going to be difficult for us to make any moves at this time. Tannehill looks so pissed on that cart. Ah, poor Tannehill. Syndicate says, Burrow, Stafford, or Cousins. Who would you start? We're going to go ahead. We will play Burrow. No. Do we go Stafford? We're going to go Burrow long-term. We're going to go Stafford this week. I mean, the Rams almost have an implied team total of 28 points this week. You probably need to be playing them. Okay. Now, Frobro says Tutu Atwell or T. Higgins. This is where it's like, oh, okay, I guess we have no other option but to play T. Higgins, right? Like, we can't play Tutu Atwell with Kupp and Puka back in here. So, yeah, we will go through and we'll play Higgins, but feel horrible about it. Now, Fatu coming out says lineup help, 2-2-1. Barkley, Moss, Pierce, Hubbard. We're going to be going with, honestly, Barkley, Moss, Ayuk, Debo, Puka, Thielen, Myers. We're going to go with Puka, Ayuk. And then for the flex spot, depending on the weather in Cleveland, either Debo or Adam Thielen. The weather in Cleveland's bad. We're going to go Adam Thielen. If the weather in Cleveland looks fine, we will go with Debo Samuel. Anthony says pick 3, Watson, Ridley, Thielen, and Addison. We're going to go with Ridley, Metcalf, and Thielen. Addison is close. I mean, if you look at the underdog pick'ems, they have Thielen for about 60 yards this week, whereas they have Addison at about 52.5. Probably end up going Thielen this week, but I do think that you have more long-term upside with Jordan Addison. And God, Malik Willis is doing something out here, but I would love to see Will Levis. Quick side note, if y'all don't know, did anybody here watch the live stream that we did during the NFL draft? Can y'all let me know if you watched the live stream that we did during the NFL draft? Let me know in the live chat. But we were out there with Dapper Labs and we were filming content for them, promoting them and everything. And Will Levis on the NFL red carpet threw me the biggest bone ever. Helped your boy out so much. Yeah, so if y'all were there, I know In was probably there. If you were there, Will Levis helped your boy out so much that I am forever rooting for Will Levis. Like, give Levis, I hope Levis is good. He's probably not. The reality of the situation is probably not good. Quarterback if you're behind Ryan Tannehill and Malik Willis on the depth chart, but still, I really want to see Will Levis do well. I'm rooting for him. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. We have live streamed for now over 4 hours at this point. I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April, 170 days in a row. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, get you a 100% deposit match. And now is the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy because you will also get a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, since it was our birthday this week, a Justin Herbert special pick'em for tomorrow, more than less than half a total yard. Underdog never does things like this, but it was our birthday this week, so they hooked us up. So please make sure y'all take advantage. Okay. Michael says, your interview is the reason I love Will Levis. And funny thing is, too, like standing next to Will Levis was just like, he kind of looked like me if you put myself in a video game and made me better at everything possible. Like, put me in a video game, made me better looking, made me more muscular, made me 6'5". Like, he was like, your boy just the improved version. Like you did a scientific lab on him or you took his sliders in a video game and put him to 99 on every level. But Ross says flex Ayuk or Moss. Full BBR format, we're going to go Ayuk unless the weather is tough. And then non-PBR probably goes Zach Moss regardless. Okay. Reflexes says Higgins, Pierce, Gabe Davis, JSN at the flex. Full BBR. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend. I think tough spot. I mean, I think Dameon Pierce gives you the guaranteed work. Gabe Davis gives you the ceiling. So it is kind of up to what you are chasing there. Just don't play JSN. Don't play Higgins. I think that their floor are probably going to be a little bit too low, even if I love these guys for their long-term upside. Now, MCF says, standard scoring, 3-2. Kenneth Walker, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jerome Ford. Wide receivers are Keenan, Wilson, Moore, Hopkins, Watson. Was offered Chase, Jefferson, Downs, Spears. For Herbert, Keenan, Hopkins, Wilson. We have Fields as well. Wide receivers would be Chase, Jefferson, Moore, Watson. Thoughts on the deal? So if we have Fields, Justin Herbert is expendable. Going from Keenan to Jamar Chase, give me Jamar Chase. Going from Hopkins to Jefferson, give me Jefferson. Wilson and Herbert versus Downs and Spears. Obviously, I'd rather have Herbert, but who the hell cares? We're getting two of the best wide receivers in fantasy. So yeah, honestly, I think that we go ahead and make this move. And you did get the encouraging report coming out of Minnesota, or at least I read it as encouraging, that you have the expectation as a 4 to 6 week timeline for Justin Jefferson. 4 to 6 weeks. Now, Brighton says start at running back, Barkley, White, Jonathan Taylor, or Deonta Foreman. JT and Barkley have the upside. I think you go with Rachaad White this week for the guaranteed workload and a good offense. Justice, Chuba or Barkley, Ridley or Nico? We're going to go Barkley over Chuba. Obviously, we're rolling the dice. And we're going to go we're going to go Ridley over Nico. It's close, though. It's close. Big Red Truck Review says Cole Kmet or Sam Laporta, full PPR. Thank you, my friend. Always happy to see you. And we're definitely going to go through. We're going to take Sam Laporta. I understand a little bit frustrating. Laporta plays later in the day. Still technically questionable. All reports coming out saying that it is expected that he will be playing this week. Kyler says, bro, I'm starting Puka or Addison this weekend. We have Allen and Chase. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to be starting Puka this weekend. I mean, I would love to come out here and say, oh, no, guys, Cooper Kupp is back. So Puka is not, he's that low end wide receiver 2 now. Like I said he was going to be. I thought Kupp was going to come back in and Puka was going to be a low end wide receiver 2. But if we said that, we'd be lying. I mean, we'd be lying to you, my man. Now, our next is coming out from CB says, full BBR. Receivers are Chase, Puka, Ridley. We knit up with our flex between Godwin, Pittman, London, and Damian Pierce. Thanks, Waka Flock. Appreciate you, my friend. For our flex, I think we are going to end up going with Michael Pittman. I think you could have made an argument for Chris Godwin if Mike Evans were to miss. But Evans being good, I think we go ahead and we just take Michael Pittman, right? Desmond says, do I start London or Chris Godwin? We're going to go London over Godwin. We're going to go London. Actually, no, I'm an idiot. Go Godwin, even though London has a good matchup. You don't have enough passing volume in Atlanta. No idea why I said that. Rob says, how BBR, choose one. Risk Barkley or go JT, Nico, or Olave. I think we don't need to risk it. I think you can go with either Nico or Olave, up to you. I mean, with JT, Barkley really like the long-term upside of these guys, but ultimately, Nico and Nico and Olave do give you that guaranteed target volume. Now, Worded Aqua says, trade Walker, Thielen, JSN for Montgomery and Olave. Walker to Montgomery, up to you. Thielen, JSN versus Olave, give me Olave. I think we'd probably go with Montgomery and Olave. I will say, I mean, Gibbs still probably has some role, right? It just comes down to what exactly does that look like. Now, Brandon coming out says Addison, Wilson, Godwin, Smith, pick 2, and then Chuba or Deonta Foreman. We're going to go Foreman over Chuba. It's very, very close, though. And then for our wide receivers, we're going to go Smith with no Sauce Gardner. And we're probably going to end up going Garrett Wilson in that same game as well. Now, Raphael says Allen or Richardson, Walker, Jacobs, Mixon, Brian Robinson, JT, Jefferson, Higgins, Nico, Evans, Waddle, Judy, Amari, KJ, Laporta, Waller. 3-1, 8-team league. What do we do? So 8-team league, I'm always opting in to see if we can go out there and trade for the elite level tight end. If we could send like Mixon and Sam Laporta for Travis Kelce, I think that would make a lot of sense because we can afford to do it in this format where we have these great wide receivers and running backs. And outside of that, if you wanted to send like Nico Collins and Brian Robinson and get some stud wide receiver in return, you could look at that as well. Now, Elliott coming out saying, need a wide receiver 2 in a flex, full BBR. Pick 2 between Metcalf, Hollywood, Addison, and Myers. Diggs is my wide receiver 1. Our wide receiver 2, I think we're going to be going with DK Metcalf. And then our flex, honestly, all these guys are incredibly close for us. If you look at my flex rankings this week, we put Addison at 40, Myers at 45, and Hollywood at 49. So they're all right about there. I probably do end up going with Addison because I'm most excited about his offense. And he's a good matchup. Now, Fritz says, have BBR Barkley with the flex. Who do we pick up if he doesn't start? Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, or Quentin Johnston are viable. I think Johnston would have the most long-term upside. I think that Brandon Cooks would be the player that we'd want to start instead. So we'd start Cooks. If you have an open roster spot and we can go through and pick up someone with some long-term upside, I wouldn't mind at all going out there and seeing if we could pick up Quentin Johnston. I think Johnston's an intriguing ad. Now, Reed Rowland says, pick 2, full BBR, Godwin, Lockett, and Nico. We're going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking the combination of Collins and Godwin. I think Collins is a very safe play when you have no Tank Dell this week. Maybe safe's not the right word, but he's a very interesting play to say the least. Tim says, Mason, my man, full of BBR, needs some last-second advice. Do we start Brian Robinson or Deonta Foreman with all the other running backs out? My man, this has been the one question that I've had no idea how to answer. I've had to throw it to the live chat a multitude of times now to see what they would say because I simply do not know what answer to give you. Can I ask do you mind if I ask the live chat here, my man? Last time I asked them, it was split kind of 50-50, but let's see. Please let me know in the chat. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Brian Robinson or Deonta Foreman? Brian Robinson or Deonta Foreman? Let me know. Robinson, Foreman, Robinson, Foreman. Split 50-50 so far. Robinson, Foreman, Robinson. Robinson. Okay, now we have all the Brian Robinsons coming in. So it looks like most people are going Brian Robinson, but I still think it's close. Okay. Ryan says, full BBR, Addison, Garrett Wilson, Metcalf, choose 2. Actually, we just answered this, no? We're for sure playing Metcalf, and then I have Garrett Wilson at 39, Addison 40 in our flex ranking, so it really is up to you. Raviel says, should we be moving Justin Jefferson? If you're 1-4 and you need some wins right now, you're 2-3 and you have nobody you can start in your flex, then yeah, if you can sell Justin Jefferson and go get someone like Amon-Ra St. Brown, it does make a lot of sense. However, if you're like 4-1, probably not wanting to do so. If you're 4-1, probably in a better spot to just hold on to Jefferson for his long-term upside. Now, Flo says I have Mostert. I can play. No, you want to go Algier. Still go Algier. I think Mostert's going to get the vast majority of the work in this overall offense. I understand, yes, it is an interesting spot, and I agree with you on that, but I don't know. Cal says, Higgins or Michael Thomas for the flex. This is about the range where we can go through and we can take a swing on the upside of what you have with T. Higgins. Because with Michael Thomas, it's not like he is by any means some guaranteed guy that we're happy to get in our starting lineup, right? So I think we're taking on a risk almost no matter what. So yeah, you can take on that risk with T. Higgins. Toro coming out says, PBR, we have Olave, Pittman, Madison, Osborne. We got to pick one. I personally am going with Olave. Now, if you decided not to go with Chris Olave, the answer would be Michael Pittman. Trying to think. Yeah, definitely not going Madison, definitely not going Osborne. I think we go Olave. Yes, Olave hasn't been great over the past 2 weeks. Last week, dealing with the ankle. 2 weeks ago, you had the Derek Carr shoulder. I think Carr should be healthier. Plus, Olave himself should be healthier. And ultimately, it's the wide receiver that was going out there seeing double-digit targets every single week through the first 3 weeks while everybody was healthy. And at the same time, if you were looking at what you have specifically with his yardage, 100 total yards per game at the same time. Well, healthy, that is. And I expect him to be healthier going forward. Okay. Now, our next is coming out from Brad says, PBR, we need to. Do I start Ayuk, Waddle, Olave, or Addison? I'm starting CMC, Montgomery, and DeAndre Swift. Phenomenal team. Here, I'm going to be going with Olave and Jalen Waddle. I think that, honestly, they have the safest floor and the safest ceiling as well. So I think we do it. Okay. And now, Brandon coming out says, Addison, Wilson, Godwin, Smith. Pick 2. And Chuba or Foreman. Chuba, Foreman, I'm going to go Foreman, but it is very close. And the wide receiver, we are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking the combination of Devonta Smith and Garrett Wilson. Okay. Justin says, have BBR for the flex. We need 1. Olave, London, and Wilson. We're going to go Olave. And then between Kirk Cousins and Trevor Lawrence, it is close. With no Justin Jefferson, I kind of want to opt to sit Kirk Cousins where we can. But yeah, no, I still have Lawrence over Cousins. You have an higher implied team total as well. You have a 25.5 point implied team total for the Jags, whereas you have the Vikings down at 23.5. So I think we do want to be benching Cousins. They want to be benching Cousins. Okay, so Greg Film Stuff says, my guy Mace starting Stafford, A.J. Brown, Ridley, Kyron, Kamara, James Cook. Question, should we start Adam Thielen? And if yes, who do you take him out for? Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, my man. If y'all don't know, Greg Film Stuff has been a long time member of the flock. I would like to start Thielen if we can, but I don't take out James Cook for him. I don't take out Ridley for him. I don't take out A.J. Brown for him. So while I think Adam Thielen is definitely an intriguing start, I just don't think we can here. Jay Bird says start Evans or Adam Thielen in the flex. Ooh. Tough spot. With the banged up Evans, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go Adam Thielen. Obviously should be a very high scoring matchup though when it comes to what we get for the Bucks and Lions game. Lone Lion says Barkley may not play. Foreman, Chuba to be safe. If you can put him in the flex spot and have some viable pivoting options, I'm fine if you wanted to play Barkley in this range. 100% Barkley is someone that you need to be concerned with. They're saying they're optimistic Barkley will play. But even if he does, obviously it'll be a disgusting situation. Let me pull this up. Saquon Barkley. Let's see if we have any recent reports.
Going to need all the help that they can get, and it appears they're going to have Saquon Barkley on their side for this game. Ian, we reported this morning that the Giants are optimistic that Barkley will be able to go. Now, I know you got to say.
Yeah, it looks like from what I'm seeing, we don't really have any other news. It's just the Giants are optimistic that Barkley will play. Nothing else has come out about the situation. So obviously you need to take into consideration the pivoting options that we would have. Okay. Now, Amy says, play Garrett Wilson or Osborne. Good morning and thank you. Good morning, thank you. I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Garrett Wilson over Osborne here, though. Now, Alex says start Ramondre or Foreman. Thank you for everything. No, thank you. We are going to go with Deonta Foreman because Ramondre is still splitting that backfield with Zeke, whereas you have Foreman getting everything in Chicago this week. Kevin says, good morning, and who to flex between Debo, Foreman, Pierce, full PPR. If the weather looks bad in Cleveland, I haven't seen any recent updates. Please just pull that up yourself. I think we're going to be going with No, we're going to go Dameon Pierce. We're going to go Pierce if the weather looks bad in Cleveland. If the weather looks like it's clearing up and it's going to be okay, you go Debo. Can everybody please spam the chat? How is the weather in Cleveland right now? What's the most up-to-date weather report with Cleveland? Lewis says Gallup or Amari in a full BBR format. Really tough spot. Clearly, we are looking to avoid Amari, but here in this range, you may not have another option. You probably have to go Amari Cooper over Gallup. Crime Lord says flex 2, Garrett Wilson, JT Montgomery. Thanks. So thank you. We are going to go with Montgomery and Garrett Wilson if it is a full PPR format, even if Jonathan Taylor possibly has more upside. Cole says Foreman or Downs. I'm definitely going to go with Deonta Foreman this week with the guaranteed workload, even if Downs has some upside. Ron says Madison, T, Ford, Downs, or Foreman. Half point per carry, full point PPR. Okay. Half point per carry, you got to go with the running back, right? So it's either going to be Foreman or Madison. I think you make an argument for either guy. But ultimately, as long as you are taking a running back, you should be fine. Now, Web3R coming out says Amari or Michael Thomas, wide receiver 2. Do we trust in PJ or MTs? We can go Michael Thomas over Amari Cooper. I'm saying you probably have to play Amari if it's versus Gallup, right? But yeah, if you think Michael Thomas is that baseline expectation to get you 10 points, I don't think Amari gets 10 points this week. Ryan says pick 2. We have Higgins, Foreman, Gabe, Lockett, Nico, full PPR. I'm going to be going with Nico Collins, and then full PPR format, you can go with either Gabe, Lockett at wide receiver, or you can play Foreman. Just don't play Higgins, and make sure you play Nico Collins there for one of the spots. David says, Barkley owner, drop Algier to pick up Matt Breida. No, because if Bijan goes down at the beginning of the day, then you're just complete toast. Matt Breida is going to be in a running back by committee anyway. Obviously, we would do it if we have to right before the game. But, I don't want you to do that. Then Barkley plays, Bijan goes down, and Tyler Algier is an RB1 rest of season. The additional upside you're getting with that is maybe not a ton. Whereas you could be sacrificing a ton of upside. Kevin says 17 mile per hour wind in Cleveland. Cleveland weather, always crappy. Matt says Devontae, Addison, Olave, Nico, Waddle. Pick 2. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Adams, and between Olave, Waddle, it's your call. Definitely bench Addison. Definitely play Adams. Waddle, Olave, I could go back and forth. I do have these guys ranked back to back. Amy says, or keep Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 3 and play Osborne at the flex over Madison. No, we will go Madison over Osborne. We have ETN. Okay, yeah, so great team, my friend. And with Osborne, obviously is viable, but at the end of the day, you may have Jordan Addison and T. Hawkinson dominating targets here. Okay. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Inventor's Wisdom, who says, we have KJ Osborne, Breece Hall, DK Metcalf, or Garrett Wilson in the flex. We're going to go Breece Hall. And thanks, play my girlfriend. So we need the win. Definitely need the win. And yeah, I think you go Breece Hall with Breece. It's a very tough matchup going up against Philly, where I think we have to lower our expectations overall. Typically, if I can just get one of those running backs in that we are guaranteed to get the 3-down workload with, where we are guaranteed to get usage as a receiver and usage in the red zone, let's go ahead and let's pull that trigger. Let's move this over. The Hamadama says, Chad, help me out. Do we trade away Garrett Wilson and Lamar for Amon-Ra St. Brown? Ooh, I'd be interested to know what everybody has to say here. Who are you going with? Are you going with Garrett Wilson and Lamar or Amon-Ra St. Brown? Please let me know. And Tajay Spears, massive run. Tajay Spears actually doing something. Yeah, the Ravens did not want to tackle there. The game's already out of hand. The game's over, but still. Tajay Spears, I guess, saving a couple people if they started him this week. Amon-Ra, don't do it. Do it. Depends on this is the correct answer, right? Depends on who the other quarterback is. If you're picking up Sam Howell off the waiver wire, no, you probably want to keep Lamar Jackson. Now, Tej Pritz says Debo or Gabe Davis over Amari. I'd go with both guys over Amari. Debo Samuel, you think the weather looks fine in Cleveland. If you're really worried about it, you can pivot to Gabe Davis. Pedro Renan says PBR, we have to bench one out of Eckler, Walker, Jacobs, and Swift. Brutal, my friend. Brutal spot. I mean, if you look at my flex rankings, I had Eckler at 3, Jacobs at 16, Walker at 17, and Swift at 20. So I do have Swift as the bench there. Okay. Now, Jose says, Happy BR, do I trust Higgins or do we play Osborne? Can everybody spam the chat for Jose? Jose's always out in the live chat with us. And in full BBR, we're going to go Deonta Foreman or Jonathan Taylor. I think it's very close. I probably end up going ahead and taking JT. But please spam the chat. Are you going to go T. Higgins or KJ Osborne? We got JT, Foreman, JT. So it looks like most people are answering that question. Osborne, but it's windy and maybe rain there. I don't know. It's really tough. I think, honestly, maybe you end up. I think T. Higgins has higher ceiling. It's just like if you're a heavy favorite, I'd be fine if you wanted to go Osborne. Sneaky Mofo says start 2, Garrett Wilson, Michael Pittman, Hollywood, DK. Full PBR. We're going to go with Pittman and DK Metcalf. Garrett Wilson is appealing. It's just a tough matchup that he has, right? Tough matchup. Wyatt says Chuba Hubbard or Jonathan Taylor. I probably go JT, but I mean, it's just so hard to know, right? JT gives you the ceiling. Chuba Hubbard gives you the floor. I think JT's in a better offense. I think that JT is a better running back, more efficient on a per touch perspective. This is what it is. Thrive says start Foreman or James Cook, full PBR. We're going to go James Cook in a full PPR league. James Cook in a full PPR league. Nabil says, Sup, Mace, 2 and 3 in both leagues. Let me tweet something out real quick. I'm sorry. Just why do NFL refs have to go through and make every game about them? Okay, but Happy BR pick 1. JT, Moss, Foreman, Keontae Ingram. flexing Mike Evans, full BBR Ford or DeMarcado. Oh, gross. We're going to go Ford. We can pick up Gibson or Ahmed. No, we're probably just going to play Jerome Ford. And then for the first options, I think we are going to end up going with Jonathan Taylor if we were looking for the ceiling, Deonta Foreman if we're looking for the floor. Now, D. Brito says start one, JT, Hall, White, Moss, or DeMarcado. We're going to go Breece Hall here. I mean, if you are looking at Breece Hall, this is a running back that does have a very tough matchup, much tougher matchup than last week. But at least we can say, oh, okay, well, we know he's going to get every single thing on third down, or not everything on third down. Never mind, it's going to be Michael Carter. But we know he's going to have a large role in the receiving game. We know that at the same time, he's going to have a role in the red zone. But Brody says trade Jefferson Higgins for Devonta Smith. Terry Hollywood. Jefferson to Smith, downgrade. Higgins to Terry, downgrade. We're getting Hollywood at the same time. No, we can't. Especially if these are options for the flex. Hell no, keep Jefferson. Flex 2 between JT, Pittman, Higgins, Ridley, White, Mixon. We're going to go Mixon and then Calvin Ridley, my friend. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for 4.5 hours. So if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream for us. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings. And now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog Fantasy, because also since it was our birthday this week, they're hooking you up with a Joe Burrow special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, because it was our birthday, you're going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for Monday. Only going to get that Herbert one with promo code FLOCK. Super happy I'm able to get you all of that. So please make sure you take advantage. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Yuan says, missed you earlier, PBR, Woods, Jameson, or Atwell. I'm very sorry, my friend. I think we may have maybe actually missed this question, which I do really apologize for. I mean, can't really play Jameson until we see him expand his role. I think it's either Atwell or Woods. I'd probably go Robert Woods. If you wanted to go Atwell, I'm not going to fault you. Should be a very high-scoring game for the Rams there. Now, D's Nuts says, Taylor or Alexander Madison. And then also, Michael Pittman, Godwin, Myers. We need to start 2 of the receivers. We're going to go Taylor over Madison. I think both running backs are in a committee, so give me the better guy. And then Pittman, Godwin, Myers. I'm going to be going with Pittman and Godwin. If you wanted to pivot from Godwin to Myers with Mike Evans now being good to go, not going to fault you at all. Caleb says Superflex PPR. We have Fields, Stafford, Kirk, start 2. We're going to be going with Fields and Matthew Stafford, where you have the Rams with an implied team total of about 28 points. And at the same time, I mean, when you have Puka, when you have Kupp in your offense, you're feeling good. Now, the Ziza Show says, need a flex, PPR. We have Hubbard, London, or Barkley. I'd probably go roll the dice with Saquon Barkley, especially if he's in our flex, because then we will actually have a few more pivoting options if we need one. John says, Pittman, Thomas, or Taylor. We need to bench one of these guys. We will bench Michael Thomas. Sebastian says, full BBR, Waddle or Breece playing against Tyreek. I mean, if you look at our flex rankings, I have Breece and Waddle in the same tier. Actually, no, I've Waddle the tier below. But yeah, nonetheless, we are going to take Breece. I mean, with Breece, I think you just have a little bit of a higher floor when you get the guaranteed looks and the guaranteed workload. Now, Trevor coming out says, happy Sunday. Happy BR struggling with injuries and buys. We need a flex and a receiver. We have Thomas, McLaurin, Ramadre, DeMarcado, and Ingram. You know I appreciate seeing you, my man. Wide receiver, it's going to be really tough. I think we probably, oh my gosh. Probably end up going Terry McLaurin against Atlanta. Then for a flex, we have to go Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, it's brutal, right? Obviously, Ramondre's been horrendous. This Patriots offense looks like one of the worst offenses in the NFL. But nonetheless, with Ramondre Stevenson, this is still a running back that will have guaranteed time. It's gross. I think he has a higher floor than someone like Michael Thomas, right? If you wanted to go Thomas, you do you, but we can't start either guy in Arizona just because we don't know who it's going to be. I definitely think we want to roster them. And then hopefully we have a guy that we can start next week over Ramondre. But now Minglewood says 12-team full BBR where we have Fields, Pollard, Hunt, Amari, Ayuk, Kittle with Purdy on the bench. Should we start Purdy instead of Fields? No, you're going to keep Justin Fields in, especially if you're looking at the fact that it's a little bit of a gross weather spot in Cleveland. And you have no Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, there's just going to be absolutely no incentive for the 49ers to go out there and air it out, where you are going to have just a ton of rushing attempts overall in that offense. Now, Bodie says, Hopkins, crap the bed for me. Need upside. Robinson, Barkley, or Deonta Foreman. Worried I might lose already. We had Kelsey and Mahomes play. So if you're worried and you're going, Mason, I don't care about the floor. I'm probably going to lose if I don't make a dramatic swing. If that's your scenario, you go ahead and you play Saquon Barkley over Brian Robinson. Whereas on the opposite end of the spectrum, if you told me, well, Mason, I mean, I'm actually going to be going up, against the team that just played DeAndre Hopkins. I'm a super heavy favorite. I just need a high floor. There we go, Brian Robinson. But if you need the ceiling, I think you can swing for Barkley. Now, I believe two of these coming out saying, full of BBR, Hunter Henry or Waller. Love you, bro. Love you, my man. We are going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking Darren Waller. Horrendous matchup. I'm sorry, not matchup, but horrendous game environment overall for Hunter Henry being in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. And Darren Waller has been, I don't want to say cleared to go, but we've been told that he's going to be going. Now, Web3 coming out says 10-team, Pat, Amari, Pitts, Pickens, Andrews, Smith, Watson, and Lamar at quarterback. I know. We're going to go in a second. I know. Sorry, the dog's begging to go outside. I haven't taken her outside today. I know. I'm sorry. Okay. Are you asking like Amari, Pitts, Pickens versus Andrews, Smith, Watson? That's the question. Andrews over Pat Frymuth. Smith over Amari. Watson over Pickens. Pitts, who cares? I'd probably go with the Andrews side. But I have no idea what you're asking. I could be completely wrong there, my man. Now, John coming out saying Amari, KJ Osborne, Jordan Addison, Michael Thomas, Cole Kmet, we need to start 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 options. In that case, super easy. We go through and bench the tight end, my man. Cole Kmet is intriguing. He's had some upside at the tight end position in particular. He's been fine, but nonetheless, it is very difficult to go out there and say, okay, yeah, we know exactly what we have with Cole Kmet. We have a player that can get us 40 receiving yards every single week. No, the passing volume is probably going to come down a bit. You have DJ Moore dominating targets. So, yeah, I don't necessarily think that we can go through and play Cole Kmet in a flex spot, right? Like, typically, we don't want to play any tight ends in that flex, especially if it's a non-stud tight ends. But we're closing in. There's a chance that we may hit 2,000 likes on this stream. So if you have not done so already, go down there. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I've live streamed literally every single day since April. We're going to go live every day until 2024. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, promo code FLOCK, 100% a deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings. And now is by far and away the best time to get on Underdog because it was our birthday this week. They're hooking you up not only with the Joe Burrow special pick of more than less than half a total yard if you're new to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK, but also doesn't matter when you use code FLOCK, you're also going to get hooked up with the Justin Herbert special pick of more than less than half a total yard for Monday night. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that if you have not done so already. Chase says start Robert Woods or Jahan Dotson. I may actually go Robert Woods when you have no Tank Dell here. And yes, you can see the dog. Let me call her over. Come here, little girl. Come here. Come here. I know. You're a good girl, and we're going to go in a second. We got 13 minutes, all right? 13 minutes. Can y'all see her? All right, you want to say hi to everybody? Hey, guys, I just really got to go to the bathroom. Why is Mason still streaming? I know. Okay, so A to Z, always happy to see us. Says, hey, Mason, do I even consider playing Minshew over Purdy given the weather in Cleveland? Also, Osborne over Higgins. So Osborne, Higgins, that is something we were going back and forth on. I think Higgins is higher ceiling. Osborne has higher floor. Really, that is going to be up to you, my friend. And then if you are going to be looking at what we have between Minshew and Purdy, if you're really worried about the weather, I don't have the TV on for Cleveland right now, so I can't really see what the weather looks like. I couldn't find anything on Twitter. I just have like the basic weather reports that you can find on just like Google. But I mean, if you are very much worried about the weather, I'm not going to fault you at all for going ahead and benching Brock Purdy. I mean, because at the same time, not only do you have to worry about the weather, it's a tough matchup against Cleveland. And on top of that, you have no Deshaun Watson, so it's not like there's any shot at a shootout. Now, Brandon says, T. Higgins off an injury or Michael Thomas this week. I probably go Michael Thomas. Obviously, it's very close. If you are looking at T. Higgins as a wide receiver, that what I'm worried about is last year, there were 2 games where T. Higgins was a game time decision. And I said, it doesn't matter if Higgins plays, you put T. Higgins in your starting lineup. And he played. We put him in our starting lineup. And he played 1 snap and stood on the sideline the rest of the game. So not only you're dealing with the Higgins injury, but you're also dealing with the injury for Burrow. So I am looking to avoid T. Higgins where I can. I still think he's a very intriguing buy low candidate for the long term. I hope he does well this week. But I would be very worried about playing him. Freezy Breezy coming out saying, full of BBR, we have A.J. Brown, Eckler, Puka, Mostert, Ridley, Montgomery, Kyron. Need 5, you're the best. Appreciate you. I believe you changed your name, my man, but we have Eckler, A.J. Brown, must start guys. Mostert, must start guy. Montgomery, must start guy. Really, it's going to come down to who do we start between Puka, Ridley, and Kyron Williams. I think it's a tough call. All these players are exciting. I would go ahead and I would look to play most likely Kyron Williams. So I'm going to go with the running back with the guaranteed workload. Cap says, happy birthday week, Mason. Deonta Foreman or Dameon Pierce. Thank you, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead and we will take. We're going to go Dameon Pierce if it's a PBR format. Non-PBR league can go one way or another. Okay, Wicks says Michael Pittman or Jalen Waddle. I'm going to go with Waddle. I mean, Pittman is intriguing. If you look at the passing volume that you've had with Gardner Minshew in this offense, Minshew's almost a bump up from Anthony Richardson for these receivers. But still, Waddle is Waddle. They have the highest implied team total this week. Let's go with the Dolphin. Adam says double PBR flexes. Moss, Ford, Foreman, Downs, Rondale, Moore. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be playing Deonta Foreman and Zach Moss. Rondale Moore, horrendous offense. Josh Downs, not super proven. And then if you're looking at Jerome Ford, horrendous offense, horrendous matchup, bad weather. Isaiah says, need 2 running backs and a flex. We have JT Brees, Deonta Foreman, Saquon, KJ Addison in play. Okay, so we're going to be going with Brees, Jonathan Taylor at running back. And then for the flex, it's your call between Saquon or Jordan Addison. I probably rolled the dice with Saquon if it's for our flex spot, knowing that we would have slightly more options that we can pivot to if we really needed to. Brandon says, good value for Andrews, Watson, and Ingram. Oh, yeah, I think that you can take Andrews there if you want Andrews. Dude Jazzy Jeff says, hey, Mason, Addison or Debo at PBR really does come down to what we have with the weather here. So if the weather looks like it's going to be bad in Cleveland, you probably go through and you probably take Addison. Like I said, I can't pull up the Cleveland weather outside of what I can find on Google right now. If you can actually get it turned on the TV and look at what that looks like pregame. Ooh, I actually am getting a clip of the 49ers game right now. Let's see. Debo's getting in a fight with some Browns players. We got a real fight going. We got punches being thrown. The weather looks okay in Cleveland right now, based off what I just saw in that one little fight clip. But that is tough. That is tough. Okay. Now, Bruce says, full BBR, Saquon, or Jerome Ford. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Saquon Barkley here, my man. I mean, it's just toughest defense in the NFL you're going up against. Not only is it the toughest defense in the NFL, but you have PJ Walker's your starting quarterback. The implied team total right now for the Cleveland Browns is 13 points this week. I don't think we can start any of those guys. Now, Ronnie says we're going to start Fields or Herbert. Ooh. If you look at our rankings this week, we're going to have these guys damn close. I think we probably end up going Justin Fields, given the matchup that you have for Herbert. I have Fields at QB6. I have Herbert at QB7. Sop Napkin says Myers, Taylor, Palmer, London, 10-team, start 2. We're going to be going with Myers and Taylor. Myers and Taylor. Dolgan says pick 2, Elijah, Michael Wilson, Wandale, Keontae Ingram. We're going to go Keontae for the flex and set up a prayer that he's the guy. And then probably Wandale Robinson for wide receiver 3, as crazy as that sounds. JJ says Ferguson or Laporta. I will go Laporta. Now, DeMonte coming out saying traded Laporta, Cook for Andrews. I like it. Other running backs are Pollard. Yeah, if we have this solid running backs, I'm okay with it. Royer says start McLaurin or Moss in a non-PBR league. Non-PBR format, we're going to go with the running back. We will go with Zach Moss there. And then I'm going to play Brees. Kyler says JT or Moss or both with Brees. Help. I'm going to be going JT over Moss, and I'm going to be going Brees over both backs. But can we hit 2,000 likes on this stream? I know we can if y'all go down there and hit that like button. We're about 50 likes away. And yeah, of course, like I said, now is the best time to go check out those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy. Promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Joe Burrow special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Seattle Seahawks today. And since it was our birthday this week, also a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Monday night. Underdog's never given away multiple special pick'ems like that in the same week, only with promo code FLOCK because it was our birthday. Make sure you take advantage. Really happy we were able to get y'all that. Trailer Park Boys says full BBR pick 3, Lamb, Olave, Brees, and Mixon. I'm going to go ahead. I will be taking CeeDee Lamb, Brees, and Mixon. I think we're going to take the running backs with the guaranteed workload. If you were to make a change there, you would start Olave over Brees based off the bad matchup that Brees has going up against the Eagles. I still probably play Brees just because I want the running back that's going to see a 3-down workload. Okay. And if you're spamming the chat, if you were copying and pasting the same question over and over again in the chat, just to give you a heads up, you're probably going to get muted for the time being. If you copy and paste the same question over and over again in the chat, it will ruin it for everybody else. Now, Jake says T. Higgins or Joshua Palmer. Very tough call. I have no idea. To be honest with you, I have no idea. I think Higgins has higher ceiling, but at the same time, I don't know if he has the same floor. Roast Beef says Lockett or Amari. Definitely going to go ahead and take Tyler Lockett over Amari Cooper here, considering what you have in Cleveland. And yeah, looking at that clip, Deebo Samuel was about to get killed. We got an offensive, what offensive lineman came in for the 49ers to save Deebo? That was tough. Now, my girl says Hollywood or Pittman. We will be going Pittman over Hollywood. DT Dub says Boyd, Gallup, Reynolds. We got to bench one. We're going to be probably benching Tyler Boyd now that you have T. Higgins good to go. I mean, Boyd wasn't even the wide receiver 2 in Cincinnati last week, right? I don't know if we're excited about him now. Shelby says, have BBR. Should we drop Anthony Richardson for a backup tight end or quarterback? Quarterback's Burrow and just traded Laporta for Ingram. Oh my gosh, my man. You should have got way more for Laporta there. So the thing is, if you're looking at Anthony Richardson, you should be able to put him on your IR. If you're telling me you cannot put Anthony Richardson on your IR, you have to drop Anthony Richardson then. Because, I mean, Richardson, even if he does come back, he's out 4 to 8 weeks. And the report this morning was saying that he was considering season-ending surgery. Now, Maddie says, hey, Mason, when you trade Bijan for Olave and Lamb, I actually like both Olave and Lamb as discount options. I mean, here we're solid at running back. I mean, we're really strong at running back, but no. You keep the best player, keep Bijan Robinson. Phenomenal team. You don't need to. Exiled Runner says, are we benching Higgins? I am benching Higgins if I can. I want to put out the warning. I've learned the lesson the hard way. Last year, 2 separate weeks, T. Higgins was a game-time decision. He played. I played him. He played 1 snap and stood on the sideline the rest of the game. Very worried about a banged up T. Higgins in his usage. And on top of that, a banged up Burrow. Parker says Foreman or Moss, then Wandale, Nico, or a running back not picked. We're going to go Foreman over Moss, and then we're going to go Wandale. Tennessee says start Laporta or Kmet. We're going to go with Laporta. Honestly, not going to be too tough for us there, my friend. Michael says Lawrence or Kirk Cousins. We're going to go Lawrence relatively easily. He has a much higher implied team total according to Las Vegas sportsbooks. The Jags should be pretty damn good this week offensively. And at the same time, when it comes to Justin Jefferson, I mean, his departure from this offense is going to make it where you're just less excited about Kirk Cousins overall. Tygo says, are we cutting Watson and streaming quarterbacks for the rest of the year? I wouldn't fault you at all for it. I did read a report saying that Watson may be back next week. I just read that this morning. I think it came out from Shefty. He could be back against the Colts next week, but at the same time, there are a bunch of other reports saying that he could be missing a considerable amount of time here. So honestly, up to you. Wouldn't not fault you if you wanted to cut, stream, or hold on and see if he does come back. Now, Anthony says Foreman or London in the flex in a PBR format. I'm going to go with the running back with the guaranteed workload. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Deonta Foreman here. Okay. Trent says Laporta or Pitts. We're going to go Laporta. And then Joshua Palmer or KJ Osborne. I'm going to go with KJ Osborne because, Palmer has no shot to be the wide receiver one in his offense, whereas at least KJ Osborne has somewhat of a chance. But I think that should be it for this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for hanging out with us over the past 5 hours. If you haven't done so already, go down there. Barkley, Shelby. We're going to go Barkley. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And like I said, now is the best time to go check out those pick'ems over on Underdog. Because if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, a Joe Burrow special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. And a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yard tomorrow. Underdog got y'all hooked up for our birthday this week, so please make sure to take advantage. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all. Really hope you have a great Sunday, and really hope I get to see you with the video later tonight.